to get off of this sinking boat. It was an hour that they were on the sinking boat. During the ride, they took on enough water right near the entrance of the captain that the riders had to be evacuated. With Disneyland's on-site firefighters, and I guess they just used sort of a plane for them to get off, and they were trying to keep their feet dry. You fit this guy up road on TikTok. It was a hot mess. Honestly, thought we were going to swim our way out of it. $30 voucher for your dog. You can buy it. Really good pair of socks. $30. Also, one way in Africa, they have the rescue was driven by the fact that some of the riders were being chased in circles by winches. Okay, boy, you're on fire. That is good today. Yeah. Let's end up with the news headings. Well, according to a report from the U.S. Forest Service, 4 times as many trees in California died in 2022 than in the previous year. It's due to drought and warmer temperatures primarily. It could get worse and worse. And we do have time for another story. Well, I think 16 of these egg lovers with a bit of hope. It has. Wholesale egg prices have collapsed, and as being well that happened this morning, the price $1.61 per dozen on Monday. That's a 52% increase from what we saw on December 19th. And as a matter of fact, this morning we were talking about not only the egg prices, but chicken prices. Only the egg-laying chickens have actually had flu issues.
Yoshi, like, hey, bud. How you living, baby?
And wing prices are down 22% this year for the Super Bowl compared to last year. So here's the question for you. What happened first in terms of swapping the process? Chicken or the egg? Okay, we're done.
I want that junk.
Joins me, and we're going to talk about the State of the Union speech last night and a couple of fun. I'm going to give you a little bit of history, and on top of that, just some really unusual things that happen and we'll just jump into that. This is KFI AM 641 everywhere in the IR radio app. We can use it on updating I'm Jennifer Jones, relaxed KFI 24-hour news during King James Health Court last night. KFI no redness had all their freaking weekend. Yeah, the wrong things now up the NBA career high scoring record and put up 38 points against the Oklahoma Thunder last night. Well, this time on my hands, how many times I've cried in 20 years, either happiness or defeat. You know, that moment was one of it when I kind of sit up a little bit with the offense to read what's going on. The Lakers lost that game, though, 132 to 130. The Clippers have a game today against the Mavericks at 7. That's live on AM 570 LA Sports. I'm AM at KFI Sports. It's told from Monday's earthquake in Turkey and Syria has passed 11,000. Brooklyn visiting fellow and former Turkish journalist actually adding Kata says many people are blaming poor construction for the high number of people killed by the 7.8 magnitude quake. One living potential and an action with them. There's blocking construction and the people that haven't got it control is different. While buried underneath the rubble, the mom did not survive. President Biden issued State of the Union speech to celebrate the accomplishments of his administration, but he said they need to finish up, as he put it. So rude, our democracy remains unbowed and unbroken. Biden said last night millions of jobs have been created over the past 2 years, inflation is falling, and infrastructure is coming back. He also talked about raising the debt ceiling without conditions. Republicans want to negotiate budget cuts in order to increase spending. We're not going to be moved into being threatened to fall on the debt if we don't respond. Biden was met with loud boos when he says Republicans want to cut Medicare and Social Security. Brandon Faye, the man who wrestled the gun away from the Monterey Park mass shooter, was recognized by the president last night during the State of the Union. He thought he was going to die. They thought about people inside. The United States found the courage back and wrestled the semi-automatic pistol away from the gunman. We've already killed 11 people in our nation. They won a rare bipartisan ovation and used the money to call for reinstating the ban on assault weapons. A truck driver has been given $500,000 by a family in Chino County for a wrongful arrest by deputies. KFI's Jake Foley reports live the County Board of Supervisors voted to give the man the money.
Or in Apple Valley, the driver of parked his truck at a loading dock in 2019, then walked into the store to tell management about the delivery and buy some weapons. I say back to his truck that the deputies that stopped the man on suspicion of ordering. Deputies asked the truck driver for ID, but the truck driver refused to complain. They had asked to speak to a supervisor. For the two state deputies that told the truck driver he was in hospital and put him in handcuffs. The truck driver alleged the decision to arrest him and put him in handcuffs was retaliatory. The driver spent a night in jail. He was charged with resisting arrest, however, those charges were dropped for lack of evidence. Reporting live, Blake Foley, KFIU.
KFIU says hate crimes in the city are at the highest they've been since 2010. News data released this week shows 692 hate crimes reported in 2022. That's the most it's been in over a decade. Black people reported the highest number at 205, Latinos 95, Jewish people 86 hate crimes, and there were 85 reports where gay men were targeted. Despite the increase in hate crimes last year, there were fewer reports where Asians were attacked. The LAPD says the rising numbers could be from police encouraging people to file reports and police crime trafficking. The IRS says people in California, Colorado, and other states that issued tax rebates last year should hold off on filing their taxes. The agency is still trying to figure out if those rebates are considered taxable income. About 16 million people in California got the middle class tax refund checks of $350. And the Hollywood Bowl 2023 season is packed. All kinds of music at one of the most pristine sounding venues around. Janet Jackson, 16 Top 10, taking a night of Budapest in the LA Philharmonic Youth Orchestra. For the season is reggae, jazz, classical, contemporary music, and more. The Beach Boys are playing for the July 4th fireworks spectacular, and Quincy Jones giving a 90th birthday tribute. Both movies screenings with live music, including 2001 Space Odyssey. And it's Jubilee celebrating 100 years of Walt Disney Animation from Snow White to Frozen to Encanto. You can find the whole schedule at HollywoodBowl.com. And KFI News. We're going to look at your drive with KFI in the sky in just a moment.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? You think it's going to be worth the same next year? Not a chance. If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home now, I believe it's a whole lot higher than it will be next year. And there are experts that predict the property values are going to decline over the next few years. I buy that one too. Making it even more challenging for borrowers to tap into their home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you on that. Whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, no matter why, HMS Capital will help you borrow that money. No appraisal or credit report fees required for. I've done two mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. Call HMS Capital 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
Taking a look at your KFI financial report, the Dow is brought to you, by the way, by SkybackEye.com. The Dow is down 23, S&P is down 14, NASDAQ is down 76, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.62. All right, now what we're supposed to do, Jack, let's get through this really fast.
For limited time, get $1,800 off places from SkybackEye.com.
All right, then. Now it's all you. Sorry about that. I don't know how it didn't fire. Go on to you.
Doctor, you got way too many buttons down there anyway. Okay, please bear with me here. We got a lot of bad news about hunting. First, it's just an average crash, but it's bad enough with the labor problem. If you go to LA and put on one of our best 7 minutes off the window park to go short, it's backing up too late, that's just slow all the way to the airport. Here comes the bad stuff. We're struggling over the Guardsville freeway right now as I speak to you. 122 at Beach Boulevard, updated by the investigation only. The far left carpool lane is open. This is 122, the parking lot all the way up to the top. It's not an exaggeration, trust me. Traffic is not moving along. They got that Guardsville Boulevard, and that is moving down. I'm close to Beach Boulevard. I go to the other side, go to the south side. a little bit better. You get on or back on the West 42 SE Boulevard and be on your way. And back to the Central of the Valley, you've been looking for a while. Victory, Balboa, Stewart, Spring, and Fourth Surface Street. You're from the South End of Lake Balboa and Manhattan Airport. Jump down on Southern, fatal crash investigation was found on us from LAPD. So, very well with all morning here. We'll try and keep you covered all morning. That's that story. Step far, AMI on the job. This hour of the Bill Handel Show brought to you by the Cover Your Mind. You don't have an accident, choose a law firm with your experience to win. There's so much sensitive info about the devil. Now we're starting to be able to start personal info. Has anyone seen social security numbers? Nope. Oh no. You just told them. I thought my lawyer said you should help protect yourself if you become a victim of war. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can take 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Go forward with local experience on super stores, expansion Chinese factions. In 1968, established They apply AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're here in the morning crew Wednesday, February 8th. We're starting with some very bad news. Covering the death toll and the legislation now supervises election and we
forces retreated to an area called Yemen, which is in the south of China, bordering on Vietnam.
we hold it in.
It is in mountains surrounded by rainforests
Last night,
and
and
wonderful area
then
development.
this.
LeBron James sent an army of 300,000 men to Iraq in 2013.
Which I guess
Captured the greatest player to be captured a year later, and even a million.
this is now the next debate, actually. Like,
This
once you
president
see this with the patent, already now the debate has moved to what else does he have to do to surpass Michael Jordan, who he considers the greatest of all time, which is a softer question. Right? The record's a record. Points are points, rebounds are rebounds, wins are wins. But you're correct. He is now in the running, and people are going to be debating for a long time. Last night, the president gave his State of the Union speech. President has to do this every year because the Constitution calls for it. There can be a speech. It can be written. In fact, a little bit of history. First president ever gave a speech was a guy named George Washington. Thereafter, it was written. Thomas Jefferson just handed me the letter. Here's the State of the Union. Hey, it's great. It's not great. It always ends with the State of the Union is wrong, even if there is a ballistic control nuclear definition without the written word. The State of the Union is wrong. Longest, it was hour 28 minutes. Shortest, 28 minutes, 29 minutes. Longest written speech, Carter. He did not give a written speech. He did not give an oral speech. Jimmy Carter, that was a shocker. Shortest written speech. Washington, you vote. And Truman delivered the first televised speech. And Johnson gave the first teaching speech. His, I guess, three majors were taken off the air and he wanted Americans to actually look at this. All right, now, a couple things about the speech. I actually join and comment on it and give your take. A couple things about we knew it was going to be boring, aspirational wedding. And it's always everything that's right, I've done. Everything that's wrong, it's not my fault. That's the given. And inevitably, it's the Republican and Democratic presidents sitting on their hands whenever they talk about policy. Unless there is, hey, look in the audience, in the gallery, and a hero, someone serving service, and they get elevation. And the Democrats stand up and clap, Republicans sit on their hands, and there's your speech. Now, the difference. It has become either or maybe on our way to Taiwan or South Korea, where they actually start getting their shoes off and throw them at each other. It actually started and So I thought, because the rest of it was, well, there was one issue, and probably not about the Social Security Medicare issue. Well, great, because we have the audio of when that happened. Okay, why don't we go ahead and play that? All right, so wait, before we play it. So, during the State of the Union, presidents do several things. One thing they do is take things that don't be using. Our signs are strong, our hope is undefiled, exactly. They say things that are absolutely true, but that they don't deserve the credit for. They say things that are not exactly true, and then they say things that are so untrue that they might well merit what happened to Joe Biden last night when he said this.
Some Republicans want Medicare and Social Security also. I'm not saying it's illegal.
I'll give you a copy. I'll give you a copy of the proposal. Yeah. You're absolutely right. First of all, it was one senator that put in a proposal that talked about sunsetting every program, but reading all federal law. Right. So there was a top put in this thing, one little point which said all federal legislation sunsets in 5 years, a largely keeping Congress to grasp. Exactly. And there was no issue. Now, of course, Medicare and Social Security are the third rail. That got this huge response. But look at how it's like. A lot of arguments did it on purpose. To show that he's willing to stand up, to show that he won't take any briefs. Largely did a brief report, my favorite Congresswoman, Congressperson, screaming right at the top of her lungs. And you can see some of the cards that need to be taken. We now have 3 more committees. And everyone here. I was in committee of the United States. It obviously looked like he had sort of this gospel. Yeah. Then all these Republicans, by yelling about it, you basically agree they would never touch, but they never would anyway. The thing he used is not true or fair to accept. 100%. And remember when that single congressperson during President Obama said you're lying, why the entire room was stunned in the silence. They could not believe that someone would say that to a president. And that would take a room. Yeah. Nowadays, he was completely rebuked by all the other Republicans for yelling out. Yeah, well, those things have changed. So we're going to come back and talk about a few things that he said and what it all meant. Did it do anything? Yeah. And we'll answer that question. All right, let's check in with Jennifer Jones. We live in the Fairfield 24-hour newsroom.
China says it wants it down. I think that's what it is. They fire fast, and it does not belong to the United States. 36 million trees died in California last year because of the warm temperatures, and that's four more times than in 2021. And wholesale egg prices are down just 52% from the price in December. Prices fell to $2 now for 2 cents a dozen yesterday. We're going to look at the job at DCFI in the sky in just a moment.
Well, you've been holding on selling your house. Again, the property values were climbing by the day, but those things are not. So maybe it's time to pull the trigger. They just carry it out. Okay, it's time for it to go. So usually you hire workers or an agent and it's extension. So the person is prepared to bring fires, walk, storage to be there. And your place has to be spotless. And then if negotiations with the various people falling out of that. You can do it another way. DirectFire.com. They'll give you a fair price without any of that hassle. No fire walking through, no commission. You get paid in cash within 10 days or less. DirectFire.com. They'll give you an audit. They'll offer you an offer. Even a $15,000 cash advance before closing to help with your move. I'm sure that they'll never do it global. That's just not the way they do it. Go to directfire.com, call 844-242-SELL. Visit directfire.com.
SoCal weather from KFI is mostly sunny today with highs from the upper 60s to the mid-70s. This report is brought to you by iAccidentLawyers.com. And the Southern California Toyota Dealer Shopping Center West showcases and get a recap of the 22.
Not good. Now, this is one of those that prevents you from getting involved in the first place. The fatal crash investigation on the westbound 22 before being sold on. I think you know what's coming. Only one lane is open, the carpool. So it's true. Jammed in solid all the way back towards the I-5. All the offense will be coming. He will drag it off the freeway. You don't want to get involved in the first place. Barstow Boulevard is jammed. I must tell you that West Street is slightly better on the south side of the 22. You get on or back on the West 22 Beach Boulevard and you're on your way. Now, other than that, we got a very busy freeway system. Got a lot to say this one. Don't go away. Jeff Ball, way up high in the sky. Hit it, hit it. Don't be sweet. Yeah, I want my medical bill paid. I want my car fixed. I want my money. I want my accident.
This report is sponsored by Whole Foods Market. The love of joy is on Whole Foods Market. Go with the high-quality surf and turf to beautiful floral boutiques and more. From February 1st to 14th, find all your delicious desires at your local Whole Foods Market. Tours and homeowners take three things together. One is the illumination. The Rehouse event breaks the group by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on call in during for just $80 with a 34 days thing. We're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our very clear service is just $80. So nice and very fun. Get air conditioning and plumbing. DOE.com. Meeting fans the right way, not the easy way. If you're ever hurt in an accident, whether it's a car, motorcycle, truck, or even a dog bite, call a firm that's been helping future accident victims for 18 years and winning. I'm talking about Sweet Games. Sweet Games settled $188 million last year alone. The best part is every time they settle a case, they donate the open ocean. Having spent almost 80,000 people in the last year, most people don't know what to do when they're in an accident. You might not be able to use your car, and the injury might not allow you to go to work. It takes part of your normal everyday activity. If it happens to you, just call Sweet Games. Somebody you got nothing to lose. Get the capacity you need, help with medical treatment, and with money and justice. So if you've been hurt in an accident, you better call the death fear to death. Awarded best to 30 Americans. 800, 500, 800, 500, 5200, or 3 days. Drop off or you get hit with virus. Those new actors and even others. Here's feelings of suspicion and stupid cases of projection. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martin has encountered people in nearly every way imaginable. When Hollywood portrayed the exorcist with levitations, bombers, big and the priest, all of us have not been moved. I have seen actors listen to the exorcist lives on the radio app or wherever you get your podcast. And it looks like nobody does any background checks on who they're renting after either. Oh, Dr. Yeah, I know. You get thousands of dollars for one night. Why would you put this on your neighbors? Do you have any conscience at all? John and Kevin, why would you do this? Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is where we go back with Wayne and Dee. Talk about the East last night, State Union. Here's the way you can earn some money. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Enter the nationwide stories on our website. Money, that's money, M-O-N-E-Y. Enter it now at KFI640.com/chat. Powered by Sweet Games Accident Attorneys. If you're looking at accident, winning is every day. Call the winning attorneys with Sweet Games. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetgames.com. And this is all on your not-text keyword. You have to enter the keyword online. That's the website, KFI640.com/chat.
Winners are notified only by email, so watch out. Also, maybe check your spam and or junk folder to see if you won. We do this every hour, Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Then we go to the State of the Union speech last night. Wayne President is joining me. And a couple of things for me, I want to comment on these. First of all, exactly what we're talking about. The boring rhetoric, the programs, let Congress take care of those people. Let's make sure that kids get the kind of free card that kindergarten education. And if you add all that up, it's $25 trillion. And the Republicans are down on their hands that it wasn't going to happen. We talked about his comment about Social Security and how that was way off base. He also said he thinks this close to saying he said everything he could, and therein lies another huge question if he does well. We're not going to talk about the politics a little later, but it was just a pre-announcement. Is there anything different other than the fighting, other than that one huge gap they have done on purpose for Medicare and Social Security? Well, no, except for the level of spectacle. And supposedly a lot of the Republicans are saying they did not really anticipated there would be that much yelling and that many different things yelled, because Marjorie Taylor Greene did yell liar when he was talking about the supposed plans to sunset Social Security. Also yelled at one point, China is spying on us, and another time she yelled out, secure the border. There were multiple people yelling out things. We have not seen that level of hoopla before, meaning it's becoming more and more acceptable to be disruptive during the speech by President of the United States of America. I do want to say one thing though, if you want to, I don't really want to, you want to try to like pinpoint where did this country, did Nancy Pelosi spread, yes, Donald Trump did. Absolutely did. Acted way off. I mean, I don't want to open up Twitter and find out I've got 50 more MAGA followers because of what I'm saying now. But that's a fact, and I think that really, Joe Wilson yelling out liar one was one of those moments of passion, and everybody said, hey, you're out of line. Right. Nancy Pelosi spreading that speech, that is a deliberate, premeditated stunt that I feel sends the message that was walked off. Absolutely, and it's changed. You can see the morphing in the State of the Union as one of the most sacrosanct moments in the American government, where everybody understands a constitutional mandated requirement that the president, the first one being George Washington, it goes back, it's part of what the history of the very fabric of the United States. And putting it in the esteem that it should be, now it is morphing into this free-for-all screaming match. In Nancy Pelosi started that. I absolutely agree. Watching this was like watching Henry Hill from the Music Man, the Con Man, give a fist to a group of soccer hooligans. Because the bunch of stuff that Biden did was taking a little pack and trying to blow it up into a big thing. There was a lot of fact-checking that needed to be done on him. And then the behavior of some of those Republicans was perfect. So now, is it going to be, is this the new normal next year? Are we going to see Biden get up there again? And we're talking about this. I think this is be put in light of next year. Yeah, you're going to email, and it's an email. Is it to a black email? It absolutely can't. Under the Constitution, a president simply has to give Congress the State of the Union. Are we strong? Are we not strong? So the only president that I can remember historically that did not say the State of the Union is strong is FDR. When his first inaugural his first State of the Union, because we were like just dropping into the depths of the Depression, and you can't say the State of the Union, and his stuff was not BS. He couldn't, because the country was in such dire straits. But he was just everything he wanted that he ever wanted. His laundry list, you know what, it was his Christmas list of cars. That's really what it was. He should have said, instead of members of Congress, then when he goes up and goes, the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, and he says members of the Supreme Court, and he goes to members of the Cabinet, my fellow Americans, and Santa Claus. Here is what I literally I don't have any love for anybody involved. The people who sat there quietly and respectfully the whole time, those are only people that I give a thumb up. Did you see the two, I assume in Congress, men who were on either side of Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she was screaming, and even she stands up and cups her hands over her mouth and making a megaphone, screaming the way people do and yelling, liar, liar. They're sitting next to her, so uncomfortable. You can just see that. And then, one of the great moments is that when Santos was up there, and this is after the speech, and oh my God, to my mind, Romney, Mitt Romney goes up there and you can actually hear him say to Santos, you don't belong here. And then just moved on. And it was just a lot of drama. They got to get, when they were doing the vote for the speaker, it was being televised nonstop. And you had cameras in places you weren't having cameras and microphones. I'm telling you, man, the reality show, even on, and Biden is getting very good grades for it across the board. They used to know policy, but even Fox, some of the, when it comes to on Fox, being a beat was. Because also his point was to show that he is youthful, to show that he's got energy, to show that he's willing to fight, to show that he has chops to be reelected, and he did that. That I think he did. So that's a win. What grade would you give him? Like a B minus on the speech part, and then the whole event. The whole event is a big D. Oh, no, I thought the event was, a B plus. The only thing was missing was people punching each other. You and I looked at it. Well, so you enjoy the chaos and whatever, and I actually look at, these are not the wrong people to be acting like this. I want this in the wrestling rings. Yeah. Like I do it on a Real Housewives show and not in my government. All right, coming up, thanks, Wayne. Coming up, the standards of the Memphis Police Department, just anticipate how big it is for the fire unfortunately. We'll be right now. This is KFI, we're speaking with Jennifer Jones Lee, live in the KFI 24-hour news. One person has been killed or are in critical condition after a two-car crash event here in just talking about all morning in the Lake Balboa area in the valley. The LA County Fire Department says the crash happened at 3:45 this morning. Police say a white Corvette was speeding, ran a red light, crashed into a Honda. Unfortunately, the driver of the Honda is deceased at sea. The driver and the passenger for the Corvette were transported to the hospital. The crash happened at the intersection of North Balboa and Victory Boulevard. News is brought to you by DirectBuyers.com. A man, a woman, and their pet cat all died in a fire in Mar Vista. Firefighters responded to the scene about 2:30 at a one-story home on Main Street near Centinela. In about 30 minutes, the house was not equipped with smoke detectors, they said. A video showing a group of people stranded for more than an hour in a sinking Pirates of the Caribbean boat has gone viral on TikTok. The video shows Disneyland firefighters helping riders get off the waterlogged boat by basically having them walk the plank to dry ground. The footage from the video posted Saturday attracted almost 1.5 million viewers on TikTok. The TikTok creator called the incident a hot mess online. Disneyland did not respond to requests for comment from the LA Times yesterday. 15 million people worldwide live under the threat of a sudden and deadly outburst flood. A study published in Nature Communications says more than half of those people live in 4 countries: India, Pakistan, Peru, and China. The report says 1 million people live within just 6 miles of one of the areas that they consider unstable. The co-author of the study, Tom Robinson, says glaciers are melting from climate change, so the lakes are getting bigger, and potentially they're getting more dangerous and unstable as well.
And a pizza a day may make the pounds go away.
Man in Ireland says he ate 10 slices of pizza every day for a month. He's in better shape than when he started and lost almost 8 pounds. Personal trainer Ryan Mercer says he ate pizza for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He says he did it to show people can restrict their calories without restricting their favorite foods. And pizza pies made them all himself, making sure there was protein and veggies too. Daily calorie intake was set at 18 to 2100 Monday to Friday, 2700 Saturday and Sunday. Mercer says if it's something for you, it is the list. Talk to your doctor before application your diet. Amy King, KFI News.
Well, the King held court last night. Let's get all the court details from KFI's Wayne Leslie. LeBron James' quest for the NBA all-time scoring record reached its climax last night against the Oklahoma City Thunder. James scored 38 points, two more than needed to knock Kareem Abdul-Jabbar out of the top spot. After, James really shot a line common with Frank Sinatra.
To the down, to the ins and outs, to the trials and tribulations, I've always maintained me. Drive my way. I didn't want to emulate nobody. I wanted to be myself.
And the Clippers have a game today against the Dallas Mavericks. That's at 7, and it's live on AM 570 LA Sports. I'm Wayne Leslie, KFI Sports. I've been a small business person most of my life, still am. And like most small business societies with business owners, I've never come close to an HR person. And frankly, we need it. Here's your answer, Bambi.com. You get a dedicated HR person. They help you with all of your HR issues. Starting at only $99 per month. I know, too good to be true. I thought so too. No, this is legit. So at Bambi.com, type in KFI into the radio drop down when you sign up. Thank you. Bambi.com at BAMBEE. Bambi.com. SoCal weather from KFI, mostly sunny today and warm. Highs will be in the upper 60s to the mid-70s. We could see highs in the upper 70s, sunny at 80 tomorrow. Then it's going to drop down. We'll be back for the weekend. And temperatures are going to be back in the 60s. We'll have clouds coming in on Saturday. Kansas shower starts on Saturday through Monday, but then we have a very good chance of everybody getting some rain on Tuesday. Right now it's 55 in Garden Grove, 52 in Dana Point. In Southern California, Toyota dealers, traffic center, let's go places. We got it back on the path.
I'm ready for 80. That sounds pretty good. All right, a busy morning. I hope you are on time or even better. You left a little bit earlier because, boy, all of our freeways are really busy this morning. So coming through the company is their show. I show you a problem. It's split on 10 and 6, so I don't have the wall there. But the right lane was blocked by fire department. Everybody else gets right down wall. But really a fall coming off the hill, like Interstate Hill, if you will. And really doesn't improve a whole lot. So 605 is a really busy morning. Now, back to what Jen mentioned you do, and Jennifer, thank you for you guys taking the call. But around Lake Balboa, an extremely important intersection in San Fernando Valley. Balboa and Victory, favorite place investigation, and that really does it. The traffic trying to get down from the 180 down to the 101. A lot of people use Balboa instead of the 405. So Rashida Boulevard, that'll get you through. We'll keep you updated on that. The 405 itself, Roscoe Boulevard, up and over there. There's your drive. Huge problem in Orange County, Garden Grove, West Front 22, Beach Boulevard, potato crash investigation again. Only the carpool went up. Thank us for the $5. All the surface streets around there, especially Garden Grove Boulevard, really getting jammed. Westminster is slightly better, but remember you can get on or back on at Beach Boulevard, not to be on your way. And even the eastbound spectators on the surface chart, you'll go for be careful. Step KFI in the sky.
Okay, guys, Valentine's Day is coming up, and I'm going to tell you how to give the best gift ever. Flowers are great, but giving an experience is even better. So check out Better Stones. A subscription to their language dating app is perfect if your partner loves to travel or wants to connect better with a family member. Or if you're looking for something that suits you to get together. Right now, get $120 off lifetime unlimited languages. You'll have access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for life at rosettastone.com.
This is one for Calvary Service Chapter 181 AC, another 50 for free. Sometimes it's just a little thing that makes all the difference in the world. Like when our technician David asked for a little help for a customer with heart disease. Her caregiver wasn't available, and she had a 6-pack of Gatorade stuck in those plastic envelopes. David got them free from the plastic. She also said she had trouble with the cash. David then unscrewed the caps of all 6 bottles, removing them completely, and then putting them back on. We wanted to make sure it was easy for a native. David also noticed that the Arabian medicine of their family in their house. He said he really enjoyed helping her out, especially because of her upbeat attitude. Thanks, David. Keep those good Jews for free shop. Service campus, plumbing, heating, AC, and good Jews for free.
Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, knee pain, or shoulder pain in your hips or back?
Hey, Jerry and Shannon, you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next generation pain management has arrived. Here it is, QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is an all-natural process that uses highly concentrated phytotoxins from your own body, putting them directly into your achy joints and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. ROTHSCHILD for the doing for years, now you can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call your local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations, Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. Fluoridated water is for swimming, not drinking and bathing. Chlorine causes your skin and hair to dry out. How about upgrading to the Light Source water system? Light Source system filters your water from every tap, reducing the harsh taste and feel of chlorine to your body that's better. No maintenance, no salt, no filters or servicing. Call 800-803-2696 for a free consultation. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference.
Injured in an accident? Visit superbowler.com.
We hosted UCS. It's like radio, but without the need for all that annoying imagination. Follow us now on all the socials. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handle here and morning crew. So Wednesday morning, February 8th. Quick reminder that we are on demand. Any segment of this show or any show on KFI. Just go to the app, the iHeartRadio app, and you can grab any part or all of the shows all day long. One of the sidebar stories of the Memphis cops who beat Irene Nichols to death and are being charged with second-degree murder, as they should be. This is pretty clear cut. This is one amongst many demands that families make. We want the cops charged with murder immediately right now. Usually that doesn't happen. This one was pretty easy. But when you look at what didn't happen, if you look at the story, you have these police officers who, as you know, confronted Irene Nichols during that traffic stop, pulled him out of the car, and then beat him up, and then he escaped, and they caught him a few minutes later, and then they beat him to death at that point. And one of the things that the news commentators and the news outlets mentioned is that there were no supervisors on scene. And that is a big no-no. You talk to any chief or management in police departments around the country, there should be, at all instances like this, supervisors called. No supervisor. And why is that? Did they screw up not bringing a supervisor? There weren't any supervisors to show up there and take control of the situation. As a matter of fact, if you look at the Memphis Police Department, there aren't even enough cops. And when you look at the requirements now to become a cop, it is ridiculously lax. The bar, which used to be pretty high, and the LAPD is still very high. It's not easy to become a cop. Memphis, well, how about this? New recruits get $15,000 signing bonuses, $10,000 relocation allowances. Requirements either have college credits, military, or previous police work. Gone. Now the requirement is you need 2 years' work recruits, and then they become cops. On top of that, remember the Scorpion unit? Of course you do. That was disbanded after these police officers killed Tyree Nichols. There were officers on that Scorpion unit who never walked the beat with they were put into special the Scorpion unit, high crime strike force. And the chief of police said they don't even know a felony from a misdemeanor. They don't even know right from wrong. How is this possible? Well, we know the answer to that. Police are held in such disdain, in such disregard, that the broad brush is being used across the police department. Even President Biden last night talked about how the vast majority of police officers are dedicated, law-abiding officers who believe in justice and understand what it is to serve. Well, getting to the point now where those officers are all retiring like crazy. They're quitting. People who believe that are not particularly signing up. As a matter of fact, talking to another recruiter at the Memphis Police Department, the number one reason that potential police officers give when applying is money. The pay is just a whole lot better than in fast food. And we're going to see more of this because it's impossible to get cops. And the only way to get cops is to lower the standards to the point where it's ridiculous. And that's what's happening with police departments all over the country. So Memphis is just a microcosm of what's going on. Worse than most, but still, it's just a microcosm. Coming up, Florida, how unusual, wants way too much information about female athletes, including their new Christine menstrual cycles. I know you get it. The new Christine menstrual cycles, right? Never mind. They're menstrual cycles, right? Yeah, I know. Yeah, they're all different. I know. But thank you for saying that. All right, that's coming up. You want to be a female athlete? Maybe it's not a good point unless you want to give up a lot of information in Florida. All right, I'm going to share with you that story coming up. In the meantime, Jennifer Jones-Lee live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The death toll from the earthquake in Turkey and Syria is now over 11,000 after the 7.8 magnitude quake that hit on Monday. President Biden's on the road for the next couple of days, pitching his economic achievements and plans for the next couple of years. It's basically the same message that he had last night during the State of the Union address. And the U.S. Labor Secretary is reportedly leaving the president's cabinet. He's heading to the NHL Players Association. The hockey publication, says that the man will earn $3 million as the head of the NHL Players Union. Probably more than he is getting right now. We'll get over your drive with DKFI in the sky in just a moment.
All right, well, it's time to check your home for termites was when. Probably when you buy your house. And how long has that been? Maybe years. So what if that termite is going to the building? And this is termite central here, so California. It's just a question of when, not if. So let me suggest a call to Pacific Coast Termite. There'll be a free home inspection, certain restrictions apply, and they'll tell you, yeah, you got termites. If you know you have termites, that's easy to call. But if you don't know, they'll tell you. And if it is the case, they'll treat your home without tenting. Not tented before, you don't want to go there for a week. They're back in your food, you consider going to a hotel and a toxic gas inside, and it goes on and on. The Pacific Coast Termite, no tenting, giving the homeowner to do their work. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com, PacificCoastTermite.com. Pacific Coast Termite, just termite.
The clean, friendly, lady.
SoCal weather from KFI, sunny today and warmer with highs from the mid to upper 60s to even some low 70s inland. This report is brought to you by AccidentLawyers.com. Let's get a look at that drive with DKFI in the sky to 134.
It's quiet, right? It's quiet. We're having a dreadful morning here on the freeway, so be prepared. I hope you're still at home and we get you leave a little early because it's busy everywhere. Well, it's 134 now, coming out of Glendale through Burbank and out towards Studio City. It's really so from Hollywood Way. There was a couple of problems, one at Cahuenga and then one at Woodman on the 101. So, off of Hollywood Way on the 134, and then you change to the 101 at the intersection there, but it's just flying slow all the way over to the 405. Also, a little while ago, we got the South 110 out of Royal Sacro, that is. The South 110 out of the South Mass. There was real smoke coming out from New York. There was a small fire off the freeway on 2 only Rough, but it was so close to the freeway. Smoke was blowing over there a little bit, so be careful. And right now, we're right at the edge of Van Nuys Airport again. An important intersection. Balboa and Victory, and it's still shut down. I just had a look at it. Avoid that if you can. There are long time delays there. The 405 itself is dreadful from Moscow Boulevard now until you get up and over the hill. Tough one. Teflon, AFI in the sky. Adrian, need gas? If you've been injured in a car or motorcycle accident, I acted lawyer today. One rate could be cut team. This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anywhere else. And we can give you access to those potential customers who are cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great result. That's pound 250 and say great result.
Do you have coins, jewelry, or precious metals and are looking to sell their top dollar? Sue Vijanova, CEO and owner of Tangible Investments, has become legendary by beating his so-called competitors' offers on these items by as much as 500%.
I had a diamond ring that been an heirloom in my family for many years, so I went to a local jewelry store and they offered me $600. I just wasn't comfortable. I took it down to Tangible Investment and they offered me over $6,000. That store is absolutely awesome.
Stores like these are why Tangible Investments has become America's top dealer in precious metals, jewelry, and collectibles, and why Sil has been featured on CNBC and quoted on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Over the past 30 years, Tangible Investments has bought billions in collectibles. That's billions with a B. Right now, demand is through the roof. Sil encourages all his clients to shop the competition and then call in last. You'll be amazed at the difference. Guaranteed. Call now for an absolutely free, professional, no-obligation appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
He says he suffered an abdominal issue, but it's not really his abdomen. And swelling of his knees to the size of like 3 times their normal size. For no particular reason. No calories. Now, you can't explain why the knees were swelling. That really concerns me because it can happen again. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here. And as you would expect, we continue to cover the story out of Turkey, where now the death toll has surpassed 11,000, and it's going to go up by tens of thousands as the temperature remains below freezing at night, and over 6,000 buildings have been destroyed. And if you look at any of the videos, and it's heartbreaking, every bit of it, and you'll see that these buildings have just been these bombs hit the entire area over many, many square miles. So that continues. Now, state of Florida. This is a sidebar story of the removal of the right to abortion, women's reproductive rights, and Governor Ron DeSantis is sort of the head of the group when it comes to the anti-abortion pro-life positions, which, you know, I have no problem with that. I mean, I disagree with it, but as far as I'm concerned, if you are on that side of the coin, I've said this many, many times, you know, it's a legitimate issue that you will take. It's a moral issue for you, and there's no question abortion is not a fun thing. So I think that position, or at least I respect that position as a legitimate position. And here is another story that has 2 sides to it. And this has to do with female athletes. Even in high school,
you would think that they have to be cleared by a doctor. I mean, I can't think of any program where you don't come in and the doctor notes whether you're healthy, not healthy, and in the state of Florida, and then what medical conditions you have. And in the state of Florida, included in those questions is a woman's menstrual cycle, a period, and information about the period. And, okay, some people are okay with that, some people are not okay with that. It's very private, it is voluntary. However, some of these female athletes, we're talking high school, some of these female athletes do give it to the coaches. They don't want to give it, obviously, at the school, because they have to be clear. And the argument is that part of clearance is the school has to know that there are no medical issues. Here is an example. Let's say a woman every high school student every month during the period cycle has a particularly difficult time with periods. I mean, to the point where it is debilitating. And there are plenty of women out there who do have very difficult times with those periods. But acute with bleeding or bleeding, it goes on and on. I don't want to get really into it, especially since I've got a cigarette shit in the other one. But there was a reason for it. And at the same time, a lot of these young women are saying, wait a minute, this is an invasion of privacy. And again, there's two sides to this argument. Maybe, but we have to know. We have no right to know what your medical issues are about. Certainly if you're in school, class, if you're going to be an athlete, if you're going to participate in sports, particularly really difficult sports where there is a lot of heavy-duty activity, then we have to know you're okay. Here's the problem. It's in the state of Florida, among high schools, those records are checked. And once this investigation started, a couple of these high schools, they went in to investigate what the files were about. These are women that started this and say, wait a minute, these records, I want them, they're private records. I'm out of high school. Well, they are kept. Now, they're not kept as a matter of policy. They're kept as a matter of just negligence. They were put in boxes, banker boxes, and put away in closets, but the information is out there. Now, again, I want to point out that this is a voluntary program. You don't have to do it, although there's an argument if you don't, I'm not going to play, all of that. So, the organization that works, that oversees this is the Florida High School Athletic Association. And the form is the Florida High School Athletic Association, the association's physical form. And up to now, it's been optional, as I told you. They don't have to give you that information. Well, last month, the advisory committee to the FHA proposed making the formally optional questions on women's periods mandatory. You have to give us that information. And here is a form that was devised by the American Academy of Pediatrics, used in some other states, and it is a standard form that used to determine the health of any female who's going to go into sports. And here's the critical difference. That form, which details the medical information, stays in the custody of the students. So if coaches look at it, doctor clears it, here's your form written by the doctor, and the coaches have it, and hand the information back to the athlete. As long as we know you're okay, you can play, we're fine. Well, according to the new proposal, the school keeps the information, including those of the menstrual cycle. Now, the reason I'm making a big deal, and women are making a big deal about their periods being involved, because number one, it's so personal. Number two, it has to do with their reproductive system. And number three, it's Florida DeSantis' position on Roe v. Wade. There's a lot of these young ladies are looking at it as a personal attack on their reproductive freedom. So that's why it's such a big deal. So the proposal, which is going to be considered by the full board February 27th and 28th, the meeting simply ignores the controversy that has ignited big time. Florida is crazy. Florida, of course, as you know, has clamped down on abortion access, threatening to do whatever it can do. And there are people in the legislatures that are trying to figure out a way to prevent pregnant women from traveling to other states that are seeking abortion services. They're trying to figure out a way to get legal here, make it criminal here. We are going to try to stop women from going out of state to have an abortion. My goodness. Welcome to Florida. So the optional questions, just as a quick sideline, that on the current forms, because these typically are filled out partly by the doctor, partly by the athlete. They've been asked for years. The section in question is labeled females only on the existing questionnaire, although there is high school Matthias Costa that's near Miami. The athletic trainer said boys have to occasionally fill it out too. Have you ever filled out a doctor's, those questionnaires the doctors give you, and they ask, are you pregnant? Well, to everybody.
Please tell me you put yes.
Oh, absolutely. 100% I put yes. How would I know? The point here is, you think there's some controversy, and this is just one of the sidebar stories that you're going to hear as a result of the overturning of the Roe v. Wade. You just wait. Coming up, one of the questions last night, and you saw Joe Biden, and he really had to push this issue. Look at me. I've got curves. I am young. I have energy. He is old. And the question is, are we ready for old and older politicians? And there's some studies on it. There are. And I'll share those with you when we come back. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Ignorance is bliss. We have zero bliss. Completely bliss.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Long live the king. I'm Jennifer Jones, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. King James held court last night. Here's KFI's Wayne Resnick on the record-breaking night. LeBron James now holds the NBA career-high scoring record. Put up 38 points against the Oklahoma Thunder last night.
If I can count on my hands how many times I've cried in 20 years, either in happiness or defeat, that moment was one of them when I kind of teared up a little bit. Because I can't believe what's going on. Too.
The Lakers lost that game, though. The score 133 to 130. The Clippers play today against the Dallas Mavericks. Second at 7 and it's live on AM 570 LA Sports. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. President Biden used his State of the Union address to deliver a message that was one of optimism about the country. Biden claims credit for progress made during his first 2 years in office while stressing the job isn't finished.
We're not finished yet by any stretch of imagination, but unemployment rate is at 3.4%, a 50-year low.
Biden highlighted bipartisan investments in rebuilding the nation's roads and bridges and helped the Republicans who didn't back his infrastructure plan. Another Republican response to the president's speech was given by Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She said last night she didn't believe a single word of Biden's speech and said she's been taken over by the he's been taken over by the radical left and will continue to destroy the country if left unchecked.
A new generation of Republican leaders are stepping up, not to be caretakers of the status quo, but to be change makers for the American people.
Sanders says the Republican Party is about freedom and family, while the Democratic Party is about hate and waste. Nearly 30 countries are supplying Turkey with aid as the death toll has grown to more than 11,000 following a massive earthquake. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said yesterday U.S. helicopters have been sent as part of the response effort.
We've deployed now more than 150 search and rescue personnel to Turkey. USAID, International Development, is in the lead of our efforts.
Assistance is also being provided to Syrian rescue efforts through international aid organizations. Ukraine and Russia are also among the countries given has given $500,000 to a truck driver for a wrongful arrest by deputies. TFI's Lake Trillion report flagged the man was arrested during a delivery of a Ford.
Deputies had initially stopped the man on suspicion of loitering. The man was walking back to his truck just inside before he was delivering to an Apple Valley. The driver says he went inside to tell store management about the delivery and to buy some food. Deputies asked the man for ID, but the truck driver refused and asked to speak to his supervisor. The driver's lawsuit stated the deputies said he told the driver he was being hostile and cuffed him. Deputies say the man took on a fighting stance. Lawyers allege the driver was arrested out of retaliation for arguing. The driver spent a night in jail. He was charged with resisting arrest. However, those charges were dropped. Reporting live, Blake Trolling, KFI News.
Hate crimes in LA have been consistently rising. The LAPD said 692 hate crimes were reported in LA in 2022, the highest it's been in over a decade. Black people reported the most hate crimes last year at 205. Latinos were the next highest with 95 reported hate crimes. Jewish people reported 86, and there were 85 reports of hate crimes towards gay men. Despite numbers rising, LAPD says there was a decrease in the number of reports where Asians were targeted. The feds say these numbers could be higher because only half of hate crimes are reported. Chris Ashton, KFI News.
County Board of Supervisors has supported a program to expand doula services so they're more accessible. The motion approved yesterday also calls for an outreach program to recruit more doulas. The board says doula services have been found to reduce the rate of preterm and C-section birth and decrease symptoms of postpartum depression. Supervisor Holly Mitchell says increased awareness of doula services and the size of the workforce are needed for moms and families across the country. And Celia Cruz has been selected to appear on the U.S. border. Queen of salsa and Cuban icon was selected by the U.S. Mint to be one of the 5 honorees in the 2024 American Women Porters Program. She died in 2003. The American Women Porters Program is a 4-year initiative that honors the achievements and services of American women. We'll get a look at her job at DJFI in the Sky in the 10 in just a moment.
If you're looking to finally sell your house, you haven't been because the prices, the values have increased so dramatically, so quickly. Well, those days are over. I mean, done. So maybe it's time to pull the trigger. Now you can list your house for 6%, and you get paid to do your repair and tires, specifiers, walk through, and be there. The place has to be spotless. You got negotiations, escrows, people falling out of escrows. I mean, it's a hassle. Well, directbuyers.com does it very simple. You get a fair price for your house, no long escrows. Get it quick, too. Nobody wants your house. You're not paying commission, I mean, none of that. And you get paid cash within 10 days or less. That's directbuyers.com. You can even get a $15,000 cash advance before closing, and it'll never roll back. Go to directbuyers.com, 844-242-SELL. Visit directbuyers.com.
Your KFI Financial Report is brought to you by SaddlebackEye.com. Right now the Dow is down 75, S&P is down 28, Nasdaq is down 138, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.62.
For a limited time, get up to $1,800 off LASIK from SaddlebackEye.com.
So got weather from KFI. We've got a mostly sunny day ahead and warm. Temperatures will be in the upper 60s to the mid-70s. We're going to see the mid-70s to upper 70s tonight at 84 tomorrow. And then boom, everything's going to change. So it looks like that for the weekend. Black cloudy conditions. Temperatures will be much cooler. They'll probably just be in the low to mid-60s. And then for Tuesday, that's our best chance of rain for next week. Right now it is 48 in Dana Point, 50 in Orange, 40 in Santa Clarita. Let's get a look at your drive at DKFI in the Sky, and we're checking out that 10 again. It's a big fucking spot.
Well, it's still good morning, and thanks for letting us tag along with you. I must tell you, running this target, this traffic report, freeway volume is way up. Going mostly everything is just slow this morning. In a lot of problem areas. We had some earlier problems, and the section of Santa we're talking about Santa Monica Freeway, East LA, all around Santa Monica. It's just like slow now. The usual stuff. You see out through about Robertson, and a few probably green lanes, but they're all not now. Eastbound still a little bit better. Feels like coming through the 4 level, it's always a struggle in the morning. But there's a new problem north of the 4 level, north 101 in Alvarado is a rate that's barely over to the shoulder. Once you get past that, you'll be okay. Back to San Fernando Valley, a very important Surface Street intersection, Lake Balboa. It's Victory at the Balboa, completely shut down.
fatal crash investigation. And Cigar Grove, we're going to head back there and get another look at it. But the West 22 at Beach Boulevard has been open. The carpool lane open all morning long. It's just a parking lot. So watching people get back on the freeway. You just don't want to be there. Cigar Grove Boulevard got jammed. So is Westminster. The only saving grace here, you can get on the West 22 at Beach Boulevard if you're on your way. Really a tough morning. Oh, something else I want to worry about. Something North 605 Drive Telegraph. I'll check it for you. Don't go away. Jeff Bob, AF Eye in the Sky. This hour of the Bill Handel Show is brought to you by WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. Find the largest selection of in-stock appliances in Southern California at WBCappliances.com. WBCappliances.com.
Hi, Phil and Kay with iHeart Hollywood Spotlight. The Gold Derby leaderboard continues to give everything everywhere all at once a healthy lead in the race for Best Picture. The Best Actor is still up for grabs, with experts teetering between Austin Butler and Brendan Fraser. Meanwhile, Variety's Ted Davis says Colin Farrell is in home field advantage at the upcoming SAGs on February 19th.
Let's just call it quits. We'll call it quits. Call it sorry.
And going back to the Best Screenplay category, historically the films that win the Golden Globe are from the Oscars. So feel free to piece yourself. That honor will go to the Banshees of Inisherin. And lastly, a big congrats to Viola Davis, who achieved the coveted EGOT status after her recent Grammy win for the narration of her memoir, Finding Me. This is the 18th EGOT winner in Hollywood history. I said EGOT! This is the 18th EGOT winner in Hollywood history. I'm Ellen Kay. This is iHeart Hollywood Spotlight. Okay, guys, Valentine's Day is coming up, and I'm going to tell you how to get the best gift ever. Flowers are great, but giving an experience is even better. So check out with Shutterstone. A subscription to their member-to-dating app is perfect if your partner loves to travel or wants to connect better with a family member. Or if you're looking for something the two of you can do together. Right now, get $120 off lifetime unlimited languages. You'll have access to all 25 of Rosetta's languages for life at rosettastone.com.
It's the perfect time for that new dream kitchen because the kitchen store is having its big fall sale. Find the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of SoCal in the big fall sale by dialing 310 Kitchen, 310 Kitchen, and on the web, 310kitchen.com.
This Valentine's Day, just a little bit of love with fresh flowers from Slater Brothers. Pick up your sweetheart's favorite color of freshly cut roses or tulips. They're always priced right and ready to go. And don't forget the lines. Happy Valentine's Day. With love from Slater Brothers Market.
Homeowners, stop worrying about drinking harmful water. Get a good and whole house water filtration and conditioning system for $0 down and just $49 a month. Go to TRILLIONAIRE.com. More stimulating talk. Part of Bill Handel will be free by, oh God, turn yourself, turn your voice. Bill Handel. And out here's Bill Handel. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel and the morning crew, Wednesday morning, February 8th. We are following what's happening in Turkey and now the death toll is 11,000 more. And it's going to go up by the tens of thousands in his heart. On the good news side, last night, LeBron James surpassed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He is now the NBA's all-time scoring champion. Good for him. We have to figure out how much people pay for it. It just has to be ridiculous. Also, real quickly, Jennifer, thank you. You brought some food this morning, and just greatly appreciate it. Cuban sandwiches in State of Austin, Florida, Latin restaurant. And they're lovely. And Jennifer does this occasionally. She brings in food. So, Jennifer, I have a quick question. When's the last time I brought you food? Never. That is correct. And over the years, Michelle, you've known me all of the years, have I ever brought you food? No. That is correct.
One time you brought a leftover noodle.
Oh, yeah, Google. That's true. The noodle? Yeah, it was half of it that was left that I brought it in.
It was wonderful.
That's good. I make a great Google. You can look it up for the Google. It's big. Well, they bring it. But because you're, oh, yeah. Talking credit. I bring in breads.
But you really don't. You tell somebody else to call for it.
That's also true.
No. So you're right. For LeBron last night, they sold 2 feet at $75,000. That ticket, that's $181,500. or sitting courtside.
So
His two boys.
I mean, he's probably got free tickets, my guess.
I hope so.
Yeah.
And it was cool because he had a conversation with the boys that somebody caught. I saw a clip on Twitter, and he said to his son, he goes, "Should I do it now?" And they were like, "Yeah, you should do it now." He's like, "All right, I'm gonna go do it now." Literally, it was like they were ordering a pepperoni pizza. Like, hey guys, do you want mushrooms? I'm like, yeah, all right, sounds good, Dad. All right, cool. I'm gonna put the order in.
Well, here's a fun story. I'm obviously going to do the story of Joe Biden being too old next segment, but remember Coach, not Coach Shella, they called it Old Shella, out in the desert where it was absolutely extraordinary. Paul McCartney, it was Bach, look, it's like the Rolling Stones, the one concert. So they all brought their families. Because you have the great grandkids, and they're all fairly old, grandkids, kids, as in same. So I was talking to the PR lady because I was interviewing her, and I said, "So my God, how many tickets for all those grandkids? It's a lot of people." And they said, "Well, they got their tickets." I go, "Did they have enough tickets?" But no. I go, "Wow." So they had to give up 3 tickets to one of this. I go, "What do you mean they paid?" "Oh, they had to pay. They wrote the check for everything over the allotted tickets." So Paul McCartney, who's I don't know how many grandchildren, had to pay for those extra tickets.
Do you want to hear something even funnier about last night? No.
Sure.
Okay, so I told you those 2 seats last night. Airport tickets was 181,000 on Ticketmaster, right? They both. But not everybody thought he was going to hit it last night. So the tickets for tomorrow night's game against the Bucks, those same seats, courtside seats, in wherever they're going to be walking, sold for $242,000.
All right, so I'll bet you there's some people that are not real happy that LeBron won the Russians last night. All right, now, when we come back, we are going to do that first. See what you sidebars all the time? All right, and that is our politicians too old for us? And really interesting study. You're going to be fascinated by where it came from. We'll do that. And first, let's check in with Jennifer Jones, leading live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The death toll from the earthquake in Turkey and Syria is now over 11,000. Officials in Turkey say the magnitude 7.8 quake toppled over 6,000 buildings. The IRS is proposing a new program for employers whose workers earn tips. The hope is to reduce the need for compliance reviews by the IRS. And Michael Jackson's estate is preparing to make a massive deal for half of his catalog. TMZ reports and the estate is considering selling 50% interest for nearly $900 million. And it looks like there is talk of the sale happening between the estate and Sony, which was Jackson's long-term record label. We'll get a look at your drive at EKFI in the Sky with 605 in just a moment.
Millions of people are looking for work. So why is it so hard to find good hourly workers? I've had this problem for years. Well, it's simple. We are using the wrong platform. Now, let me give you an idea about what a right platform is. JobGet.com is a unique way for job seekers and employers to connect. So with other hiring sites, you post your job, and then you get up to thousands of resumes from candidates who don't meet the job criteria, are near you, hard to reach. JobGet is different. With JobGet, your top candidates already have the skills that you need. You only talk to candidates in your area. Your candidate get an immediate notification in their JobGet app letting you know you're ready to hire right now. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 minutes. And that means you're hiring right now, today. So try it for free at jobget.com/handle. That's jobget.com/handle.
SoCal weather from KFI. Nice and sunny and warm today with highs from the upper 60s to the mid 70s. This report is brought to you by Think It Up. Let's get a look at your drive at EKFI in the Sky in the 605.
We're going to jump off there. Let's see where this last time around here. That should be before we lock down North 605 right telegraph. Let's have a look at that. And that's absolutely nothing there. Everybody's moving nicely. So it's definitely a little slow coming up from 91 to 105 to the 5. But you'll see, once you get past the 5, a pretty good drive all the way to the 60 and beyond. No problem there. Southbound Warren drive slow. That's about it. The north side now coming up from the 91. That's kind of normal. Meaning the north side will just slow around Norwalk going through 605 and slowly moving up towards the East LA interchange. And as I speak to you, we just made a turn from the South 605 to the South 405 for the 22. Right back. 22 Beach Boulevard, Tato Price investigation. More on that coming up. Jeff Bond, AFI in the sky.
Keep It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered teacher-led learning projects. Human computers, helping you spark great learning experiences in the classroom today. Join us at keepitup.org.
This report is sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Prime members, start your local fair at Whole Foods Market. A double dozen bunch of roses is only $24.99 through February 14th. Head in-store for all your delicious desires. Walk the park out. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
We've all felt the impact of rising food prices. For families of poverty, they're facing malnutrition and even death. You can feed a family for a month with your $50 donation to Compassion International. Just text the word radio to 97646.
Charles Sander at Channel Eye Center. He will give you the all-new Laser Light LASIK exam. Have you heard? The Laser Light LASIK exam. Uses a laser. Measures your eyes over 1,000 times to perfectly map your vision. Everyone's eye is slightly different. We're all like snowflakes. And the Laser Light LASIK exam helps Dr. Mander, when he does the procedure, give you crystal clear vision. I will give away the Laser Light LASIK exam to the first 14 KFI callers. Give you the phone number in a moment. Have your phone ready. If you're nearsighted, farsighted, you have astigmatism, or you need reading glasses, Dr. Mander can do it all. If you're told you're not a candidate for LASIK, you may now qualify for it. Now that Dr. Mander has the Laser Light LASIK exam, it takes over 1,000 measurements of your eyes. Be one of the first 14 callers to get the free exam. Call 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. I'm telling you, Morgan and Morgan and Morgan. Why should you hire the largest entry firm in the world for your entry case? Lots of people hire us. We've collected over $15 billion and won a lot. Morgan and Morgan. Visit morganpeople.com for it all. Here's you on the Exorcist Files podcast. A leading exorcist debut in Elgin, sharing stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martins has encountered evil in every way imaginable. How we portrayed the exorcist with levitation, trauma, sitting at the priest, all of that has not been a movie for me. I have seen that firsthand. Listen to the Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Hump day, everybody, hump day. Moron TJs have been saying that for decades. Hump day? Yes. As a kid, they've been saying hump day. Who started that? When does it stop?
And we say, woohoo, Friday.
That's something dangerous. John and Ken.
How about this morning?
And Mondays are good. I like working live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel in the morning crew, Wednesday, February 8th. And before we get into the topic about politicians being way too old, Biden maybe, here's your chance to win some money. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keyword on our website, credit. That's credit, CREDIT. Enter it now at AFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're looking at accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. And if you do win, it's not because you texted the keyword. You have to enter the keyword online at KFIAM640.com/cash. Winners are notified only by email, so watch out for your email. You may want to check your spam and or junk folder to see if you won also. Continue listening for your next chance to win every hour, and that's from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. Joe Biden is 80 years old. And if he runs again for president, he will be 86. The oldest president by a long shot in the history of the United States. And if Trump runs for president, you can bet that he is going to make fun of Joe Biden jokes. And Donald Trump, if he runs, which he certainly is running, but if he gets a nomination, he will be a spry 78 if he becomes president next time out. We just have old politicians. And here's the question that was popping up, and that is, do we have an age problem with our politicians here in the United States? So a study was done, and guess where it came out of? It came out of the University of Gothenburg in Sweden, studying the age and the acceptance of gay politicians here in the United States, particularly House of Representatives. And there's been another study that came out, a survey that was done by CBS News the last couple of years. So right now, and these were 1,600 candidates that were running for office in the U.S. House of Representatives, and they recorded the ages of candidates who number one received nominations, selected during the primaries, who actually won, and you would guess that younger, even young candidates were really fared much worse. The average age of people who won their primaries was 54. The average age of folks who won the election was around 58. Now, mid-50s are very important. If you look at the history of the United States, the average age of presidents was mid-50s. Now, there were some exceptions, one of them being Joe Biden, who's 130, as you know. And you had some on the younger side. You know, the youngest president ever, there's two youngest presidents, Jennifer. I know you're chewing on something right now. But there's two stats as the youngest presidents in the United States. Okay? One was JFK, who was elected at the age of 42, the youngest president ever elected. And the other one was the youngest person ever to become president within a matter of months. Teddy Roosevelt at the age of 42, but he came in because of the assassination of the Kennedy and walked off in a big stiff, and true. And it walked off the interior big stiff, the great white fleet, which I'm trying doing that today, that went around the world. So those are aberrations. And then you have the rules, which I love talking about. The Constitution provides requirements for president, vice president, senators, House of Representatives. You know what the only requirement is? The only one under the Constitution is age. That's it. It's age. Well, no, you have to be alive, but it's age. 25 years for House of Representative members, 30 years for Senate, 35 years to become president.
Not a legal citizen?
Yeah, you have to be to be president, you have to be a citizen.
But you know about like senator and stuff like that?
Yeah, you don't have to be. I mean, today they would, but I think you can be a resident. I mean, there were plenty of people that who were alive when the Constitution was passed that were British.
Oh, true.
And they were residents of the United States. So I don't think you have to be a citizen. You have to for president. You don't have to vice president.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. So those are the rules, and they're kind of fun rules. Oh, federal court judges. Requirements, if you want to be a state judge, for example, California, you have to be a lawyer. Okay? And you have to be a lawyer for 5 years, I believe. You know what the requirements are for the U.S. District Court judge? 0. And how about the requirements for a appeals court judge? Federal, 0. You could be 18 years old. How about the Supreme Court? 0. There are no requirements at all. And of course, the president, as I said, you have to be 35 years of age or older, and that is it. So the issue here is Joe Biden being the oldest and his putative enemy or putative candidate's been running against him 7 years. And that's Donald Trump. So these surveys go around and ask young people if you have a problem with older candidates. And the answer is a resounding yes. You betcha. Not that they're just, not really that are they old. Remember when we were younger, was it, I think it was, I'm not mistaken, which rocks are they didn't trust anybody over 70. Or over 30, I'm sorry. I think Mick Jagger was given the credit for that, but he didn't say that. And he's now in his mid-70s. He's still going crazy. So it's not just they're old people, but look at the issues that we're talking about. Younger people have different issues. Younger people, for example, are really into climate change. Older politicians, for the most part, are not. Younger people feel underrepresented. And it's harder for younger people to even get elected. Does that make sense? You can't bitch and moan about that. Because number one, we vote on experience. We also vote incumbents have a much easier time getting elected. We know that. And it's easier to be an incumbent when you're older. You have a war chest. You know how to raise money. You spend more time raising money and do it more efficiently when you're an older politician. You put all of that together and you argue, look at the experience I have. You put all that together and you've got the older politician that is probably going to win. And I mean by a ridiculous long shot. There are very few younger politicians. I think AOC was 28. And occasionally you get a House of Representative members who's in even mid-20s, late 20s. That really evaporation. How many young senators are there? Not many. Are there any senators in their 30s, as a matter of fact? I don't think so.
Wasn't one just elected from like Arkansas or something like that? I thought we did a story on that.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, the vast majority of senators are older, and politicians are getting older. As we get older, then the politicians get older, and the disparity between young people and older people becomes bigger and bigger. Who was it, I believe, was Barack Obama elected at 48. Yeah, and everybody else, for the most part, were in their 50s. That seems to be the magic age of the history of the United States. Keep in mind, someone elected in 1804, 1808, in your 50s was a lot older than someone in their 50s.
In 2021, the youngest sitting senator was
35. Okay, thank you for that. I said there aren't too many senators that are in their 30s.
And Jack Weinberg was the one who said don't trust anyone over 30. And in the year 2000, he turned 60, which means that he will soon be 83 years old. What if he still doesn't trust anyone?
You don't trust anybody over 30. You never trust anybody over 30. So we actually have can you imagine having a president elected at age 83, will be in his late 80s or mid 80s to get out of office? Wow, will he even know he's president? Wow. Coming up, Eve Sharp, Heindel and the House Whisperer, right here, KFI. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
I'm glad King James can hold court so that Handel can't. Here's KFI playing Resnick on the big record break last night. LeBron James' quest for the NBA all-time scoring record reached its climax last night against the Oklahoma City Thunder. James scored 38 points, 2 more than needed to knock Green Edge LeBron out of the top spot. Afterwards, James revealed he has a lot in common with Frank Sinatra.
To the ups, to the downs, to the ins and outs, to the trials and tribulations, I've always maintained me. And done it my way. I didn't want to emulate nobody. I wanted to be myself.
The Clippers get the Dallas Mavericks at 7 o'clock tonight. That's live on AM 570 LA Sports. No records will be set. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. Help is on the way for some people in LA hit with rent increases. The LA City Council has voted to require landlords to pay relocation assistance to tenants in LA who move out following certain rent increases. The ordinance passed yesterday is the final part of the package of Senate protections the council wanted to implement after it voted to end the local state of emergency due to COVID-19 at the end of last month. Under the city ordinance, if a landlord increases rent by more than 10%, the owner has to pay the renter 3 times the fair market rent for relocation fees, plus more than $1,400 in moving costs. Deborah Marsh, KFI News. News is brought to you by WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. $4 million intended to help families in OC pay off past due water bills has been sitting virtually untouched. CAPOC President Gregory Scott says not enough people know about the first-of-its-kind federal low-income household water assistance program.
It supports low-income families, addresses their water security needs at the moment. So we want to make sure that this money does not go back to the federal government, that it goes right into the hands of the people who need it the most.
Scott says CAPOC handles the program for Orange County, but so far only $300,000 has been allocated. He says any money not applied for by August 31st must be returned to the Fed. A lawsuit claims Santa Ana's prevented a religious charity from feeding the homeless amid unproven claims the nonprofit attracts crime. Lawyer Ed Connor says the city declined the permit for Micah's Way, claiming unauthorized food distribution.
In fact, we said to the city, why don't we do a study? Let's find out if there really are any problems associated with any of the activities in Micah's Way. Most cities refuse to do that.
The lawsuit claims Micah's Way has religious beliefs to help and feed the hungry, which are protected by federal law. Santa Ana says the lawsuit filed last week is under review and declined further comment. that's helped cut Florida's fruit production in half. The Citrus Pest and Disease Prevention Division in California has been preparing for HOV to make it cross-country since it was first discovered in 2005. Since then, and partly because of it, California recently passed Florida in orange production. Officials say HOV is currently only spreading among residential citrus growers, and outreach to those communities has helped to catch on it. They also say if it spreads to commercial growers, we could potentially lose oranges, lemons, limes, and all other citrus fruit from California. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
We'll do a review of the 22 in just a moment.
Unfiltered chlorinated tap water just doesn't cut it. I mean, it's safe, certainly, but it's tap water, which means that it doesn't taste very good. I don't think so. So it's minerals, chemicals, it's not a supplement. Well, the Light Source whole house water filtration system, very different. First of all, it starts by filtering the water outside your house. So as all the water goes inside your house, it's highly filtered, delicious, obviously insanely safe. All right, here's your bottom line. You are bathing, you're cooking, you're washing dishes, you're washing your clothes, you're obviously drinking effectively bottled water. And boy, what a cup of coffee it makes. And I've had a Light Source system for over 10 years. And here's another thing about the Light Source system. No maintenance. Once it's installed, done. Forget about it. Just enjoy the water. Call 800-803-2696 for a free consultation or visit lightsourcewater.com, 800-803-2696. lightsourcewater.com. Taste and feel the difference.
SoCal weather from KFI. It's sunny and warm today with highs from the upper 60s to the mid 70s. We could see highs in the upper 70s tomorrow, maybe even eke out an 80. Otherwise, then we're going to cool it back down into the 60s as we go into the weekend. Clouds roll in on Saturday with a chance of showers all the way through Monday, and then it looks like everybody will get some rain on Tuesday. Right now it's 63 and orange, 57 in Dana Point. Take a look at your drive, KFI in the sky, and an update of the 22.
Nothing good here. As a matter of fact, we've had two fatalities here this morning. One on the surface street, San Fernando Valley, and the other one right here. Now, if you are sitting, and I know you're sitting on the West 22 coming away from the 5, not moving anywhere, look up a little bit, you'll see your buddy KFI in the sky, your buddies KFI in the sky spinning around here. First, if you get on the West 42 Beach Boulevard, you'll be a very happy person. Doing that is very difficult. West 22 before Beach Boulevard, only the carpool lane is open. And that's the reason for the really has no exaggeration at all, a parking lot coming away from the 5. Garden Grove Boulevard, especially approaching where it goes underneath the 22, because of the signals, of course, you got to deal with on surface streets, biggest worse than the freeway. Now, keep looking at Westminster Boulevard on the south side. It's not great, but it's slightly better. Now, the delays were long. You know, what happened, somebody was actually walking on the freeway here early this morning, was hit and killed, and that's what's going on. Now, I think they're getting close to reopening some lanes here, but still could be some time. So, long time delays. That's happening on the map real quick, an important intersection, right Balboa, right around Van Nuys Airport. Balboa and Vickery completely shut down. Yet another person killed in a high-speed crash. That's going to be going on for some time. And because of that, the 405 is really taking a beat in this one. It's still Roscoe Boulevard up and over there. Just far on KFI in the sky. Hey, y'all, it's Dean. Before I get with Bill, it is 2023. You're excited about making some changes in your home. Bravo, yes. But when it comes to finding just the right appliances, it's hard to find appliances. And, you know, things, faucets, ducts, toilets, all that kind of stuff. You're going to need my secret weapon. That is WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Now, sure, you can order them somewhere else. But why? It's WBC has them. And for those of you in SoCal East, the WBC La Quinta showroom is opening soon. And even though this new massive showroom is not open quite yet, the sales team is available for free consult, inventory pricing, and they can answer any question on lead times for any project. Contact La Quinta or the WBC nearest you. Go to WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com. Staples Print and Marketing is committed to quality and printing perfect every time. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more. Offer is $245. Visit Staples.com/store/print for details. Try Staples and see the difference. Want to know what the most successful investment opportunities during both a recession and an economic boom? It's where you shop every day. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate. With over $1.5 billion in assets, First National Realty Partners offers investors
foods, and many others. See what over 2,000 investors are earning on annual returns and quarterly cash distribution checks from professionally vetted commercial real estate investments. Speak with our investor relations team. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or visit fnrpradio.com. That's fnrpradio.com. Results are not guaranteed with risk associated with securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Any representations as to stability, diversification, security, or resistance to inflation reflect our belief in such outcomes and may or may not be realized. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Past performance is not an indicator of future results. Visit us at fnrpradio.com.
The Hit True Crime Podcast, Paper Ghost, is back with a brand new case. Season 3 digs deeper into the 1992 cold case murder of Tammy Jo Zwicky, a New Jersey college student, and uncovers a murky police investigation, a pool of new suspects, and the community still desperate for answers 30 years later.
Tammy's supposed to be on campus, and she's not here. And people are starting to get worried.
Listen to Paper Ghost on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Let's be honest, vacations suck. And if I guess prices have you sitting at home like a loser, maybe it's time you were a winner. KFI wants to give you a cash refill with $1,000 every weekday hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just looking for the keyword, then enter it at KFIAM640.com/cash. No texting, just winning. Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Claim your cash refill on KFI AM 640 for stimulating talk. This hour of the Bill Handel Show brought to you by Cook Kitchen Store. Find the largest cabinet design showroom in Southern California at 310kitchen.com, 310kitchen.com.
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here. And since it is Wednesday, last half hour of the show, we of course do the segment called Handel and the House Whisperer with Dean Sharp. Saturdays 6 to 8 here on KFI. Sundays 9 to 12. And his address at home with Dean. And good morning, Dean.
Good morning, Bill.
Okay, today what we're going to talk about, and this is what I asked Dean to throw me topics because he obviously is interested in stuff and knows it. I always come up with the same stuff. It's all about me. So let's do something a little bit different. And this is aging in place. Now, I had told you many times, Dean, we don't get personal. And I do not appreciate you talking about aging in place as we start talking. I just want to let you know. I was going to say, isn't this a little bit about you? I know, unfortunately, too much about me. Lovely. Thank you for that. All right, what do you mean by that, aging in place?
Aging in place is in the history of architecture and residential home builds, aging in place is a relatively new concept. It's been around for about 20 years now that we've been talking about it in this way. I actually prefer the term universal design because a nuance that it brings, which is that this is something that everybody should incorporate in their house regardless. But aging in place is really about the turn in our culture from sending, mom and dad away to the nursing home, as opposed to keeping them at home, keeping them in the family home, keeping them in place, aging in place in the home you work so hard to buy, pay off, and all the ways necessary in terms of adjustments and alterations to a home like that in order to keep you there safe and sound.
All right, we're going to take a break in a minute, and we're going to come back to this, but I would think that the new laws regarding ADUs are absolutely perfect for the concept of family members, grandparents, elderly aunts, uncles coming in and living with you without living with you.
Well, that's very true. We used to call them granny flats or mother-in-law suites. But yeah, that's if you've got a home yourself and you're talking about welcoming your older
close by, but everybody has their privacy. So you can still hate your in-laws and make it work. I've heard that before. Excellent. So here's what I want to ask, and that is, when you set HE in place, what kind of changes do you have to make? And can you do it inexpensively? Because you are talking about, I'm assuming, people that are in wheelchairs because they're just not younger anymore. Doorknobs that are difficult to open, faucets that are difficult to deal with. I'm sure there's a lot going on with that. And where you find this stuff, and is there a specialty where you talk to people who know this and know it? Cool. We'll take a break and come back, and we'll jump in with you on that topic. This is KFI. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Turkey's president is seeing the damage from a devastating earthquake for himself. He visited the country's southern region and expressed sadness about the massive quake that killed at least 11,000 people. House Speaker McCarthy says Republicans can't take the bait when President Biden says the party wants to cut Social Security and Medicare, and security forces are looking for a pilot from New Zealand who was taken hostage by separatist rebels in Indonesia. The pilot was captured yesterday by independence fighters who stormed the plane just after it landed in a small airport. We'll get a look at your drive, KFI in the sky with 710 in just a moment.
So how much do you think your home is worth this year? And let's compare it to what it's going to be worth next year. Probably not as much. So if you're thinking about borrowing against your home equity, you know what? How am I going to do it this year? Pull the trigger now. And some experts predict that property values will decline over the next few years, making the mortgage more challenging for you to tap into your home equity. Now, if you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you do this. It doesn't matter what you say you want the money for. Consolidating debt, home improvement, increasing the value of your home. Doesn't matter, whatever your situation may be. HMS Capital. I'm recommending the 2 mortgages of HMS Capital, so clearly I believe behind what they do. Call 833-255-5698, hmscapital.com, 833-255-5698, hmscapital.com.
SoCal weather from KFI will stay sunny today and warm with highs in the upper 60s to the mid-70s. This report is brought to you by your Staples stores. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places and check the 710.
So I think this is close on the passing over right now. We're flying northbound going up from the 405 going up on the long term. There's no one which is 91. Still a couple of cars left to the shoulder. This is a crash in the lane. So if you're coming down from the 5 now, get ready. It's going to be slow. From the 105, just down through the 91, the 405, speed play, all of that stuff all the way down there down. So at least all lanes are open. No, not too bad. Northbound drum getting slow at the 105. This is fairly predictable situation, but north of Florence, things will improve. And boy, the Garden Freeway, after you're just joining us, we've been yapping about this all morning. Terrible situation. West 22 at Beach Boulevard, only one lane is open. Solid back up the top. Garden Boulevard, now the good alternative West Beach. So maybe we can get on to West 22 at Beach Boulevard. It's all due to a fatal crash investigation. Boy, that is weekend. Jeff Fun on KFI in the sky.
Right now during Staples dinner time, select chairs are more than 50% off, like the leather vortex tuning chair, now just $119.99. Offer ends 2/11, multiplied by Staples, the working and learning great savings store.
Hey, Steve Sharp, now is the perfect time for that new green kitchen. That's the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California. The Kitchen Store is having its fall sale. The Kitchen Store is right off the 405 in Culver City with 12-month savings cash financing, pricing that keeps the big boxes, a totally free in-showroom consult with an expert kitchen designer, and happening right now, the big fall sale. So start your new kitchen right by dialing 310 Kitchen. That's 310 Kitchen. Find them on the web at 310kitchen.com.
This report is sponsored by WaterHeatersOnly.com. Who can you call 24 hours a day for help with your water heater? Water Heaters Only. Call 2 or visit WaterHeatersOnly.com. A live expert answers the phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Visit WaterHeatersOnly.com. That's WaterHeatersOnly.com.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, I Heard Media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Hey, it's Dean Sharp. California just changed the laws for solar, and sadly, it means new solar customers will get 75% less compensation. The good news is you can lock in the great rates of the current system, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th, which means now is the time to call Sunlux. If you're even thinking about solar, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to waste. Start today. Sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. CSLB 100834. Portions of the following program will be recorded.
There are two cities that have the highest return to office rates at above 60%. Austin and Houston. Texas is one of those places where COVID never happened. I mean, if you ask most people, the lowest return to office rate was in San Jose. Gary and Shannon, which is all tech companies, the heart of Silicon Valley. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Hannon here, and the morning crowd on Wednesday, February 8th, as we finish our Wednesday show with Dean Sharp handling the House Whisper segment. Dean, of course, at home with Dean is the social address. And he's heard Saturday morning 6 to 8, just prior to handle on the law. Sundays 9 to 12. And Dean, welcome back. And we are talking about aging in place. That is, keeping old people at your house, theoretically in-laws, parents. And it's not an American concept either. We don't do that well in this country, although we're getting better at it. But if you go to other cultures, go to East Europe, you go to, say, Asian country, that's what they do. You get extended family and grandparents are there. So let's talk about what you do. As soon as somebody's going to come into your house, you're going to have an in-law, you're going to have a parent come in. How do you deal with the house?
Well, there are a number of different things. You really, of course, have to customize it to what their actual needs are. You know, there are some folks, even in middle age, that are in need of a lot of access situations, and there are some people in their 80s and 90s who are, jumping around just fine. So it really has to do with the individuals that you're talking about. And as far as the changes to the house are concerned, it has a lot to do with the house. A single-story house, a ranch-style house that doesn't really have any floor-level changes and that you can navigate throughout, may or may not need a whole lot of changes. Maybe just switching out, round doorknobs to lever-shaped doorknobs. Because, round doorknobs, as people start to have arthritis in their hand, they're actually the hardest of all doorknobs to negotiate. Because you got to really squeeze them and get a good turn on them. Whereas a lever is so much easier. I mean, if I had my whole hand just wrapped up in a cast, you can still just reach out and push down on a lever with the back of your hand in order to open the door. So those kinds of considerations are things that you can change out in the house without, taking out a loan or breaking a bank. But if you got like a two-story house, then there may be a consideration to retrofit an elevator into your house, and that's something that is going to cost you more. Although, if it's your own home, right? Let's just not talk about having mom and dad come and live with you. Let's talk about you being mom and dad. If it's the difference between leaving your family home and being able to stay for what is essentially the price of a car, then an elevator these days, whose price points, by the way, really come down, is not that crazy of an idea anymore. It's no longer just a luxury thing. It's an appliance that can be used to preserve the legacy of a family home.
Yeah, I can't think of anything that makes more sense. And here I'm going to brag a little bit. I'm going to blow my own horn. Because when we built the first house, we built it with the anticipation that house is going to be lived in. And so basically the end of our days. And put an elevator in. And from minute one, and you've been there, the house, it's a young build. And I put it in commercial elevator, which is a little unusual. But if you think about it, it actually pans out. And it pans out. But that is the biggest thing. The problem with putting an elevator in is where do you find the room? Because the house is not built for elevators. Even if you can afford it, say you get out a loan and it's $20,000 or $30,000. I mean, over the course of 10 or 15 years, that's nothing in terms of keeping your house. Where do you find the room for that?
Well, you got to get creative, and that's where a good designer would come into play to
quite often, especially in two-story tract homes, there's a pernicious habit of these tract home designs is that they repeat patterns downstairs and up. Sometimes you'll find, for instance, closet space, even tall coat closets, stacked from one story to the next, or somebody's closet in their bedroom stacked. The point being, sometimes you find those spaces. Sometimes we can find room for like a 4 foot by 4 foot elevator shaft, and taking up some storage space that just happens to align with storage space on the floor above or below it. And boom, if you can reallocate and find another place for that storage, then you've got a potential elevator shaft sitting right there.
And what if you don't? I mean, when you talk about creative, I'm assuming there are plenty of houses where you just can't do it. I mean, you put an elevator on the outside, you create the shaft, and you let
That is an option. Outside elevator shafts actually are an option sometimes. You can violate your setback ordinance, and if you're squeezed in with just a 5 foot setback on both sides of your house, it's not going to be on the outside of your house, but it could be in the back. Could be in the back. And also these days, with elevator technology, like one of the ones that is winning awards the last 5 years in a row, these new pneumatic elevators, these tube elevators, and you don't need a shaft at all. All you need to do is find room downstairs and upstairs where there's nothing in the way, and you create a 3 or 4 foot diameter hole in the floor, and everything else is a part of the elevator. It's basically like those tubes that they use at the bank to whisk cash on into the back room, except you don't go that fast when you go.
Yeah, exactly. You can't do that. So they're very fast when you go flying up there at 45 miles an hour. That's true. But then you go beyond that. If you're talking about what lowering cabinets, I mean, it's that, so people in wheelchairs have access. But now you're talking about a ton of money.
Yeah, and absolutely, it's expensive. But the point is that most houses, don't become overnight, and so we're not really talking about that. What we're talking about is looking at the future, and as the years roll on, of course, every house, goes through stages of remodeling and changes and so on. And so, what we're going to be aiming at most of the time is making people aware of this aging in place reality and the changes that are coming. And so every time, they're going to remodel the bathroom. Now is the time to take that into account. We're not suggesting that everybody is going to be in a position where they can just gut a house and reset it for aging in place. But layer upon layer, task upon task, remodel item upon remodel item, you make those changes. And before you know it, over a 10, 15, 20-year period of time, this house is ready to go.
Now, this is where you and I absolutely agree. Because doing a remodel to a building, in my case, with the anticipation years down the road, still being able to stay in the house. And I have seen people who had to move and no longer live in the house because of physical limitations, leaving, selling in their 70s and 80s, and that is no fun. A lot of people aren't prepared for that. That's a huge hassle, and as you said, just staying in your house and not having to deal with it. And that's extraordinary, that concept.
A recent survey among gerontologists was just published a couple of months ago. 94% of older adults say that they plan to age in their home, even as their health needs change. That's what a huge marketplace this is right now, and what a huge demand it is. People want to stay put; they don't want to go off to the home.
Yeah, even now, you've seen those, the sunken living rooms where you can literally just put lamps up from one level to the other. Of course, if they're steep enough that they don't ride in your wheelchair.
Well, I can't even count how many sunken living rooms we've just built in. We've just brought it up to the level of everything else around it. And another thing, Bill, is technology takes us to a whole new place. You and I talk a lot about smart homes. There is no other place in the home building industry in which smart technology makes a bigger difference than with aging in place. That's when a smart home really, really enables somebody to function in their home without having to do all the work.
Hey, quick question. Is the smart home technology, is it incorporating voice recognition where you can tell it to do certain things?
Oh, absolutely. That's exactly where we're going. We're really kind of turning that corner right now. More and more every day, more and more things tie into networks where you would talk to your personal assistant. And then there are all sorts of assisted voice recognition and voice control technologies out there for the agent.
All right. What are you going to talk about this weekend?
This is it. Both shows, part one and part two, Saturday and Sunday, with aging in place all weekend long because we've got so many things to share with people.
All right, my friends, we'll catch you over the weekend, Saturday 6 to 8, and that's in the morning, Sundays 9 to 12. And at home with Dean is Dean's social address. Dean, you have a good one. Hi to Dean, okay?
Thank you, Doc.
All right. Coming up, it's none other than Gary and Shannon, and they're here right up until 1 o'clock. So, Gary, what do you have on the menu today?
Well, we're going to talk about what was wrong with both the State of the Union address last night from the president and the Republican response. And a huge shot has been fired. The Donald Trump versus Ron DeSantis war is kinetic now. We'll explain what's going on. KFI and KOST, HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County.
All hail the king. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LeBron James has become the NBA's all-time scoring leader.
LeBron, one-on-one against Tim Williams, backing him in. Turns, shoots, scores!
The 14-foot turnaround fadeaway shot called on ESPN. LeBron James played the record last night, breaking Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's all-time NBA scoring record held since 1984.
I would never, ever in a million years think that he was better than what he is tonight. So, thank you, guys.
James entered the game with 38,352 points, needing 36 to overtake Abdul-Jabbar. He finished the night at Crypto.com Arena with 38 points. The Lakers still lost to OKC 133 to 130. The death toll from Monday's earthquake in Turkey and Syria has passed 11,000. Brookings visiting fellow and former Turkish journalist Asli Adil Trashman says many people are still blaming poor construction for the high number of people killed by the 7.8 quake.
One building stands still, and then the next one is down. There's clearly rocky construction, and officials and haven't bothered to enforce existing legislation and guidelines.
People digging through a collapsed building in a northwest Syrian town discovered a baby whose mother appears to have given birth to her while buried underneath the rubble. The mom did not survive. Gary Shannon will talk more about the president's speech last night. He took some shots at Republicans during the State of the Union address. Biden criticized Republicans for not raising the country's debt ceiling without conditions.
Some of my Republican friends want to take the economy hostage. I get it. Unless I agree to their economic plans.
Biden said those plans include cutting Medicare and Social Security.
I'm not saying it's a majority. Anybody who doubts it, contact my office. I'll give you a copy. I'll give you a copy of the proposal.
Biden says he wants the wealthy to pay what he calls their fair share. He also spoke about changing the tax system so corporations pay 4 times the tax on stock buyback. Brandon Say, the man who wrestled the gun away from the Monterey Park mass shooter, was recognized by the president last night.
You thought he was going to die. You're talking about the people inside. In that instant, he found the courage to act and wrestle the city automatic pistol away from the gunman. We've already killed 11 people in other gas studio.
They won a rare bipartisan ovation. A truck driver has been given $500,000 by San Bernardino County for a wrongful arrest by deputies. KFI's Blake Trolley reports live the county board of supervisors voted to give the man money.
The man was arrested while making a delivery to a store in Apple Valley. The driver had parked his truck at a loading dock in 2019, then walked into the store to tell management about the delivery and buy food. On his way back to the truck, deputies stopped the man on suspicion of loitering. Deputies asked the truck driver for his ID, but the driver refused, complained, and asked to speak to a supervisor. The Sioux State deputies then told the truck driver that he was being hostile and put him in handcuffs. Deputies say the man took on a fighting stance. The truck driver alleges the decision to arrest him and put him in handcuffs was retaliatory. The driver was charged with resisting arrest. However, those charges were dropped for lack of evidence. Reporting live, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A police cruiser has crashed into 3 other cars at Alvarado Street and Beverly Boulevard in the Westlake area of LA. Police say the crash happened about 7:30 this morning. A man in his 20s was hurt and taken to the hospital. The LAPD says hate crimes in the city are the highest they've been since 2010. City data released this week shows 692 hate crimes reported in 2022. New documents have been released about the conduct of the Memphis police officers who detained Tyree Nichols last month and shows one officer took and shared photos of Nichols after he was severely beaten. The officer stood over Nichols as he raced off against the police car, took the pictures, which he sent to other officers and a female appointment. The new documents were released by the Tennessee Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission. And the only black designer belonging to Italy's Fashion Council is withdrawing from this month's Milan Fashion Week. Stella Jean cited a lack of commitment to diversity and inclusion when announcing a hunger strike out of concern that other minority designers associated with her will get backlash. Checking your KFI financial report right now, the Dow is down 158, S&P is down 38, and NASDAQ is down 169. The average price of the gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.62, and your KFI financial report is brought to you by SaddlebackEye.com.
For a limited time, get up to $1,800 off LASIK from SaddlebackEye.com.
SoCal weather from KFI, a beautiful day ahead with highs in the upper 60s to the mid-70s. We can make the upper 70s, maybe even an 84 tomorrow. Get back into the 60s as we head into the weekend. Clouds roll in on Saturday with a chance of showers all the way through Monday, and then a good chance of everybody getting showers on Tuesday. Right now it's 58 in Orange, 57 in Dana Point, and 48 in Santa Clarita. Get a look at your drive with EKFI in the sky. This time we're going to check out the 60s.
Boy, is it really busy. We did some of this here, which is what I warned you about an unusual delay. We've got a lot of unusual problems here, but an unusual phase. On the eastbound 60, coming away from the 605 out to about Azusa, that's where it was a problem, and it's just plain slow going. Now, the westbound drive, actually not too bad, coming away from the 605, but what we're over now is, boy, a big problem. It's the westbound 10 at Baldwin. Now, that's a little bit to the west of the 605, maybe before road. If you're familiar with that area, where the freeway makes a little challenges left. We first got over this, the whole freeway was shut down. There's just numerous cars, tow trucks, police. It's just, I don't know what's going on down there, but there's an awful lot of people and vehicles down there. Now, as I speak to you, it's the express lanes and a couple of the main lines are blocked. Now, what it's done is that, so it's just an awful drive coming off Kellogg Hill, which up through the 605 out to this point. I mean, it's really, really bad. Once you get past this, things are okay. Another awful situation. We've had two fatal crashes this morning. One is San Fernando Valley, the other one Barn Grove. West Point Hill Beach Boulevard open, one lane open all morning long. That's a parking lot there. And the other big problem is San Fernando Valley near Van Nuys Airport, Lake Balboa. Victory at Balboa, that's been shut down. A high-speed crash and then a fatality there. So really a tough morning. Don't go there. We've got a lot more to tell you. Jump on AFI in the sky. This hour is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Let's go places. Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, knee pain, or shoulder pain in your hips or back?
Hey, Gary and Shannon, you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next Generation Pain Management has arrived. Here it is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is the all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, putting them directly into your achy joints and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro athletes have been doing this for years now. You can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again, pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations, Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-9917. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN.
I get it. Flip it, cuff it, check it twice a day.
I get it. Flip it, cuff it, check it in the morning and before dinner.
I get it. Flip it, cuff it, check it, and share it right after. Nearly 1 in 2 U.S. adults have high blood pressure. That's why it's important to self-monitor your blood pressure and 4 easy-to-remember steps. It starts with a monitor.
Now that I know my blood pressure numbers, I talk with my doctor. We're getting those numbers down.
Be next to talk to your doctor about your blood pressure numbers. AdVocate.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the American Heart Association, and the American Medical Association, in partnership with the Office of Minority Health and Health Resources and Services Administration.
Running out of hot water? Visit waterheatersonly.com. Quick service, friendly technicians, low prices. More stimulating talk. The following is taken only from a truck. Whoops. Whoa. Right out of the gate. That was all scary. Major style points. Shannon Fair.
Like Tim Closer Welsh and the whole thing that my children are better than what she wanted to do.
Hey, what is going on here? Gary and Shannon. Do want to steal personality traits. You live. Oh my goodness. What a change of events here.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I got a text message from John Koval on my way home yesterday.
What? Did you throw the phone out the window?
No.
I wouldn't know what to do with that.
Well, you didn't work with him for 17 years. Or 4, and that's not like 17. Oh, I'll share the contact with you. He wrote to me yesterday and he said, bad news. And then he attached a news alert. Yeah, he attached a news alert. Here it is. Gustavo Dudamel will leave LA for the New York Philharmonic. And you know when you get sad news from a friend and you don't know how to respond, you don't know what they need. Do you need comfort or answers or solution?
Emoji, you can't.
Yeah, I didn't know what kind of state he was in because he didn't put any punctuation on the comment sad news.
What is it? But it's a couple years.
He's going to New York. There's flights to New York all the time.
We got good news. State of the Union is strong.
Because the soul of this nation is strong. Because the backbone of this nation is strong. Because the people of this nation are strong. The state of the union is strong.
Doctor said too much, sir. This was a complete circus. This was a night of crazy. You got Mitt Romney yelling at George Santos in the aisle. You had Jill Biden making out with Kamala Harris's husband. The president's yelling at people. The people are swearing back. It was just a complete circus. Marjorie Taylor Greene walking around a balloon. And what was that yellow outfit?
Oh, that was Kirsten Sinema.
What the hell was that?
It's not good. I mean, that's her personality.
That's Grammys, honey.
She is the most sleeveless senator in the history of the United States Senate.
Too much ruffle for me.
This has become, and this was one of the criticisms we said a couple weeks ago about politics and politicians lately, is they think they are celebrities. We need to nip that in the bud. There cannot be a step and repeat. There cannot be a red carpet. This is not about you.
Honey, that ship has sailed. Ooh. Elle Woods has made her way to Washington. Kamala Harris is wearing a designer suit last night.
Which bothered my wife because the red of the suit did not match the red stripes and the flag that was immediately behind her. That was a little bit off putting. The other thing is, Kevin McCarthy is 9 feet tall, apparently. When you saw the comparison of those two sitting next to each other, because Kamala Harris is not a short person, but I don't know if Kevin McCarthy was sitting on bumped up his office chair or something like that. But, so last night,
She's a short person.
oh, she is?
She's 5'2".
I never would have guessed.
Yeah, the reason I remembered it is because we were just talking about that New York Times hit piece, so to speak, and I may call it a hit piece because it was in the New York Times and was not favorable to her. When she took office, she wanted all the chairs to be switched out because she was 5'2".
That's right. I just assumed that she was. So President Biden had a lot to say. Said a lot of things that he was saying in his State of the Union address, including plans that he has, successes that he has had, or that he's at least taking credit for. Things like the lowest unemployment we've had in 50 years. That's great news. Fastest job creation we've had in a very long time. Well, part of that is because everything was shut down out of fear and people lost gazillions of jobs.
So yes, we were filling them back into, putting them back in the job market.
I listened to handlers listen to the show and clearly gave him some amphetamine, some fentanyl, something that I asked for.
Yeah, but it got a little ahead of themselves.
Make no mistake. If you're trying again to raise the cost of living drugs, I will veto it.
Musician drugs. That was trending on Twitter. Like, I am in favor of musician drugs.
Cost of living drugs.
I wish somebody had told me what that was. I thought it was prison jobs.
Living drugs.
I thought it was advocating for prison jobs.
Clearly saying precision jobs.
Living drugs.
Precision jobs. What is a precision job?
Highly skilled technical workers. Right, so if you write, what's it?
Trying again to raise the cost of living drugs.
There's the cost. He doesn't want prison workers to make more money. That's what I heard.
The biggest tackle point, if you want to call it that, came when he was talking about Medicare and Social Security and Republican plans therefore.
Some Republicans want Medicare and Social Security sunset. I'm not saying it's entirely. I'll give you a copy of the proposal. That means Congress doesn't vote. Well, I'm glad to see it. No, I'm saying I enjoy conversion.
It's a congressional, it's a term for something that happens in Congress. If a policy is not changed or altered in some way, it will go away. I think it was what he was referring to.
So that was, I've served in Congress for 75
I'm
years.
using language that you don't know.
Got it.
Now, it is true, there are a couple of Republicans who have talked about allowing those entitlement programs to sunset as mandatory spending, instead bring them up for regular renewal, which is a way of, like he's talking about, this conversion thing. The Republicans have been pushing away from those. I think Mike Lee was one of those at some point, but Kevin McCarthy happens to be Speaker of the House, relatively powerful person, has said that cuts to Social Security and Medicare are, quote, off the table. President Trump warned Republicans to leave those programs alone when it comes to the negotiations, when it comes to the debt ceiling. Mr. Biden, of course, acknowledged that it seems those programs were off the books for now, but he's right in saying that there may be one or two Republicans who have talked about the possibility of it, but not completely doing away with it.
All right, coming up next, we can fact check some of the president's claims at the State of the Union, also more on the circus that was Capitol Hill last night. And while some were watching that, others were watching LeBron break that record. Got one question about that. On the call, he steps back to that jump shot, and the announcer, I think I already saying, for the record, as he's stepping back. But he breaks that to you. Next time, does he say, for the record? Because you always don't fix it, right? Like that.
Yes, he does.
So you just keep saying
He
it.
may have said it 4 times. It's just when the basket finally went in.
No, you didn't say it, but like,
I know, but if he did, we wouldn't go back and play the free now.
you gotta do something else. What if he said, for the record, here's the record, this is it, the record. Yeah, you have to have several iterations of for the record. You have them written down.
We'll continue in just a moment. Jennifer Jones is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Governor Newsom says the president is creating a brighter future, and California is proud to help them finish the job. He weighed in on last night's State of the Union, saying it shows what unity can actually look like. The U.S. Labor Secretary is reportedly leaving the president's cabinet for a job heading the NHL Players Association, where he will reportedly earn $3 million. And another California tech company is cutting jobs. This time, it's Zoom that plans to lay off 1,300 employees. That's about 15% of its staff. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a mostly sunny day ahead. Highs will be in the upper 60s to the mid-70s. This report is brought to you by Santa Monica Buick GMC. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Check the drive on the 215.
All right, for the record, traffic is just dreadful this morning. My goodness. 30 miles is plenty of area to make you drive earlier this morning. An hour and 20 minutes from Elk North to Riverside on the 250 early. We've been spinning around the San Bernardino freeway for, gosh, this is another horrible drive. The worst 10-minute Baldwin, that's west of the 605 where you go over the wash there. And then another problem was at Fremont. That should be 47
also blocking the express lanes, and the one at Walden blocked more than that. So bottom line, Azusa to the 605, over towards the 710, it's a call. Long way from this. We got to warn you about coming through Garden Grove. I think they're starting to maybe finish this up. But 122 Beach Boulevard, one I know from Fatal Price Investigation, it's beyond dreadful. It's just you don't want to go near that freeway. Garden Grove Boulevard, Westminster, they're all busy blocking that corner. Jeff KFI in Wisconsin.
Santa Monica Buick GMC, the free no-charge maintenance package with every new vehicle has been held over till Saturday at Santa Monica Buick GMC, home of Denali USA. Santa Monica Buick GMC.com. This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples Print and Marketing is committed to quality and printing perfect every time. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more, offering $225. Visit Staples.com/store/full for details. Try Staples and see the difference.
This President's Day, don't miss this great hail to the cheap sale. Don't you mean hail to the cheap, Larry? No, we're one hail to the cheap, with over 50% off the best brand. Over 50% off? It's more like a hail to the cheap sale, because you're stealing every penny of profit. Literally, during Citizen's President's Sale, we're making food more affordable. Because with your good credit, buy today and pay interest-free for 36 months. On purchase of about $3,000 with your minimum monthly payment is 10% down. Plus save $500 on temper adjustable sets and save up to $900 on purple food systems. Let's just call it the hail to the fleet sale. Why hail to the fleet? Because these discounts are going to make me lose my You're killing me, Larry. So this President's Sale, save over 50% off and stay interest-free for 36 months. During Citizen's Hail to the Cheap Sale. Then think of being anyone's advertised price or your mattress is free. Prime numbers. Start your love affair at Whole Foods Market. A double-dozen bunch of roses is only $24.99 through February 14th. Head in-store for all your delicious desires. While supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial #250 and say keyword great result. That's #250 and say great result.
Spring's going to be here soon, so start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down at $59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Dial #250 and say SolarMax to go to SolarMaxTech.com.
Nothing is available. Please come see us at the Internet on the Exorcist Files podcast. A leading exorcist and demonologist shares stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martins has encountered evil in nearly every way imaginable. How he was portraying the exorcist with levitations, vomit, spitting, and the priest, all of that has not been a movie for me. I have seen that firsthand. Listen to the Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. But it's a new type of center. The Peace Healing Center. Is this tax money here? Now there's $8.5 million on there. Yes, make sure you get to the money. Except this pilot program aims to improve government trust. Well, no, this is damaged government trust for me, John and Ken. They took $8.5 million of tax money. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The stories that we are following up on, the death toll now out of Turkey and Syria is over 11,600. The president of Turkey, Erdogan, in his first visit to that disaster area today, tells people how much his government has done to help. He said that there's a lot more aid on the way.
2 dozen countries have local emergency personnel on the ground. We sent a team of search and rescue firefighters over there. And scale and scope of destruction is still hard to figure out. There are still so many people waiting for help. The survival window is what it's called for this trapped under the rubble. As you can is closing rapidly, and people are scrambling to get underneath that rubble. The freezing conditions,
Well below freezing single digits.
which closes that survival window even more.
President Zelensky of Ukraine made a surprise visit to London today, thanking Britain for its military support. Now he wants Ukrainian fighter jets. The government of Britain has so far resisted that, as have we in the United States. But Zelensky said in a joint session of Parliament, I appeal to you and the world with simple yet most important words: combat aircraft for Ukraine, wins or treaty.
Apparently, quite the scene of fighter jets when they were scrambling to down that Chinese spy balloon. We'll get into that coming up next, because apparently that spy balloon was part of a broader Chinese military surveillance operation. We'll tell you what we know.
All right, here's your chance at $1,000.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Bonus. That's bonus, BONUS. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
That keyword goes on the website, KFIAM640.com/cash, and then your winning notification comes via email. We were talking about what happened last night in the State of the Union address. President Biden said that the State of the Union is strong. And I mentioned the discussion about whether or not Republicans were interested in getting rid of Social Security and Medicare. Senator Mike Lee spoke afterwards and said the president looked a little confused about the whole thing.
The President of the United States looked his red and on.
And this characterized what half the people in the chamber believe. What half the people in the chamber, according to him, wasn't.
We wasn't sure. He looked a little bit confused. We put that in there.
Okay, now Mike Lee is one of those guys who's been caught on tape talking about uprooting Social Security the way it exists, and that's why he is one of those people that reporters have been pointing to as the reason the president even said that in the first place. So that's not exactly what his position is, but when you take his comments out of context, then that's exactly what it's going to sound like.
Another problem was when we talked about imports and exports. For too many decades, the president said we imported products and exported jobs. Now, thanks to what you've all done, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Okay, well, American exports reached a new high in 2022. But the United States also imported a record high last year, countering the notion that imports have slowed. So, as a result, the United States reported the highest ever trade deficit since 1970. I would highlight that. There's just certain things that just don't mention it.
Well, you don't have to. There's a game I think that has developed with the State of the Union addresses where it's here's what we've done, here's why they are bad, here's what we've done, here's why they sucked last time, or whatever it is. And both parties do it, and we've done it for the last 35, 38 years, whatever it is. The better, I think the more acceptable format going forward should be, we've been in office for 2 years in this context. We've been in office for 2 years, 2. And here's what we got right. And here's how we're going. And this is why we're optimistic about the future. And this is some great plans that we want Congress. And we will reach out and we will bring you along with us regardless of who you. And he said at one point, the president did last night, that he promised that he's going to be a president for all people, because that's what they all say. But then talk about how he hated certain people based on their party. Right? It was a frustrating aspect of it. Here's the thing. In the Republican response, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the governor of Arkansas, I think did the same thing.
Yes, I agree. I know a lot of people are applauding her rebuttal. I just thought it was divisive. I thought it was more divisive than it needed to be. I don't think the Republicans did themselves any favors with the heckling and the crazy Marjorie Taylor Greene being highlighted, and then Sarah Huckabee Sanders giving kind of a flaccid speech from a chair and sounding extremely divisive.
I'm the first woman to leave my state. He was the first man to surrender his presidency to a war god that can't even tell you what a woman is.
That's the problem. She should have focused on the border and on the balloon and left that stuff out.
The easy stuff.
But the bottom line in America is no longer between right or left. The choice is between normal and crazy.
And listen,
It's time for a new generation of Republican leadership.
two things there. I wanted to include that last piece because I think it's important. The moment you start telling people that they're crazy, that you don't like them, they're not going to listen.
Didn't you learn from Hillary Clinton and deplorable?
Yeah. To me, it's one of those things where she's laying out, listen, we're a party, we're the Republican Party, we stand for freedom, we stand for small government, you do what you want, live your life how you want. But don't be crazy. What now, hold on a second. Then you alienate a bunch of people that you want to draw. The thing, if this was the lead line in Joe Biden's run for 2024, it needs to be more inclusive. And if Sarah Huckabee Sanders has any political future ahead of being governor of Arkansas or after being governor of Arkansas, these things have to be more inclusive. You have to be able to say, we accept all people. That's not our goal is not to put you in a camp based on your orientation or preference or income.
The Republicans should not be shutting the door on love at this point. Also,
Don't say no yet.
speaking of shutting the door on love, you and I are partners. We work together. Your wife, my husband, we get together from time to time. Have they ever kissed on the mouth? I'm going to go out on a limb and say no.
In front of a national audience, definitely not. But
What the hell was that? With Doug Emhoff and Joe Biden going for a kiss on the mouth.
I thought it was the funniest thing because that happened before the speech even started. That picture started showing up. And you're like, this is going to be the hottest State of the Union we've ever seen.
It's insane.
The other thing, we'll talk more about State of the Union when we get into Swamp Watch. This line from Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
It's time for a new generation of Republican leadership.
She never said the word Trump in her response. She referred to the president that she served for 2.5 years. She never said his name, but kept repeating that refrain of it's time for a new generation. There's a new generation of Republican leadership. There's a new generation.
It's time for both parties to have a new generation.
More of that is coming up. You can always let us know what you thought of the State of the Union. You can send us messages on the Talkback feature on the iHeart app. You can send it to us at Gary and Shannon. And a reminder, we are going to tell you how. We're going to start our round 2 voting on the Gary and Shannon show Big Bowl of Chips.
Jennifer Jones Lee is in the newsroom. A man has been shot by police in Van Nuys. The LAPD says an ambulance was requested for the man who was breathing and conscious. It's unclear what led up to the shooting. The father of a 1-year-old boy has taken a swing at an alleged carjacker in Panorama City who took off with the baby in the car. Gustavo Flores tells NBC4 his wife stopped at the Starbucks in Van Nuys yesterday when the man shoved her out of the way and jumped into the car. Flores says he was driving around following helicopters, found out where the car was.
So, I pulled up to the side and got off my car and went to the sidewalk. And when I saw the suspect in handcuffs, I just went after him, tried to punch him on a moment of rage.
Police held him back. The baby was reunited with his parents. Former adult film actor Ron Jeremy has been committed to a California state mental hospital. He was found incompetent in L.A. to stand trial on rape and other charges. The LA County DA's office says Jeremy can be held for up to 2 years. The hearing to assess his progress is set for May 8th. An LA City Council committee says it's time for changes to the city's COVID-19 rule requirements for unvaccinated city workers.
Unvaccinated city employees currently have to have an exemption and undergo weekly COVID-19 testing. The committee yesterday recommended dropping the testing requirement but keeping the vaccine mandate in place. The committee also recommended reimbursing employees for time and money spent staying in line with the city's testing requirements. The recommendations will need to be passed by the entire city council to go into effect. LA has spent more than $6 million in COVID-19 testing. Boy, Trolley, pay it, I knew.
And lawyers say Santa Ana's refused a permit for a religious charity that
besides the car damage, etc., the injury to your body can have a ripple effect on your life.
Sweet James accident attorneys know all too well what injured victims go through. Their injury can keep you from everyday activities, including work, not to mention having to live with the pain.
That's why the attorneys at Sweet James have devoted their lives to helping injured clients. They're going to help you get the medical treatment you need so that you can heal. They're going to help you get the money you deserve so that you can financially recover.
And they're going to treat you with compassion along the way. Sweet James has one mission: help hurt accident victims get better physically, financially, and emotionally.
That's all they've been doing for 18 years now. They've recovered over $1 billion for clients and are awarded the best attorneys in America.
So if you're ever injured in an accident, call Sweet James, 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, or go to sweetjames.com. SoCal weather from KFI. It's a mostly sunny day and very warm. Highs upper 60s to the mid-70s. We could be in the upper 70s to right at 84 tomorrow. Change for the weekend as we drop back into the low to mid-60s. Short the showers start on Saturday, last through Monday, and it looks like everybody should get some rain by Tuesday. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky and back to those surface streets on Lake Balboa.
Right now, I'm driving going on any road this morning. It's been really a morning to reckon with, that's for sure. We had two fatal crashes this morning. One was in San Fernando Valley, Lake Balboa, and it's Balboa and Victory that I'm looking at right now, and it is still shut down. It's a really important street coming back to 118. Reseda Boulevard, again, the cruise, that's open all the way, but 405 really took a beat here this morning because everybody was on it. The other tough drive was in Garden Grove, West 22 at Beach Boulevard. All lanes have finally been reopened. That was an all morning long contest. Only one lane was open. It was just a parking lot. It's going to take a while to get even Garden Grove Boulevard with the signals and all, and Westminster on the other side. Everything was just a mess here, so that'll take a while. West San Bernardino Freeway now is from 605 to 7 yet. Two separate problems. One at Baldwin Avenue and one at Fremont. It's just plain slow coming all the way eastbound to these nets, looking pretty good. Be careful, please. Jeff Fon, KFI in the sky.
Are you looking for a way to protect your portfolio against the volatilities of the stock market? Invest in commercial real estate. With over $1.5 billion in assets, First National Realty Partners offers investors access to institutional quality real estate, featuring national brand tenants such as Walmart, Kroger, Whole Foods, and many others. FNRP is one of the largest indicators of grocery-anchored private equity real estate in the U.S. Build your portfolio today with our investor relations team. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or get started at fnrpradio.com. That's fnrpradio.com. Call or visit us to see what annual returns and quarterly cash distribution our investors are earning. 888-301-9010 or fnrpradio.com. Results are not guaranteed for person closing your business. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Any representations as to stability, diversification, security, or resistance to inflation reflect our belief in such outcomes and may or may not be realized. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Past performance is not an indicator of future results. Visit us at fnrpradio.com.
California just made solar more expensive, and you can lock in today's great rates at sunlux.com. KFI AM 640.
The more stimulating talk.
Stories were watching United Airlines flight to go back to San Diego yesterday morning. We reported a laptop fire in the cabin.
That's bizarre. Apparently it was a phone or a tablet that caught fire. People had to go to the hospital.
Yeah, four flight attendants taken to the hospital. Two passengers apparently were evaluated on site, but the customer's battery pack was ignited. At the top of the hour, we're going to talk a little bit more about what's going on after the devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. More than 11,600 people have been killed. Many more than that injured and left homeless in just devastatingly cold conditions.
Big name advertisers from Netflix to Google paying as much as $7 million for a 30-second spot during the Super Bowl on Sunday. Most advertisers advertisers are releasing their ads in the days ahead of the Super Bowl to get the most publicity for their spots. And the ads released early already, and we can maybe dip into some of these in what you're watching Wednesday. After Miles Teller dances to hold music, customer service hold music for Bud Light, a low barrel crashes Netflix shows like Bridgerton. Alicia Silverstone reprising her clueless character for the online retailer Rakuten, which is a great retailer, by the way. You get tons of money off of purchases. Not an ad, but I do use it, and it does save a lot of money. And I saw that one, and she's wearing her clueless iconic outfit, and it's really good.
I don't like the fact that they let them out early.
I know, but you know what, though?
Sometimes watching them on.
But sometimes when I'm at your house, people are talking to me. And you're like, I'm trying to watch the commercial.
You tell people shut up.
You know. But
Or I'll just sit there and turn it up. Turn it up.
sometimes I find myself being the poltergeist girl, like sitting like right out against the TV.
Speaking of Super Bowl stuff, Michael Irvin has been sent home from the NFL Network's Super Bowl coverage.
My question is, what did he say to that girl in the lobby?
So all the network said was that Michael Irvin will not be part of the NFL Network Super Bowl 57 week coverage. He went on a radio station at the lead out of Dallas to explain his side of the story. He comes into a hotel lobby, goes up to his room. Somebody knocks on the door and says, "We need to switch you." And he goes, "What's going on?" And they said, "You talked to somebody in the lobby." He said, "I didn't talk to anybody in the lobby." They showed him surveillance camera footage of him talking to somebody in the lobby.
Because the Super Bowl and Super Bowl week is a time for just complete purge mentality, heightened debauchery.
Right. And what he said, just in this radio interview, was, "I didn't say anything to her. I don't remember what I said to her, to be honest, because I've had a couple of drinks."
Yeah.
And he said, "All I did was shake her hand. There was no physical touching or anything. I shook her hand." If whatever happened, she felt it was important enough to now, I don't know, does she complain to the hotel, or does she complain? Does he know that that's Michael Irvin?
And who is she? Is she somebody, right? And this is the first time. This is the first time that he has been reported as doing whatever he did. But probably a number of things that we're dealing with.
President's State of the Union last night was an hour and 15 minutes or so. It took an hour for him to even mouth the word China, and was very nonchalant about this entire spy balloon debacle that happened over the last several days. I know people are still, for the half of their Trump thing. Well, apparently, I'm asking the intelligence agency, they knew something was happening, but they didn't know it was a balloon, and they didn't know it was spying on us, and they didn't realize it until now. I don't know how that happens, but that's what happens.
The intelligence community has linked that spy balloon to a vast surveillance program run by the People's Liberation Army. And U.S. officials are now reaching out to talk to our allies and partners who have also been targeted.
The United States does not know the precise size or fleet of these balloons, but sources have told CNN that the program has conducted at least 2 dozen missions over at least 5 continents in recent years.
They've been over Japan, India, Vietnam, Taiwan, the Philippines.
And here's the thing, when you specifically look at the continental United States, they've said there are a handful, but half a dozen of the flights have been within U.S. airspace, not necessarily territory, but within the airspace. We saw, for example, reports of one of these balloons going down near Hawaii. It traversed at some point, another one traversed Texas and possibly Florida as well. But not all the balloons around the globe have been the exact same model as the one that came down off the coast of Myrtle Beach on Saturday, or was put down, we should say. But there are multiple variations, which is exactly what I would tell the Trinity to do. If they're like, make them look different so they don't know that they all came out of the Hainan province. Okay? Great idea. CNN has been looking for the Chinese embassy to comment on the suggestion of being shut down as part of this program, but they haven't been saying anything. While all of this is going on, and the kerfuffle and the threats that China's going to have, some sort of retribution at their discretion, we're trying to figure out exactly what it is. FBI engineers have been going over the remnants of this balloon. They're trying to learn everything they can about the
the intelligence that it may have started sucking up, whether or not it was able to communicate once it got into Montana, were we able to block it, jam it, etc.
How deleterious is this for us versus China?
This is your new, that's your word, deleterious.
Yes, I decided that we needed to expand our vocabulary. So every day there will be a word of the day, and it's up to you to find it, to identify it. Like you just said, today's word, deleterious.
Part of the reason I know it's deleterious is because I saw your mouth forming around the word a couple times before it actually left your mouth.
Deleterious, adjective, causing harm or damage. My point is, will we learn more from China that they've learned, that more than they've learned from us? I hope they're believing.
I hope so. I mean, when I said this last week when it was going on, that and the response was not to immediately shoot it down, maybe there is an opportunity for us to gather some sort of intelligence just by figuring out what they're looking at. Why would they use a balloon when they have a massive and extravagant satellite system that already spies on us over there? What about a balloon specifically is more advantageous to them, which would be the opposite of deleterious? And why is it that we just allow it to go for a few days? Maybe there is a value in allowing that thing to traverse as far as it did before we bring it down.
And I hope that's the case. That's my all just inaction, be lazy, and
What do you do? Well, here is proof that we need to have, to quote Sarah Huckabee Sanders, new generation of leadership.
like the time at parties and drinks with high school girls.
No,
No?
I don't think, I'm not convinced that that's Ron DeSantis. But the shot that came from Donald Trump about this, come on. Come on.
We'll give it to it when we come back. Gary and Shannon will continue. Jennifer Jones-Lee is in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A city bus has crashed into a daycare outside Montreal, Quebec, killing 2 children and hurting 6 others. The police spokesman for the city of Laval says the bus driver has been arrested and charged with careless driving and homicide. She says as of now they don't know if there's a motive for the crime. Speaker Pelosi says she's thrilled with last night's State of the Union address. The Democrat says President Biden was his authentic self. And Uber CEO says he's very happy with the company's latest quarterly earnings report and described it as the strongest quarter ever. SoCal weather from KFI, sunny today and warm with highs in the upper 60s to the mid-70s. This report is brought to you by Whole Foods Market. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places and right back to the 22.
Heading right toward Beach Boulevard in the Garden Grove area where the full right lane shuts down pretty much all morning long. They have finally reopened now. Looking at the drive, the AV is improving, but still a little slow going right now from, 22 westbound. Looks like it'll be from Local Workers as you make your way toward Beach Boulevard and then beyond. It'll be busy before you get to the third merge to the 405. Northbound side of the 405, still a little slow going way otherwise. So they must enter Boulevard as you make your way toward the 22 merge and the southbound side of the 405. Unrelated to 22 westbound, but physically out of West New Jersey, which is found out. KFI in the sky helps get there faster. I'm the calling it.
Prime numbers. Start your love affair at Whole Foods Market. A double dozen bunch of roses is only $24.99 through February 14th. Head in store for all your delicious desires. Walk the price off. Shop in store or online. Terms apply. This report is sponsored by Think It Up. Think It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Students at ThinkItUp.org.
Contractor license 4771. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. What is our key rejuvenation? Where we help you prevent breakdown by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on plug-in drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain sale. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So nice and safe price. Get air conditioning and plumbing. GOETTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. If you're looking to sell your home, you call Seller's Advantage and they'll make you a cash offer with no need for repairs. With Seller's Advantage, there are no agents. You can close the deal and they buy cash. They offer a $10,000 advance to help with roofing. Check out their reviews online and call for no obligation offering. 888-321-AS-IN. 888-321-AS-IN. 888-321-2747. And visit Seller's TrumAnAdvantage.com.
Gary number 0961658.
At Peter Brothers, we know a good burger starts with the best beef. Try our fresh signature gourmet burger patties today at just $5.99 a pound. Handmade daily from 100% Angus beef with seasoning mixins like jalapeno, bacon cheddar, and more. Peter Brothers Farms. Fresh, affordable, community first.
I'm always fascinated by somebody that says, "But that's the big one." When the big one comes, you'll know. There won't be a single person in Southern California that says, "Hey, was that the big one? Let's go Conway Jr. show." And all the buildings are down. Yeah, that was the big one. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on JMR and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Jerry Shannon. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Dust is still settling in Washington after that circus of a State of the Union speech. All the pouring out the window. The president screaming. People screaming back at the president. People saying BS at times. This was a show where everyone wanted to make a name for themselves because now we have politicians that fancy themselves as celebrities, and everyone is all about number one.
We had the main ring of the circus, and then you had a couple of side rings to the circus. One of them was when George Santos sits himself on the aisle, which is a pretty coveted seat when it comes to the State of the Union address. Mitt Romney walks in and goes, "What the hell?"
He takes a number of women and slaps them in the face with it.
He says, "You don't belong here." Some words were exchanged. Or something.
Embarrassed.
Somebody said that Mitt Romney used the E word.
No. George Santos did.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, George Santos turned to a staffer and said, "What an a-hole."
Oh.
Yeah, Mitt Romney wouldn't.
I think because the only explanation I had was Mitt Romney said you're an embarrassment. That would be the only thing. But Mitt Romney later said he shouldn't be in Congress, and they're going to go through the process and hopefully get him out. But he shouldn't be there, and if he had any shame at all, he wouldn't be there. So I'm all about it. The government, by the way, this was brought up in the State of the Union regarding fraud. The government may have misspent, stand by, $191 billion in pandemic unemployment benefits. Shocking. The unemployment benefits. $191 billion. And how much did we account for in California? $30 billion?
The fact that the government is so inept and so egregiously so, like they know they screw up routinely, but they don't care. It makes me actually applaud the people who are going to violate the rules and do so in a way where they're going to make a bunch of money fraudulently. If the government doesn't care enough to do things the right way and keep their books in order, then why not take advantage of them? Why not expose them?
I'm not sure your logic holds up, but I understand where that comes
It
from.
rarely does, Barry. Former President Trump has reposted a photo of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis accusing him of drinking alcohol with minors when he was a high school teacher in his 20s.
Okay, so I don't
Like,
know.
Donald Trump is the arbiter of change in class and walking the line.
The origin of the photo is a Democratic Super Political Action Committee blog. The New York Times reported a couple of months ago that the picture was taken after the 2001-2 academic year at Darlington School. This would have been before he went to Harvard Law School. He was a teacher there, so it was before he went to Harvard Law. It's located in Georgia. DeSantis apparently coached baseball and football, history and government. Several students said Ron DeSantis at the time, he'd go to parties with the seniors. Well, again, Ron DeSantis, what, he was 23 at the time? Now, over the line? Yes. Accused of rape by anybody or accosted or anybody come forward and say that Ron DeSantis is anything other than just a teacher?
that he was untoward, that he made advances towards anybody? Whoever it was, the original message that Trump reshared, by the way, was from a user named Dongchan Lee, whose Truth Social describes him as a paleo-conservative Trump reporter. And in that post, this Dongchan Lee referred to Ron DeSantis and that he was grooming high school girls with alcohol as a teacher.
There's no proof of that in this picture. It's just him with 3 girls.
There's a brown bottle,
Okay.
but I think one of the girls is holding the bottle.
Yeah.
Now, that's reading a lot into this picture. There's no reason for me to defend Ron DeSantis. There's no reason for me to come out and say Ron DeSantis is a stand-up guy, because I don't know him. But
He looks like the kind of guy who would party with girls if he was in his early 20s and they were 18 or what have you. Like, that's not a shock to me. When you want to show me a picture of Mike Pence doing this, I'd be like, whoa, we don't even know who this guy is. Like, on one hand, he says he's, Mr. Bible, Christian, wonderful, only drinks milk at cocktail party guy. But on the other, who's that guy? So obviously there's a character mismatch here. But Ron DeSantis seems like the kind of guy, just like Donald Trump seems like the kind of guy who would do the things he's reported to have done.
I will say this, if Ron DeSantis does run for president, you're going to see more character assassination attempts like this. But how many people have come forward and said, Ron DeSantis hurt me, or tried to hurt me, or tried to rape me, or sexually assaulted me, or called me bad names, or told me stories about his time in the military which make me think he's a bad guy? I don't know of any of them. Donald Trump, on the other hand, has a handful, a couple dozen women who have accused him of some sort of sexual misconduct. I don't agree that all of them are true. I don't know if all of them are. Again, I don't know the situation. But there's some smoke there with one guy, and there's not smoke with the other guy. Now, for Donald Trump to level an accusation like this is pretty ridiculous, considering how litigious he is. Is he setting himself up to be sued by Ron DeSantis for reposting?
You can't go after someone for reposting, can you? It's the free speech.
Maybe there's some value to the fact that he's got a whole lot of followers on his Truth Social.
I don't know if that factors into a legal decision. I think that I also don't think Ron DeSantis is Mike Pence. I think that he has the time.
What do you think Ron DeSantis should do about it?
Nothing. Ignore it completely. Give it no opposition.
He's done that well so far.
Yeah.
But I can only imagine.
I haven't seen this in a lot of cases. I don't think it's getting a lot of traction. Again, it's kind of an innocuous picture.
Well, and like I said, it was referenced by the New York
It's not deleterious.
2 students said they recall them attending these parties where alcohol was served, but they said it was after their graduation. They report they weren't bothered at it at the time. They now question it, according to the New York Times. Yeah, you know why? Because 20 years later, when you're in your late 30s, and you think to yourself, wait, I do remember this guy from high school, and it was weird that he's now the governor of Florida, and he had a beer near him for the park, whatever it is. This is just very poor form, I think, on Donald Trump's part. It doesn't serve his.
But it's checked out, doesn't it?
It was so disgusting. What a moron. It just felt like this was such a moronic, hit attempt. And of all people, you know how people are going to throw arrows at you on social media. Donald Trump has been the recipient of plenty of it. The idea that he would then turn around and use that same tactic against somebody who might challenge him is pretty. I guess it's true.
More than 11,000 people have died in Turkey and Syria because of that devastating 7.8 magnitude earthquake that went on for 100 seconds, and 7.5 that followed. The devastation is continuous there. We're talking kids held around fires and freezing temperatures to stay warm, people sleeping in their cars. There are 11,600 people, as I said, dead, but what about the people who've been displaced? In freezing temperatures. We'll still look at it when we come back.
Terry and Shannon will continue. A reminder, if you go to our Instagram or Twitter at Gary and Shannon. There are links there. You can go to the website and play along with our Gary and Shannon show, Big Bowl of Chips. We're in round 2. You can see who made it through the first round. And we're going to go through it today. There's, what would that be? 4? There's 4 matchups. You choose which of those snack foods is best, and we'll move on to the third round. And by Friday, we'll have an absolute winner so you know what to take to your Super Bowl. Gary and Shannon will continue after this. For video, without the breach.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
He shoots. He makes the record. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A 21-foot shot with 11 seconds left in the third quarter made LeBron James the NBA's career scoring leader. LeBron topped Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's 39-year-old record at Crypto.com Arena last night against OKC. The game was stopped after James set the record. Abdul-Jabbar handed James the basketball to symbolize the passing of the torch. President Biden used his State of the Union speech to celebrate the accomplishments of his administration, but says they need to finish the job, as he puts it.
So Bruce, our democracy remains unbowed and unbroken.
Biden said last night millions of jobs have been created over the past 2 years. Inflation is falling and infrastructure is coming back. He also talked about raising the debt ceiling without conditions. Republicans want to negotiate budget cuts in order to increase spending.
We're not going to be moved into being threatened to fall on the debt if we don't respond.
Biden was met with loud boos when he said Republicans want to cut Medicare and Social Security. Nearly 30 countries are supplying Turkey with aid as the death toll rose to nearly 11,000 following that massive earthquake. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said yesterday the U.S. helicopters have been sent as part of the response effort.
We deployed now more than 150 search and rescue personnel to Turkey. USAID, the international development, is in the lead of our efforts.
Assistance is also being provided to Syrian rescue efforts through international aid organizations. Ukraine and Russia are also among the countries that pledged to send rescuers and other aid. A truck driver has been given $500,000 by San Bernardino County for a wrongful arrest by deputies. KFI's The Trolling reports live the county board of supervisors voted to give the man the money.
He stopped the man on suspicion of loitering and walking back to his truck from inside the store he was delivering to at Apple Valley in 2019. The driver says he went inside to tell store management about the delivery and buy some food. Deputies asked the man for his ID, but the truck driver refused and asked to speak to his supervisor. The driver's lawsuit stated the deputies then told the driver he was being hostile and cuffed him. Deputies say the man took on a fighting stance. Lawyers allege the driver was arrested out of retaliation for arguing. The driver spent a night in jail. He was charged with resisting arrest. However, those charges were dropped for lack of evidence. Reporting live, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The Fed entrenched a nonprofit in OC with millions of dollars to pay off water bills, but families must tap into the funds before it's shut off.
We want to put that $4 million back into the community.
Community Action Partnership of OC President Gregory Scott says the problem is not enough people are lining up to take advantage of the first of its kind low-income household water assistance program.
As of February 1st, we've used less than $300,000 of it.
He says if the funding is not applied for by August 31st, the money will be returned to the Fed.
If they're more than filled with past due or just being disconnected, we have opportunity to tap into this fund.
People can apply at OC in Orange County or Ben Carson, KFI News.
Ukraine President Zelensky made a surprise visit to the UK to speak to hundreds of lawmakers and parliamentary staff at Westminster Hall. Zelensky gave the Speaker of the House of Commons an Air Force helmet inscribed with the words, "We have freedom, give us wings to protect it."
I am not here and stand before you on behalf of the brave, on behalf of our warriors who are now in the trenches under enemy artillery fire.
Zelensky says from the first seconds of Russia's war in Ukraine, Great Britain extended its helping hand. He said the nation came to help when the world had not yet come to understand how to react. And the Hollywood Bowl 2023 season is back. Talking to you with one of the most pristine sounding venues around. Janet Jackson just comes off June 10th. Opening night is ludicrous in the LA Philharmonic Youth Orchestra. Through the season, there's reggae, jazz, classical, contemporary music, you name KFI News. We'll check your KFI financial report in just a moment. We have talked about Solar Max technology for years now.
Years.
You did your own wires.
Yeah, those were the one I went to Solar Max.
Well, I know why you did.
But the first one,
I mean, they're clearly the best.
we all know that they're going to build you a custom solar system, the most innovative technology that we call. By the way, they do everything under one roof right out there in Riverside. You get the highest quality solar panels and inverters and battery systems for the entire industry hands down.
Did you know that now is the best time to get solar because you get more electrical production in the spring? Look at that big, beautiful sun.
Cooler, it's bright outside. Save big right now by calling Solar Max. Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. The most powerful solar panels on the market.
Plus, you want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
That's right. Call Solar Max. Start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month.
Dial pound 250 from your cell. Say that keyword Solar Max, pound 250 Solar Max, or go to solarmaxtech.com.
Okay, payment available on a quick credit to yourself even the next episode report.
Your KFI financial report is brought to you by SaddlebackEye.com. The Dow is down 84, S&P is down 30, NASDAQ dropping 146, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.62.
For a limited time, get up to $1,800 off LASIK from SaddlebackEye.com.
Still have weather from KFI, a beautiful sunny day. We're just talking about the sunshine. It's going to stay with us for the next couple of days. Today's highs upper 60s to mid 70s, 50s from upper 70s, right at 84 tomorrow. Then we drop back into the 60s for the weekend because the clouds rolling in late Saturday through Monday with a chance of showers. Better chance of showers for everybody by Tuesday. Right now it is 60 in Long Beach, 63 in Anaheim, 59 in Huntington Beach, and in Santa Clarita. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky. This time we're checking out your job on 105.
Particularly for the Linwood area on the westbound side near Long Beach Boulevard, and Cranston Lane, that is starting slow going drive where you're from. Level for the 710 coming away from the 605, and a little bit of looking slowing for you as well. On the eastbound side of the 105, and before the 710, you'll see the way to continue toward the 605. 605 northbound is a busy one for you right now. Leaving the 105 past the 5, and you'll see the way further northbound. As you make your way through the SUV, you'll get northbound, and the 63 to 10. Southbound side of 605 is especially busy for you still. Lower Resistance Road or Los Angeles Street, and pretty much a solid stretch all the way straight onto Firestone. Heading south on the 605, looking pretty slow going pretty dry. 710 north has an alternate to the 605 northbound. That'll be 53 as well off the 105 towards our Firestone and delays for the northbound close to the 60. As you make way towards the 10, 710 southbound is great as an alternate for you. Since the 605 will make it problem for you off the 10 as you make way back towards the 105. Towards the south on the 710, that'll give you a long reach. Off the 91, that will be really busy for you somewhere from Willow. Then that's it, something slowing you down. Time to picture yourself on keyword KFI traffic. KFI in the sky. Let's get to their faster. I'm Nick calling you. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen his social security number? Nope. Oh no. He's been stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim of bill work access, no one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Hey, all it's Team Sharp. Are you running out of hot water? Water Heaters Only has been specializing in the repair and replacement of water heaters since 1960. That's over 54 years as the original water heater specialist. So visit waterheatersonly.com for zero-interest financing, turns into digital supply, request quick service, or call to speak with a live operator 24. Visit waterheatersonly.com today. That's waterheatersonly.com.
Enter our America's largest injury fund, Florida Oregon, for the people.
More stimulating talk. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. 72% of viewers who responded to a poll from CNN said they approved of President Biden's State of the Union address. 43% of Republicans who watched said they approved of the State of the Union. It's the first State of the Union in the House majority since our last debate.
Republicans that are thinking that it was a good job done by Republicans to heckle and respond and everything, or is that based on his performance?
I don't know the exact question that was asked. I see this probably. What did you think of the speech? Something general.
I just don't see that many Republicans agreeing with what he said.
I don't see that many people watching it in the first place.
Exactly.
It's 72% of those who admitted to watching it said that they approved it. A congressional hearing today is pretty interesting. House Oversight Committee is talking to 3 former Twitter executives on the decision to block users from sharing that controversial New York Post story about Hunter Biden's laptop, which everybody said at the time wasn't Hunter Biden's laptop. And then Hunter Biden was like, yeah, I mean, it's totally mine. That's why I'm suing to prevent you from talking.
But there's cocaine residue on the top of it.
Oh, it wasn't cocaine, I'm sure. And then, of course, the government has misspent, I should say, $191 billion in pandemic unemployment benefits. This came out of Larry Turner, an inspector general for the Labor Department, talked to a House Ways and Means Committee today when he was discussing $191 billion in fraudulent unemployment benefits because of COVID.
The devastation continues in Turkey and Syria, where the death toll is past 11,600. President Erdogan of Turkey has visited the area near the epicenter, and the footage is just unreal. To say that buildings have pancakes is one matter, but to say buildings of this size pancake, it's just layer after layer after layer of rubble. It does not look unlike 9/11.
There was a number that I heard that there were 6,000 buildings that collapsed. I mean, obviously, when we talk about 9/11, that's probably a lot of people's image of buildings collapsing. Obviously, those were much larger than the ones in Turkey. But even if you think of just a controlled demolition at times when you take down an old casino in Vegas or something like that, a little bit more of the scale, but to have 6,000 of those buildings collapse.
Rescuers are facing shortages of trucks, of fuel, obviously time, as they're dealing with freezing temperatures. So what are your odds of surviving under the rubble for a few days? What are your odds of surviving under the rubble when it is that cold? It complicates things. Where are people going? Suddenly, nobody has a place to live. People are sleeping in their cars, entire families.
This may end up being the deadliest earthquake that we've seen in many, many years. There are a handful of others where the death toll is into the tens of thousands of people. In May of 2008 in China, there was an earthquake that killed 87,000 people. Of course, the January 2010 earthquake in Haiti says about 220,000 people, but the Haitian government says it's probably over 300,000 were killed in that. And the building codes in Haiti were probably a close analog to what we've seen in this area of Turkey. And it's not just that they don't have very strong building codes. The building codes that they have are enforced by people who are willing to absolutely look the other way if you give them a couple extra ducats.
I'm wondering if this is a moment of reckoning for Syria, with the ongoing Syrian civil war, and the amount of attention that the dead has gotten in this earthquake, as opposed to the amount of people killed over the past 10 or so years that Syria's been a civil war. I mean, hundreds of thousands of people have died. Is this a moment where the Syrian people go, all right, there's enough loss. Let's figure it out. Let's come to the table. Let's have a conversation. Nobody's paying attention to all those people.
I just don't think people are capable of that level of thought.
I know. And it's unfortunate because this is something that should bring them together. The way we were brought together. This was 9/11.
There's a weird story as well. There is a Dutch expert who published a tweet on Monday, 3 days before the earthquake, that predicted that there would be a powerful earthquake in Turkey. His name is Frank Dugerbeek, and he works for the Solar System Geometry Survey in the Netherlands. He predicted the earthquake back on the 3rd. On his Twitter account, he wrote, quote, sooner or later there will be a magnitude 7.5 quake in this region, he writes, South Central Turkey, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, and actually pinpoints where he thinks several miles. This wasn't follow. And now, granted, he said sooner or later. He didn't say in 3 days or within a week or anything like that. That's like saying in California there will be an earthquake, which we all know that is going to happen. He reacted to the earthquake when it after it happened, obviously, and said, as I stated, sooner or later this would happen, similar to the years 115 and 526. These earthquakes are always preceded by, this is the key, critical planetary geometry, as we had on February 4th and 5th. So his argument, Frank Cougar beats, is that the planets align in a very specific way, and they did in 115 and 526 when we saw other earthquakes of similar magnitude in that same area, which is why he predicted that something was going to happen in Turkey very, very soon. So it's bizarre. And I did follow him simply because of his last name.
The LA County Board of Supervisors has passed a series of gun control measures this week. We'll talk about it. Also, did you see, I think it was LA City Council that passed an ordinance or voted to pass an ordinance, I don't know which vote it was, that if landlords raise the rent, if they have to pay for the moving expenses of people who can't afford the rent rise.
Yeah, and this is after almost 3 years of not requiring people to pay rent.
I mean, if you want to make money on property and rental property, this is not the place to do it.
Not do it in California.
You cannot do it anywhere here.
Gary and Shannon will continue in just a moment. Jennifer Jones-Lee is live in the KFI 24-hour news.
The death toll from the earthquake in Turkey and Syria is now over 11,000. Officials in Turkey say the magnitude 7.8 quake toppled over 6,000 buildings. The IRS is proposing a new program for employers whose workers earn tips. The hope is to reduce the need for compliance reviews by the IRS. And the estate of Michael Jackson is preparing to make a massive deal for half his catalog, according to TMZ. MJ's estate is considering selling 50% interest for about $900 million, and it appears that there is talk of a sale to Sony, which was Michael Jackson's long-term label. We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. Actually, your SoCal weather from KFI is sunny today and warm with highs from the upper 60s to the mid-70s. Let's get a look at your drive now and check out what's going on. We've got this crash on the 105 in Linwood.
And the rest of the drive for you as you're making your way westbound. It's going to be approaching the 710, and that will be slow going for you. Pretty much you can mark on the 605. Also, got issues for you in the south bay through the Torrance area. Early right through the right shoulder, 405 north of Normandy. Although it looks like it may see some light shoulder activity from this motorcycle there. So you're seeing the slow going drive 405 north on Country Carson for about 4 to 110 as you leave the south on Union Street. Also looks like it's going to be busy for you on the southbound side of the 405. Still seeing that slow going drive in the city into the valley. KFI and the panels get you there faster. I'm Nick Collins. This report is brought to you by Positive Coaching Alliance. Got issues with you or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance, PCA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for youth and high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators. Visit PCADevZone.org.
Okay, guys, Valentine's Day is coming up, and I'm going to tell you how to give the best gift ever. Flowers are great, but giving an experience is even better. So check out Rosetta Stone. A subscription to their language learning app is perfect if your partner loves to travel, or wants to connect better with a family member, or if you're looking for something the two of you can do together. Right now, get $120 off lifetime unlimited languages. You'll have access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. They link at rosettastone.com.
John here. You've heard me talk for years about coming dental, Southern California's premier dental practice. They're pioneers of the fall-on 4 teeth-in-a-day procedure. Plus, they can handle all your dental needs from bridges to braces, fillings, cleaning, root canals, cosmetic dentistry, and more. If you're scared of the dentist like I was, don't worry. Coming Dental can put you in a gentle twilight sleep or full anesthesia. I've been going for over 20 years. Call me out for free exam X-ray, 888-640-SMILE. 888-640-SMILE. Restrictions apply.
Hiring can be a headache. That's why there's Indeed, the hiring platform that removes the hassle. Find our job and immediately get a shortlist of quality candidates. And you can schedule and conduct video interviews right on their site. Visit Indeed.com/credits.
This President's Day, don't miss Six takes me up to the cheap sale. Don't you mean that to the cheap, Larry? Number one deal to the cheap. With over 50% off the best brands. Over 50% off? It's more like a hair
with interest-free for 36 months. On purchases above $3,000 with your minimum monthly payment and 10% down.
Plus, save $500 on temper adjustable sets and save up to $900 on VRS Plus. Let's just call it the House of the Fleet sale. Why House of the Fleet? Because these discounts are going to make me lose my mind. You're killing me, Larry.
So this President's Sale, save over 50% off and stay interest-free for 36 months. During the typically Hail to the Cheap sale.
Didn't think I'll beat anyone's advertised pressure. Your mattress is free.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively. Across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Hey, it's Dean Sharp. California just changed the laws for solar, and sadly, it means new solar customers will get 75% less compensation. The good news is you can lock in the great rates of the current system, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th, which means now is the time to call Sunlux. If you're even thinking about solar, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to waste. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. CSLB 1008374.
On the Exorcist Files podcast, a leading exorcist and demonologist shares stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Marcus has encountered evil in nearly every way imaginable. When Hollywood portrayed The Exorcist with levitations, vomiting, spitting at the priest, all of that has not been a movie for me. I have seen that firsthand. Listen to The Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
There's 6,000 seats in the Greek Theater. They sold out. It's very popular. Are they charging for these tickets? Will people cry? Will there be organ music? Family members coming up and what other mountain lions? Yeah, there's mountain lions in MP22. We should be on the stage. The mountain lion got on one. John and Ken. We've done more good than the snapline has. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Jerry Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. President Zelensky of Ukraine made a surprise visit to London today. Spoke to a joint session of Parliament. He said, "I appeal to you and the world with simple yet most important words." He said, "Combat aircraft for Ukraine, wings for freedom." Speaking of wings, United Airlines flight had to go back to San Diego International Airport yesterday morning. The crew reported a laptop fire in the cabin. Somebody's battery pack ignited. The flight was originally going to head to Newark Liberty International back in Jersey. Departed San Diego at 7:07, was back on the ground at 7:51. 4 flight attendants had to be taken to the hospital.
LeBron James, at 38 years old, has taken the scoring record away from Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in quite the fanfare fashion last night at formerly known as Staples Center, the Crypto.com.
Over to the end of the third quarter. LeBron James is trying history.
He's far from stopping, racking up those points. I mean, he is 38, but he's got a couple more seasons in him. So we're going to have to Fred Rogan coming up at the bottom of the hour about what's next for LeBron. And do fans, they get excited about it, or with a crap season like this, is that more of a highlight or low light?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. They did lose the game last night. It's probably an encapsulation of what you're talking about. We have a chance for you to win $1,000. Here's how to pick it up. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Green. That's green. GREEN. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If there's an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. make sure you keep an eye on your email inbox. I've lost a train of thought.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know where I went.
Really?
AMIA640.com/cash. That's where they see right now. They keep an eye on the email inbox. That's where they notify you.
Do you need help with focus?
I don't know.
Are you on your phone too much?
No, I didn't know. It pulls over here.
Okay. Are you focused on...
Hold on, it's on my phone. What?
The LA County Board of Supervisors has unanimously passed a series of gun control measures this week. They say on the heels of last month's mass shooting in Monterey Park.
Wait, now read that last part of that sentence.
Just 8 miles away from the boardroom. That's terrible writing, Rebecca.
It's also the worst way for you to somehow connect LA County Board of Supervisors to a mass murder.
Right.
Oh, just 8 miles away. Well, yeah, how many thousands of people live between that dance ballroom and the Hall of Justice?
Yeah.
Morons.
That's stupid. I mean, it's one thing to say it happened on the doorstep of the LA County Sheriff's Department, which it did, like in Monterey Park, but this doesn't make any sense. And you know what? We go over this every time.
Yeah. Love that for you.
Would the shooter that shot up that dance hall in Monterey Park, would he have sat down and taken into consideration the laws had they been in place before he pulled the trigger? No. Would any of these mass shooters?
Let me also ask this question. Would any of these rules that they're talking about imposing have prevented anything like that?
No.
Okay. We've said multiple times California has the most restrictive gun laws in the nation. That's the way it's been. That's the way we all grew up. They've been more restrictive in our lifetimes. That's fine. Does that prevent mass shootings? No.
It's a generational problem. There's so many guns out there. There's so much access to guns. There's so many easy ways to get them. You can put all the rules in place that you want, and they're still going to end up in the wrong hands.
Well, as an example, the package that they passed for LA County included about half a dozen measures aimed at curbing fatal shootings within the county. Most of them have to go through additional vetting, obviously, before they would become law in the county. But two ordinances that they talked about yesterday are expected to take effect soon. One of them would prohibit the sale of 50 caliber handguns. Now, a quick note about a 50 caliber handgun. If you're not careful, you will break your wrist shooting a 50 caliber handgun. It is a very unlikely weapon for anybody to carry to commit a crime with. It's an unwieldy and very large weapon. A 50 caliber handgun is a half-inch thick projectile coming out of the end of that. The hot, windy end of that. It's specifically an unincorporated LA County. Now, if you are, for example, somebody who has a concealed carry permit, and you have a 50 caliber weapon, you're a very large person to be able to conceal a 50 caliber handgun. The second of these laws, would prohibit carrying firearms on county property, beaches, parks, buildings. Even if you do have a CCW, there would be an exception, obviously, for law enforcement. Okay. Did the guy in Monterey Park have a 50 caliber handgun? No. Was the person on county property? No. The other, this is my problem with so much.
Looks like they're doing something, but it's all safety theater and it's all political, and none of it is logical.
Just last week, the governor, the attorney general, and State Senator Portantino from your Burbank had come out with, this is a travesty, and it is. It's awful. It's awful that people are driven to murderous rage and that they have weapons by which they can kill a lot of people. That's awful. But the reaction is then for you to clamp down on somebody who actually has a concealed carry permit, or Riverside County. He said, of all of the CCW permits that we issue in Riverside County, nobody commits a crime with their concealed carry weapon. That's not how it works. If you're going to go through the process of getting a concealed carry permit, that says something about who you are as a person and how willing you are to abide by the law.
Exactly. Rational people do not engage in mass shootings. They'll continue to do this. We'll continue to do it in California because people want to look like they're doing it. Coming up next, Fred Rosen joins us to talk about LeBron's big night, what it means for the Lakers, what it means for LeBron moving forward. You know, one of the things about LeBron James is he really lived up to all the hype. All the hype that we heard out of high school, all the hype of what he was going to be, and he did it.
There was one early interview that I saw this morning. It may have been Bob Costas, very early in LeBron's career when he had just been drafted out of high school, started playing, and said, a lot of people are saying, that's what Bob Costas, but a lot of people are saying if you're not a first ballot Hall of Famer, then this was all for nothing. And that was 20 years ago. I mean, clearly he's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. So.
All right, Fred joins us when we come back. Gary and Shannon, KFI and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and Deborah Martin in Newsroom. $4 million intended to help families in Orange County pay off cap to water bills because he's getting groceries untouched. Cap Oakley President Gregory Scott says not enough people know about the first of its kind federal low-income household water assistance program.
It supports low-income families, especially their water security needs. So we want to make sure that the money does not go back to the federal government, that it goes right to the hands of the people who need it the most.
Scott says Cap Oakley handles the program for Orange County, but so far only $300,000 has been allocated. He says any money not applied for by August 31st must be returned to the feds. SoCal Edison is seeking to increase rates by 4.4%, totaling an estimated $595.6 million by June. SCC's William Walsh said yesterday that spiking natural gas prices have also impacted its operating costs. Walsh says the market moves too much. SCC's supply chain includes 12 gas-fired resources, which are primarily served by SoCal Gas. The rate increase still needs to be approved by California's Public Utilities Commission. The news is brought to you by Jacoby and Myers Attorneys. Lawyers say Santa Ana has refused a permit for a religious charity that feeds the homeless based on unproven claims nonprofit is a crime magnet.
They look for faith-based groups that they can harass and oppress and think that they won't fight back.
Lawyer Ed Connor said for years, plaintiffs lawyers have helped homeless people get driver licenses, food, clothing, and more.
No one ever has taken upon themselves to show there's any littering, any loitering, any conversation with Michael's way in particular.
He says the nonprofit is federally protected to follow its religious beliefs.
To give a health and care to someone in need.
Lawyer Brooke Lightman agrees.
So we think this community steps up. It's typically PME that will help to serve this one up the hill.
Santa Ana says the lawsuit filed last week is under review in Santa Ana for big car sensation by news.
Man from OC is a TikTok sensation, not by sharing what he can do, but by admitting questions. Oliver James sits in his van in an empty parking lot, pushes the record button on his phone, and why?
Well, I'm teaching myself how to read.
The 34-year-old fitness instructor from Costa Mesa is one of 8 million people in the U.S. considered functionally illiterate. James says with encouragement from his wife, he decided to put himself on the TikTok stage.
And so I went home and just literally said, 5 words. What's up? I can't read. That's it. And it just started off from there.
He's now taught himself how to read and plans to read 100 books on TikTok this year. Jennifer Jones Lee, KFI News, and President Biden used his State of the Union address to deliver a message of optimism about the country. Biden claims credit for progress made during his first 2 years in office, while stressing the job isn't finished.
We're not finished yet by any stretch of imagination. Our unemployment rate is at 3.4%, a 50-year low.
Highlighted bipartisan investments in rebuilding the nation's roads and bridges and folks and Republicans who do not back his infrastructure plan. We are going to go to 605 next.
Hey, if you have chronic joint pain, maybe it's knee pain or shoulder pain, pain in your head, pain in your back, you do not have to go through another year in pain.
Next generation pain management has arrived here. It is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine, and this is an amazing product.
Yes, an all-natural process uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, puts them directly favorite clinics in America. They have regenerative solutions that can get you moving again clean straight. If you're sick of living with pain from maybe arthritis or an injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation. So there's 3 locations now in Southern California: Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Give them a call, 213-997-PAIN. That's QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN.
Southland weather featuring a 5 sunny with highs in the low to mid 70s for Metro LA, upper 60s and 70s for the San Fernando and San Gabriel Valley, upper 50s and the 60s in the Antelope Valley, low to upper 70s for Inland Orange County, low 70s in the Inland Empire, and we are going to see 80s tomorrow. Right now, 62 in Seal Beach and 68 in Ladera Ranch. We are going to Pico 5 and Chico Rivera.
Go back to the sign that's making my southbound before Washington Boulevard. It's the carpooling that's taking on. That's that concern. If you drive through, heading south on this still fine. In fact, overall, it's going to be heavy stretches of 20 breaking. How does this stand on the Gabriel Valley from before Lower City Road or Los Angeles Street? And you open delays 16 for the southbound. It's go 5 over on blocking the great beyond the 5-foot Firestone. I'm related with the northbound 76. I'm also still going for inspections going away from the 105. As you make your way back toward Whittier Boulevard, a bit earlier situation has been cleared from lane. KFI in the sky helps get there faster. I'm in Colorado. Jump on to John's Folks, welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. She's looking at the cigarettes, but she just scratched the gum off the counter. Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to takeahealthystand.org. It's never been more important to diversify your financial portfolio. Well, that's right. The S&P is down 20% from last year, and this year looks even worse. No one wants to use the word recession, but let's be real. We're headed towards one. Gold and precious metals offer a hedge against inflation and stock market volatility. And Legacy Precious Metals is the company John and I trust. At Legacy Precious Metals, they reject the notion that your financial future should be left to chance. For the number one goal is to give people the tools to protecting their wealth and securing their financial future. Protect your retirement account by rolling into a gold-backed IRA or have metals shipped directly where you're going. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Call Legacy Precious Metals today at 866-691-2173. Or get their free investor's guide online at 5legacygold.com. That's 5legacygold.com. Are you looking for a way to protect your portfolio against the uncertainty of the stock market? Invest in commercial real estate. With over $1.5 billion in assets, First National Realty Partners offers investors access to institutional quality real estate, featuring national brand tenants such as Walmart, Kroger, Sprouts, Publix, and many others. FNRP is one of the largest syndicators of grocery-anchored real estate in the U.S. Investors choose the specific deals to invest in and receive consistent quarterly cash distributions. To learn about your investor partner opportunities, call the Investor Relations team now. 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or get started at FNRPradio.com. That's FNRPradio.com. Get a free view of their current and upcoming deals and see what returns investors are earning. Call 888-301-9010 or FNRPRADIO.com. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of your risk. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investments do not agree with FNRP strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit FNRPradio.com. Call Service Champions for an $88 precision heater tune-up or visit ServiceChampions.com. KFI AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
No, there ain't nothing that I gotta do. The things you work and make me right and go. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Terrible story out of Quebec. 2 children have been killed, 6 hospitalized. Apparently, a city bus crashed into a daycare center there just north of Montreal.
Big fireball in the smoke arose into the sky when officials released the burning toxic chemicals from that train derailment in Ohio. The concern now for people who live there in Ohio, in the western part of Pennsylvania, this area has still been evacuated because of potential for health risks from the fumes. Officials warned that the burning of the vinyl chloride would result in 2 concerning gases, hydrogen chloride and phosgene. Phosgene was used as a weapon in World War I. So they said that air monitoring hasn't detected any concerning levels
inside or even outside the evacuation radius, but they're still making sure that it's going to be safe before they allow people back in.
LeBron James took hold of the all-time scoring record last night at formerly Staples Center, now Crypto something. And there was a lot of fanfare. They stopped the game, the whole bit. And this was expected. We saw escalated ticket prices for this week with a couple home games.
You court James, he's got it. Coming to the end of the third quarter. LeBron James is trying history.
As LeBron steps back to that jump shot for the record. Now he has just stepped back. What if he threw a brick up?
He wouldn't have to.
Right, but then the next time that the play-by-play guy has already jumped the gun on him.
He's got to use that line. He's got to come up with a new one. He's probably got 3 or 4.
That's what I say. You have a list of them.
Brent Rogan, the dude in sports here in LA, and host of Rogan and Rabbi down the hall on AM 570 LA Sports.
So you were talking about this before the break, Fred. LeBron James, 38 years old. And we go back and we think about how his career started before his career started. You know, we were hearing all the hype when he was in high school. They were showing his high school games on national television, and he lived up to it.
So he really did. I mean, when he was identified very young as a guy that he had played, and he played. He wasn't born. He was made. He was like, he's a machine. Because people like him are not born. 38 years old now, played 20 years, just in phenomenal shape. He could play linebacker in the NFL. He is just very strong. And he's won a lot of points. I mean, that's an incredible record to become the all-time leading scorer in NBA history. Then the argument is, can anybody pass it? I don't know. We don't know. Because Kareem's record stood for so long.
Yeah, did you ever think that would be broken?
No, but again, we didn't really anticipate the machine LeBron James. You're saying he's in better shape than Dolph Shays was when he was the NBA's leading scorer? Or Joe Lapchick, right? Yeah. Or Connie Durkin. Connie Durkin. Yeah, we could all, everybody has a Connie Durkin bookstore. Sure, Cincinnati Royals, they had the Connie Durkin bookshop. But much better shape. Here's the thing that I find interesting. You know, we were very lucky to have it happen in Los Angeles, and it's hard to argue that he is perhaps the greatest athletic player in the game. You can argue Michael Jordan is the greatest player in the game, but nobody could do LeBron. Nobody. I mean, physically, it's an impossibility. He could do everything. But, and we saw it here in Los Angeles. I still, to a degree, I thought I was watching a national broadcast, but I still don't consider him a member of the league. I mean, he plays for the league.
I know, it's so odd.
Yeah, but he doesn't seem like.
It's like Kareem is like Mr. Like,
You know,
you're all quintessential guys. I know. I just keep thinking about LeBron James on loan. To that end, how do fans take this? I mean, it's a crack season. They lost the game last night. Is everyone as excited in LA as they should be about a Laker taking them?
No, I don't think so. I think people are excited that the record was broken, and they had a chance to witness it. But at the end of the day, this is about wins and losses. You know, it was about Robin's. It was kind of like Kobe's final game, where, you know, it didn't matter what they did. Everybody just wanted to see Kobe. He was, 60 and went crazy. He wanted to shoot every shot. That's exactly like that point. They just wanted to see Kobe. These guys are still trying to get to the playoffs. And lost in everything was the fact that they lost to a team that should beat. I mean, lost was the fact that Anthony Davis, who was 7'1", had a guy 6'7" guard, only took 9 shots. Lost in all of this football and excitement. And the game was stopped, and they had the ceremony, and people ran on the court, and you saw the stars because it was an event. When you go to Laker games, oftentimes you don't go to the game, you go to see the game. So everybody was there, and it played wonderfully on national television. And then they lost. And that seems to be forgotten. And I think a little bit is symbolic of LeBron, where is it ever about the team, or is it always about LeBron?
That's exactly the optics for me watching that moment. Is, yeah, you bring in this big star, but what does that mean for the team's chemistry?
And what does that mean for win? Uh, it obviously is a great spectacle. It's a Jerry Buck type of move. It's great, but it puts butts in the seats.
Yeah.
But if you're a true Lakers fan, you haven't really seen this come to fruition.
Well, they won the one title during the pandemic year, right? The bubble title. But aside from that, they have medical foot. And remember, they didn't play a lot of games that year, which meant everybody was healthy.
There's an asterisk.
Well, you could say that. Yeah, you could say that. And that's the thing that's a little difficult for me. This is not to diminish any of the I mean, he is a spectacular player.
He's a good person. It should be said.
Well, a good person, yeah. I think so. But if we did and we're going to do it on our show today, give me the top 5 Lakers of all time. I'm not talking about the top 5 greatest NBA players.
Right.
The top 5 Lakers.
You're not going to hear LeBron because of what we said. Like, you don't think of him as the Lakers.
Right. Yeah, I don't think he makes that list.
Are both his kids playing basketball?
Yeah. One older, Ronnie. That's the one he hopes to be able to play with.
But how far away is he going to leave?
These two. But the thing with Ronnie at this point, he's a good player. Right? I don't think he's an NBA guy. I think he might be a second round pick, June guy. He's certainly not a top.
Yeah. How much does LeBron play into that decision if he does go to the NBA?
Well, LeBron is saying this. If you take my son, I want to play with him. I'll come play for you.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is, what? Is that a blessing or a curse?
Even if he's 41 years old at the time.
Yeah, he really is an incredible shit. I got to give him.
I interviewed him in his first year in the league. I was 21, he was 17. It was in Sacramento. And I was blown away by how polite he was to be a teenager and to be on that stage. And also that he was a grown man at 17.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that was a brick ass house at 17 years old.
No, I'm telling you, the factory made one, and it was him. And that's why he has been as dominant as he has, because he can do so many things. So the ball, he can run you over, he can battle you inside.
What do you think Michael Irvin said to that woman in the hotel lobby in Phoenix to get him kicked off the broadcast?
Oh, I don't know. What do you think he said?
I don't know, but it's a good question.
Well, and Michael doesn't even know what he said. He's apparently had a couple pops.
He's blacked out.
Hey, you gotta watch yourself.
My uncle Fred.
Fred, thank you as always.
Okay, Fred's okay, of course, Terry LeBron.
What was the total number? 38,390 points is where he stands right now.
And you can add on, eventually.
Yeah, he's got at least 2 more years to play the way.
Coming back, Bugsy Siegel's murder mansion is for sale if you're in the market for a new house.
I love a good talk house.
Adrian Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The homeless population in downtown San Diego has reached another record high for the 6th straight month. About 1,900 people were counted on January 31st. The IRS, people in California, Colorado, and other states that issued tax rebates last year to hold off on filing new taxes. The agency is trying to figure out if those rebates are taxable income. Federal and NFL officials are confident in the safety and security of the Super Bowl this Sunday in Arizona. The NFL's chief security officer said there are not any credible or known threats to the game at this time. Southland weather from KFI sunny, highs upper 50s to mid-70s. So this report brought to you by Whole Foods. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to pass on 5 and touch.
The way on the people and then toward the 55, it's going to be taken on the right lane and there's parking devices when they drink through the ROTHSCHILD area from Sparta and Sport. Also taking the foot lanes on 355 southbound, original 5 from 4th, and that Blaze Arm related to continue for the southbound at 55. As you make your way toward the 405 out of Kingston to the Costa Mesa area. And as you make your way on the westbound side up the 91 to Anaheim, coming out of Yorba, and they're still going for you right now from just out Yorba to Boulevard, where you need to make your way toward the 55 eastbound side of the 91. Top 2 you're working for the drive action. Remember, so eastbound 91 already 52 Corona, going from the 241 toll road. KFI in the sky looks to start faster. I'm in Colorado.
Prime numbers, spark your love affair at Whole Foods Market. A double dozen bunch of roses is only $24.99 through February 14th. Head in-store for all your delicious desires. Walk the jobs. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This report is sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years.
Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sFoundation.org. Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking for extra work. So why is it so hard to find the right candidates? I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is a new and unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate and quickly. With other hiring sites, your job posting gets flooded with thousands of resumes which just don't cut it. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications in their JobGet app, letting them know you're ready to talk. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 minutes. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates within minutes when you go to jobget.com/handle. That's jobget.com/handle. This really works. Visit jobget.com/handle. Contact your license 1047-781. There are some homeowner headaches we fix again. One is our key rejuvenation, where we help to prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on call unit drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain sink. We're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So nice, I said it twice. Get air conditioning and plumbing. GOETCL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Live from Radio Row, it's Super Bowl week, and there's no better way to stay up to speed than with the Around the NFL podcast. Join me, Dan Hansis, and my bud, Mark Kessler, and Greg Rosenthal for the latest football news with just a touch of mirth. We've got the #1 football podcast in the world, and Rihanna is playing the Apple Music halftime show. It doesn't get much better than that. Hang out with us live from Glendale, Arizona, all week long. Listen to Around the NFL on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
If you feel that you know the tone is free, labels in a speech of all the violence in your body. Recover smoother. You're like a negative soda. California, you know you need it.
Yeah, and if you can beat it double, call 833-422-4255. Ask for medication to treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health. Every year you vow to get healthier, and yet you still drink 8 to 10 glasses of tap water a day. What chemicals are you putting in your body? Stop worrying and get a Purigen water, whole house filtration, conditioning, softening, and installing system. Right now, get the Purigen whole house water system for just $49 a month. And it comes with a free 6-stage reverse osmosis alkaline purification system, plus free lifetime servicing. Call 844-80-WATER, 844-80-WATER, or DOR-water.com, PurigenWater.com. I don't have the option to ride a bike to and from work. So I'm going to get up and work at 10 o'clock and back into a 20-mile bike ride.
That would be my mistake. Yeah.
No, Kelly, why is it going to be a slow-moving target across 20 miles live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Wednesday, February 8th, coming up after Denver's news at the top of the hour, we will take you to Washington, where fallout continues over the crazy circus of the State of the Union speech.
We'll have to get into the rundown of reasons people wore that.
Oh, I'm here for that because I have a lot of questions.
The pins, not just the fashion part, not the Kirsten Cinema banana boat dress or whatever she was wearing.
Oh, also, there was a Reddit thread that BuzzFeed picked up this week about this crazy boss with his or her crazy idea on how to bond people at work, how to get people bonded, boost morale, things like that, by sharing childhood traumas. And as you can imagine, it did not go well. Well, crisis bonding, they're calling it, trauma bonding, they're calling it.
At the very least, there's some people who are really willing to overshare. And other people who are not okay with that.
Right.
Because I don't want to know. I don't need to know everything about what happened in your childhood.
I mean, I am my life. Right. I mean, I just really need to know about Dennis and the birthday cake, but here you were sharing. If you don't know the story, it was Gary's 8-year-old birthday, and it was during the Great Flood of Northern California of 1982. Ninth birthday, and unfortunately, Gary's house was flooded. His presents were lost in the flood. His birthday party was canceled.
The flood itself was on the floor for my birthday. So we spent the day cleaning up, basically, starting a very long cleaning process, which was squeegeing mud out of the kitchen, tearing out the carpet, washing all of the clothes that were in those bottom drawers.
Little Gary wasn't even a second thought. He wasn't a third thought. He didn't care about his birthday.
I had a job to do. I was busy.
You were 9, Gary. You were 9. Which I would say is one of the most important birthdays for a child.
No.
And you got nothing. And knock.
Waterlogged.
Who is it? It's Dennis.
We had a bunch of friends from the neighborhood and other folks who came over and offered to help in any way they could.
Grown man.
Their neighborhood wasn't flooded out. Ours was. So they'd come over and they'd bring shovels and brooms and anything they could do to help us out.
But a grown-ass man named Dennis brought you a birthday cake. The fact that a middle-aged man would make a birthday cake to me blows my mind, especially in the 70s. I bet it was the first cake he ever made. You were special. For the 80s.
1982.
Okay. Like, this is the height of, like, the backlash of women in blazers. What is he doing in the kitchen making a cake?
He felt sad for me, 9-year-old, covered head to toe in mud and filth that I cleaned out from my own bedroom for my birthday. Made me a cake.
Anyway, let us know on the iHeartRadio app, use that talkback feature, if your boss had a crazy idea for bonding at work.
You in the mood for a new house?
I am in the mood for a mob house. How's these people? Of course, known as the mobster who helped develop the strip and completed the Flamingo. And 6 months after the Flamingo has its ribbon cutting, a still unknown shooter shot and killed Bugsy as he sat in his girlfriend's mansion in Beverly Hills. That mansion is now up for sale.
It's right there on 810 North Linden, Beverly Hills. 16 million, just under 17 million. 7 bedrooms, 7 baths.
I love that.
1,000 square foot home.
I love that ratio. 7 bedrooms, 7 bathrooms. Everyone's got their own bathroom space. It's important for families to have their own bathroom space.
I don't think you've ever said it that way before, though. That made it sound very weird. Built in 1928, it does come with that 90210 zip code that everybody pays a premium for. They described the Spanish colonial home as a grand formal 2-story entry highlighted by hand-painted tiles, ornate ironwork, numerous archways, a rotunda extending with long vertical stained glass windows fitted over curves.
He was shot in the head on that couch with a bullet from a .30 caliber M1 rifle, sitting there with his associate Alan Smiley. When the fatal shot cracked through the window, at least 9 shots were fired. He was hit several times. No one has ever been accused of the murder because mafia.
Yeah, before he was shot, Bugsy spent millions of dollars on a resort in Nevada that would eventually be called the Flamingo. The Flamingo itself wasn't Bugsy's idea, although he's credited with it a lot of times. He was integral in the development of what we now know as Las Vegas, and sort of the style of entertainment that you would find in a place like Las Vegas.
It was really for laundering money, is what it was. That's what the mafia likes to do. They're very good at it. Do you remember the Mob Museum in downtown Las Vegas? You love history, you love the mob. It is worth a morning or afternoon. They do a really good job there.
Is that where you met Oscar Goodman?
I met Oscar at Oscar's, the restaurant there at the plaza. We didn't get along very well.
Which is weird.
I know, I thought we were going to
Many questions
get along great.
exactly happened.
Well, we're at the dinner, and
Do
he's
you
talking.
remember what you said to the young woman?
Yes, I am Michael Irvin.
No, that's it.
No?
You get in trouble. Goodman, the longtime mayor of Vegas.
Right. And he does this thing where he has these dinners and he talks about his career defending mobsters and just his lengthy experience as being a huge favorite figure. And at the end, he opens up the Q&A. And I already been introduced to him before the dinner, and we got along great. And then I asked him, hey, have any of your clients told you that they did it? Because you know any of them did it for sure. And that's when things went a little south. Yeah. And let's just say he lost it a little bit, and every member of his family came up to me and apologized. He said he doesn't mean it. He didn't mean it. He didn't mean to call you those things. No harm, no foul, water under the bridge.
All right, we'll come back. A review again, a little bit of what happened in the State of the Union. Plus, what does that pin mean? You know, that's one. Gary and Ken will continue after this.
No access to grind here. What do you think we are, lumberjacks? What are you even grinding axe anyway?
KSI.
KOXC HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Waiting for a wrongful arrest. I'm Jeff Lamar, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. Bernardino County has agreed to a $500,000 settlement for the wrongful arrest of a truck driver in Apple Valley.
The driver was arrested during a delivery. He parked his truck at a loading dock in 2019, then walked into the store to tell management about the delivery and buy food. On his way back to his truck, deputies stopped the man on suspicion of loitering. Deputies asked the truck driver for his ID, but the truck driver refused and asked to speak to a supervisor. Deputies then put the man in handcuffs. They say the man took on a fighting stance. The truck driver alleges the decision to arrest him was retaliatory. The driver was charged with resisting arrest. However, the charge was dropped for lack of evidence. Boy, trolling. Hey, if I knew.
An elderly woman was driven an SUV off a four-story parking garage in Orange County. Officials say the crash happened at the Children's Health at Orange County Hospital's main campus. Video from the KTLA shows the SUV crashed into the railing on the top level of the parking garage and landed upside down on the building below. The Orange County Fire Department said the woman driving was taken to a trauma center. Humboldt County with 91 buildings have been red tagged as unsafe to occupy since a 6.4 magnitude earthquake hit in December. The council said yesterday more than 300 buildings in need of repairs have been yellow tagged. The county helped about 117 households with temporary shelters since the quake in Northern California. But the program is now closed to application because residents with red tags for certain yellow tag homes may be eligible for shelter voucher extension. LeBron James has become the NBA's all-time scoring leader.
LeBron, one-on-one against Singapore. He's backing him in. Turns, shoots, scores! The new king in town!
The 14-foot turnaround takeaway shot called on ESPN. LeBron James playing the record last night, breaking Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's all-time NBA scoring record held since 1984.
I would never, ever, in a million years, think it's even better than what it is tonight. So, thank you, guys.
James entered the game with 38,352 points, leading 36th overtake. Abdul-Jabbar, who finished the night at Crypto.com Arena with 38 points, but the Lakers lost to the Oklahoma City Thunder 133 to 130. A bomb threat in a courthouse in South Carolina has stopped the double murder trial of Alex Murdaugh while proceedings were taking place. Officials say the room needed to be evacuated. Murdaugh is accused of shooting and killing his wife, Margaret, and their youngest son. The trial started 2 weeks ago. A United Airlines plane that took off from San Diego had to return to the airport because of a fire caused by a laptop computer battery pack. Passengers were pretty upset.
The guy next to me just switched over, started to scream. The guy in first class said, "Oh, God."
Crew members took the flaming charger in a special bag to keep the fire from spreading. The plane headed to New Jersey was back on the ground yesterday about 30 minutes after takeoff. Four people were taken to a hospital and treated for smoke inhalation. Rescue teams in Turkey are working to rescue an 11-year-old boy trapped into the rubble from that massive 7.8 earthquake.
These things are working frantically against the clock now. It's almost 2 days since the building came down. One person's been brought out alive, another is still missing. The relatives were anxious when nearby.
ABC News now says crews are using a digger to try and pull away as much rubble as possible. Because the men are looking everywhere they can, literally crawling between the floors to try and find the spot where the little boy is. The confirmed death toll past 11,000 and is expected to rise. We're going to go to 405 next.
So So we talked about SolarMax for years. I did a ton of research several years ago when I went to SolarMax, found out they were clearly the best.
And SolarMax is going to build that custom solar system for you with the most innovative technology.
They do it all under one roof, right out there in Riverside. They're either the highest quality panels, the highest quality inverters, and battery systems in the industry, hands down.
But now is really the best time to get solar because you get more electrical production, my friend.
Yeah, so save big, call SolarMax, get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month, the most powerful solar panels on the market.
Plus, you want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Call SolarMax, start saving money in the spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month.
Now, pound 250 from your cell and say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250 SolarMax, or go to solarmaxtech.com.
Looking for available. Free credit to yourself is limited 72
KFI Financial Report is sponsored by SaddlebackEye.com. The Dow is down 125, S&P 500 down 39, NASDAQ is down 177, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.62.
For a limited time, get up to $1,800 off LASIK from SaddlebackEye.com.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny, highs low mid-70s for Metro LA, upper 60s to 70s in San Fernando and San Gabriel Valley, upper 50s to mid-60s in the Antelope Valley, low to upper 70s inland Orange County, low 70s in the Inland Empire, and even warmer tomorrow. We're looking at 80s. Right now, 66 in Orange, the same in Guana Park, and 65 in Florida Hills, 67 in Sherman Oaks. From the Southern California Toyota dealer, Southeast Center, let's go places before the crash on the 405 in Westminster and Westchester. On the 405 northbound, right at the Halifax Parkway, got that crash in the carpool lane, started full ride from Manchester Boulevard. And once you're past it, right at Venice Boulevard, then another crash clearing to the right shoulder, and just past that, right before you get to the 10, that car fire over on the right shoulder. Into the Rivera, on the 605 north at Swanson Street, that crash blocking the left lane at Unibreak, clearing it to the right shoulder, and on the flip side, 605 south of Whitney Boulevard, disabled vehicle being cleared from the carpool lane. San Clemente on the 5 southbound before El Camino Real, over the fire, and that's the 2 right lanes blocked. In Anaheim, 67 northbound, this is right after Lincoln Avenue, that crash clearing to the right shoulder. In Corona 90 eastbound before Lincoln, got a stall in the right lane. El Saloma, 610 westbound at Carnelian, looks like that crash is still in the Santa Divider area, and if you're heading up to the hometown, on the 138 southbound, right before you get to the 15, got a car fire on the shoulder. KFI in the sky, helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon. Hi, Sally David, I'm at Hollywood Spotlight. The Gold Derby leaderboard continues to give everything everywhere all at once to help you lead in the race for Best Picture. But Best Actor is still up for grabs, with experts teetering between Austin Butler and Brendan Fraser. Meanwhile, Variety's Clint Davis says Colin Farrell is the home field advantage at the upcoming BAFTAs on February 19th.
This was Harlequins. We're all Harlequins.
And fun fact, in the Best Screenplay category, historically the films that win the Golden Globe also won the Oscar. So history repeats itself. That honor would go to the Banshees of Inisherin. And lastly, a big congrats to Viola Davis, who achieved the coveted EGOT status after her recent Grammy win for the narration of her memoir, Finding the Height of EGOT. Davis is the 18th EGOT winner in Hollywood history. I'm Ellen Kay. This is iHeart Hollywood Spotlight.
I'll second guess dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have UPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancreatase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and only with food. Do not chew capsules as it may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit CreonInfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
If you've been injured in a car accident, call Pound Wall for your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan. More stimulating talk.
And iHeart radio station.
radio app. We will get into Swamp Watch here in just a couple of seconds and talk more about the State of the Union address. Reminder, the Gary and Shannon Show Big Bowl of Chips right now is on the website. You can go to Twitter or Instagram at Gary and Shannon, and you'll find out how it is that you can vote there on the second round of Gary and Shannon's Big Bowl of Chips, where we go through and figure out which of these snack foods are going to be king of the hill when it comes to Sunday. Got it. Good. See, so we got Doritos nacho cheese flavors against Santitas. You got the Takis Fuego against the Cheetos Crunchy. St. Todd sea salt chips against the Pringles sour cream. And the Ruffles cheddar, I think it's cheddar and sour cream against the Lay's original.
It sounds like my speaker is on.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah.
I think we have very similar ones.
I think we have the same winner.
That one, definitely not that one. And wow, voting. And then tomorrow we'll get into round 3, and then on Friday we'll have the championship choice for Gary Shannon Show. Big Bowl of Chips.
I asked for someone in Washington to give President Biden some amphetamines or fenfens, and boy did they. Edgy, energetic, combative. 72 minutes of the Circus last night, and that's where we kick off Swamp Watch.
Swamp. It's horrible.
The government doesn't work.
Oh, man. They make it like a reality TV show.
Swamp Watch was a bad
There's always a fight anywhere in Washington, D.C.
Hey, General.
Town hall too clearly built on a swamp. In so many ways, still a swamp.
That's a bunch of Milwaukee. Like some things like I said, I'll keep you up to this.
You know, before the speech even began, you had fireworks. You had Mitt Romney going after George Santos in the aisle, telling him he was an embarrassment. He shouldn't be here. George Santos telling a staffer that Mitt Romney's an a-hole. You had Marjorie Taylor Greene walking around with a balloon. You had Kamala in a designer suit. You had Jill Biden making out with Kamala's husband. I mean, from go, this thing was going to be not your typical State of the Union speech.
Because the soul of this nation is strong. Because the backbone of this nation is strong. Because the people of this nation are strong. The State of the Union is strong.
Paul Pelosi was in the speech.
Pants or no pants?
Probably pants. And if I was him, I would have taken a tumbler full of ice. And
Just a few weeks ago, Big Ron, was selling a lot of waste and critical violence. One of the men speaking of the House Representatives. Using the very same language these words was used as they spoke these halls to chambers in the state. Here in the news chamber, this man bears as far as the left in the back. There's this toughness, strong, resilience over here. Mark had to call police and Paul Stanley.
He was wearing a hat, huh?
I assume it's because you can still see evidence of Badger Hammer.
Possibly.
Yes. Couple things they've been friends for a long time. Here's the 2 things. And I heard this observation, it's not mine. The guy was reported to have said, "Where's Nancy? I'm looking for Nancy." If Paul Pelosi ever walked around his own house and said, "Where's Nancy? I'm looking for Nancy," isn't he then also using the same language that the people used when they were running to the Capitol in January 6th?
Yeah, but it's a different context.
It's a different.
I think so.
Here's the other thing. The president made a point of saying this guy was an unhinged big lie, an unhinged big lie, unhinged. Start with the unhinged part of it. And I fought against this assignment of political affiliation with crazy people. Yeah. Stop. They're not. They don't get to take the good name of a political party and sully it. They've already shown they're crazy. So let's stop trying to put them with the Democrats or Republicans.
Kyle is the leader of the party.
Don't do that. That's just an awful way to go about doing this. The president spoke about Social Security tackled by Republicans at one point.
Republicans want Medicare, Social Security, sunset. I'm not saying it's a variable.
Let me give you a line. If you want to hit the option, contact my office. I'll give you a copy. I'll give you a copy of the proposal.
I love the contact my office thing. That made me laugh.
How do you feel when it comes to the prices of vision labs?
Well, I don't mind them, but that's only because I'm not in the market for vision steps right now. But
Make no mistake. If you try anything to raise the cost of vision drugs, I will veto it.
I have said for years, though, that precision jobs are way too expensive.
Isn't there irony of him slurring through prescription drugs? Things we're all going to need at 80?
Well, who else would you count on for a good point of view when it comes to prescription drugs? We did have a question.
Good morning, Barry and Shannon. Patty. I'm wondering at the beginning speech, who was that woman with the fur around her neck, long hair, kept on shouting out, liar, liar, and it was all pissed off.
That was Cuckoo Pam.
I don't blame her, but I just wondering who you guys say, you what?
Marjorie
Taylor,
Taylor
you guys fight for
Greene.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, Congresswoman.
She was the same one walking around with a balloon, which I thought was kind of common.
I thought they were going to take those into the chamber. I thought they were going to recently report their argument. So when we come back, a little bit more about State of the Union, specifically what some of the pins meant. There's got to be a symbol for everything now. So there were people wearing pins in last night's State of the Union. And then a little bit of Sarah Huckabee's Sandwich response. So
Barry and Shannon both continue. KFI and recorded live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Kevin Mark is in the newsroom. A police cruiser has crashed into 3 other cars at Alvarado Street and Beverly Boulevard in the Westlake area of LA. Cops of the crash happened around 7:30 this morning. The man is 20 hurt and taken to a hospital. An LA City Council committee has recommended dropping the requirement that unvaccinated city workers get tested for COVID-19 for this week. And a former police officer in London did the last month was a serial rapist in what prosecutors called one of the most shocking cases involving a certain officer. We have a car fire on the 405 in West LA.
It's on 405 northbound where I can before you get to the 10. It is over on the right shoulder, and you thought about Fort Lauderdale, only going from the 105 and in the back of 405 northbound at your Howard Street Parkway. They're clearing that crash on the Parkway lane over to the right shoulder. Mid-City on the 10 East Red is central, that a 5-car crash just reported in the lane. In Santa Fe Springs, 605 South is blocking. It's a sold-out semi in the middle lane, but it's making a really heavy ride coming away from Beverly. Stay on those brakes all the way down to the 5. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harmon.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Need weekend plans? Check out what's happening at your local Lowe's. Weekending at Lowe's gives you and your family the opportunity to make them your weekend destination with free events, workshops, and more. Visit Lowe's.com/events for this month's full lineup.
What you got? Is it going to bring it back? The medication. Decrease responsification. That's what you bring. Don't come get from all the pocket. Isolate, say no, but we let it decrease and you can beat it.
Yeah, visit YouCanTreatIt.org or call 833-422-4255 to ask for medication to treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health. The check is good, the experience is smooth, and the reviews online are wonderful at GiveMeTheBed.com. They don't call us America's Best Car Buyers from that. Sell us your car.
Win Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound. Meet colorful characters and journey with them through a wondrous realm. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
It's in the news every day. Prices going up, payments going up, credit harder to get. If we need a one-day smile transformation, that you've been shopping around and waiting for the right time, well, now is that time. Cunning Dental is offering their new teeth in a day. Custom hybrid zirconia teeth with favorable competitive terms that will be beat. Lock in your payment plan and get this beautiful, natural-looking smile in just a day. Call Cunning Dental 888-640-SMILE. That's 888-640-SMILE. Description supplied. On the Exorcist Files podcast.
A leading exorcist and demonologist shares stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martins has encountered evil in nearly every way imaginable. With Hollywood portraying The Exorcist with levitations, vomiting, spitting at the priest, all of that has not been a movie for me. I have seen that firsthand. Listen to The Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This thing was floating over Alaska a week ago Saturday. If you don't know what's in it, why would you let it float over our airspace? Is this the new procedure? Presidents are not informed when we have foreign countries sending strange aircraft? John and Karen. I mean, that just doesn't seem like that's how you run things.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Gary Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The team building exercise that went very, very wrong will come up at the bottom of the hour. But we have $1,000 to give away. Here's how you can win it.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keyword on our website. Check. That's check. CHECK. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Keyword goes on the website. Once again, KFIAM640.com/cash. And then if you win, you'll be notified via email. Keep an eye on all of those polls.
I felt like the constant refrain of let's finish the job was kind of ambiguous when it comes to who is we talking about? Me, President Biden, or Democrats in general?
Or was he leaving it at the doorstep of Republicans in Congress and saying, listen, we've come so far, but we can't do this alone. We need Republicans to work alongside us.
Good luck.
Yeah, I don't know what he's expecting there. I get frustrated by people reading into things in the State of the Union that don't exist. I saw a couple different versions today where somebody highlighted Kevin McCarthy. He was sitting right behind the president, obviously, in his role as Speaker of the House, falling asleep at one point. Don't forget, it's 10 o'clock at night in D.C. Now, I'm sure all these people are, this is a high enough energy thing. No one was falling asleep, especially if you know you're sitting behind the president.
Well, with all the heckling and the hooting and hollering and people wanting to make it about them, make a name for themselves, it wasn't as sleepy affair as it has been in years past. I saw a couple of those articles, too, about just zeroing in on specific words and like, oh, this is what this means. This means that he's friends with China. You know, just like this ridiculous conspiracy theory.
So several lawmakers wore various types of lapel pins at the State of the Union last night, and they weren't just fashion, they do it as a political statement. Most, if not all of them, wore their congressional pin. One was the House of Representatives, the other one for the Senate. Many people are wearing pins that simply said 1870 on it. Members of the Congressional Black Caucus and some other Democrats, including Congresswoman Ilhan Omar of Minnesota, wore these pins with the white number 1870 on them. Never heard this before. Fine if you tell me I live in Kent or whatever. It's a reference to the year of the first known police killing of a free, unarmed black man in the United States. Or black person, I don't know if it was a man. But that was 1870.
There were the crayons. People are wondering what the hell is Elizabeth Warren doing wearing a crayon on her lapel. That is to signal support for federal investment in child care.
Okay. The other one is like blue and yellow. Everybody knows the Ukrainian flag by now. We're a year into this conflict, and a lot of blue and yellow pins still up there. We also saw Senator Ed Markey out of Massachusetts, say that he was going to wear an abortion pin. It sounds awful.
Bar or Kevin McCarthy?
I would say Kareem. Yeah, McCarthy at least likes the spotlight. Kareem is not somebody who, makes his way into TV interviews very often and sit there in front of all those people. The response last night to the State of the Union was given by the new Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders in a very toned down. It's a very hard. We talked about it yesterday. It's a hard speech to give because you don't have the benefit of a room full of several hundred people. Whether they're booing or cheering, there's reaction, immediate reaction to whatever it is you're saying. She gave it from I think it was the governor's mansion in Little Rock. And beautiful room, beautiful setup, nice lighting, all of that.
We called you yesterday. The rebuttal is always awkward, and this was no different. It was an awkward thing for her to be seated. It was an awkward thing, like you said, for there just to be like an empty hole of a fireplace. She looked pissed off, which is always a rough look for a woman, unfortunately for us. It's just not good.
The standing thing. I mean, my wife looked at it and said, I want her to stand up.
Yeah.
And I don't know why that would have made a difference necessarily, but I thought it was an interesting reaction to it. And I don't know
I had the same one when I saw that video. And I think that she went wrong, and it's not a popular opinion when you hear other media people talk about it, but I think that she went wrong when it came to her divisive tone.
But the bottom line in America is no longer between right or left. The choice is between normal or crazy. It's time for a new generation of Republican leadership.
Yeah, I agree. The normal crazy thing, one of the things you're fighting against is putting people into camps, right? And I don't mean that in that sense. I mean, you should avoid labeling people and then treating them a specific way based on a label or a combination of labels. That's never, it does not work out, especially if you're trying to team them on a small scale in a workplace or a large scale like nationwide.
You hit the nail on the head when you said that you can't call people crazy, because the second you call people crazy, they stop listening to you. And we learned from Hillary Clinton calling Donald Trump supporters deplorable. That didn't go well for her. Her looking down on a huge segment of the population. Everybody should be heard. Nobody should be labeled crazy. And then she went on to make some remark about what we don't even know what a woman is anymore, or something like that. Again, further dividing people.
What I found was most interesting was that comment at the very end of the piece that I played.
It's time for a new generation of Republican leadership.
One of the criticisms that Democrats have about Sarah Huckabee Sanders is that she served in the White House for 2.5 years, much of that time as the White House press secretary, and that they blast her for furthering Donald Trump's lies or whatever language they want to use about her. She never once used his name in that speech last night. She went for about 15 minutes. She did refer to the president, obviously, that she served under, but said over and over again, it's time for a new generation of leaders. She was specifically talking about Republican leaders. But there's, any number of the people that would fit that qualification, that would fit that definition, who are not named Donald Trump. I'd be curious if she was pressed on it, if she would voice her support for him, or would say, listen, we've done that with him. We can't point to Joe Biden and say he's too old for office, and not also point to Donald Trump and say he's also too old for the office. So,
All right, coming up next, it's called The Worst Icebreaker Ever. A boss attempted a team building exercise that went terribly, terribly wrong.
Gary and Shannon will continue in just a moment. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The father of a 1-year-old boy who's taken a swing at an alleged carjacker in Panorama City took off his baby's car. Gustavo Flores told NBC4 his wife stopped at a Starbucks in Van Nuys yesterday when the guy shoved her out of the way and jumped into the car. Flores says he was driving around following the helicopters and found out where the car was.
So, I pulled up to the side and got off my car and went to the sidewalk, and when I saw the suspect in handcuffs, I just went out there and tried to punch him out of moment of rage.
Police held a battle today and was reunited with its parents. An LA City Council committee says it is time for changes to the city's COVID-19 rules requirements for unvaccinated city workers.
Unvaccinated city employees currently have to have an exemption and undergo weekly COVID-19 testing. The committee yesterday recommended dropping the testing requirement, but keeping the vaccine mandate in place. The committee also recommended reimbursing employees for time and money spent staying in line with the city's testing requirement. The recommendations will need to be passed by the entire city council to go into effect. LA has spent more than $6 million in COVID-19 testing. Boyd Trolley, KFI News.
The Tennessee Police Officers Standards and Training Commission was one of the 5 officers who brutally beat a black man during a traffic stop took pictures of him. Documents shared yesterday say the former officer sent photos of Ivy Nichols bloodied and propped against the police car, 2 other officers, and a female friend.
Documents filed with Tennessee's Police Officers Standards and Training Commission say a witness also took cell phone video and still images of Ivy Nichols' arrest and subsequent beating.
Citizen Ryan says that video has not been released to the public yet. The Memphis Police Department said the former officer's on-duty conduct was unjustly, blatantly unprofessional. It was died 2 days after she was arrested last month. The Navy has found a technology bay from China's surveillance balloon that the U.S. shot down Saturday while it hovered over the South Carolina coast. Officials say the bay is the size of 3 buses.
A senior official telling ABC News the balloon had a self-destruct capability, possibly containing explosives.
ABC's Stuart Thomas says the covered balloon pieces are being sent to the FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia. China is furious and seeking to take calls from U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. China maintains the balloon is being used for weather research. We are going to go to the test next. Okay, so I was doing laundry yesterday, and I'm walking my laundry bin downstairs into my garage where I have my shanty case to buy my 49er memorabilia, and I was hit with flashbacks of when there was a flood in the shanty case, and everything was in jeopardy, and it was terrifying. If you have a broken pipe, the toilet overflow, you learn this something quick, right? But you go and hang that insurance. You open up a claim with your insurance company and you find out that you're right. Insurance adjusters are terrible. This is the time to call Abner Gatt. Abner Gatt is looking out for you. He is a public insurance adjuster, which means he's on your side, not theirs. You don't want to negotiate with those a-holes. They're terrible people. Abner Gatt will fight for you to make sure you get the best possible outcome, not the insurance company. He and his team have been dealing with insurance companies for many years. This is all they do. They've got experience in the industry, know how you need on your side. They're also rated 5 stars on Yelp, Google, and Better Business Bureau. No one messes around with Abner Gatt and his team. Give Abner a call, 818-917-5256, 818-917-5256, or visit AbnerGatt.com. ABNERGAT, AbnerGatt.com, or call him directly, 818-917-5256. Southland weather from KFI, sunny, highs low mid-70s for Metro LA, upper 60s and 70s for the San Fernando and San Gabriel valleys, upper 50s to mid-60s in Antelope Valley, low to upper 70s in Village Orange County, low 70s in the Inland Empire, and the 80s are coming back tomorrow. Right now, 65 in Cypress and 69 in Bright. We have a crash on the 10 from downtown LA. From the 10 eastbound, right before it gets to Central Avenue, about 5 cars involved in this. It's in the middle lanes, and right now it's going to be really heavy coming away from Western Avenue. It's going to take rain, 605 southbound for Slauson and Stalldown Bigger is still in the middle lanes. You're going to hit the rest from Whittier Boulevard. In Toledo, 605 north at South Street. Some metal debris in the middle lanes, making it a heavy line from Spring Street. Anaheim, 67 northbound to Lincoln Avenue, that clash on Soldier. And it's San Clemente on 5 southbound. Right before El Camino Real, got a big red fire block with 2 right lanes. KFI Skies, I'll get you there faster. I'm Jane Harmon.
Gunny Chief reviewed her high school sports, positive coaching alliance tonight. PCA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for youth and high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators. Visit PCADeadzone.org. Hey y'all, it's Kurt. It's 2023, and you're excited about making some changes in your home. Bravo, you. But when it comes to finding just the right appliance, including hard-to-find appliances, along with sinks, faucets, tubs, toilets, etc., you know the drill. You're going to need my secret weapon. There it is. WDC Kitchen and Bath Pro. No one has more in stock and hard-to-find appliances than WDC. Like the much sought-after Thermador 36 Pro Harmony gas range, or Thermidor French door fridge, or the Wolf built-in double oven. Sure, you can order them, but WDC has them. And the same is true with just about everything else you're looking for. To get your kitchen and bathtub right, you need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts I have trusted for years, WDC. Find a WDC nearest you at WDCappliances.com. WDCappliances.com.
Contractor license 104771.
There are some homeowner headaches we bet you get. One is our fee rejuvenation, where we help to prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is we're on call again drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain stand. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearance service is just $80. So nice and steady price. Get air conditioning and plumbing. GOETCL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. This is Jacob Amon. You've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. You hear what's happening here. Now you can see it too. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at KFI AM 640. So
everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Coming up after Denver's news at the top of the hour, we will talk trending stories everyone's talking about everywhere. Also coming up in the next hour, we've got What You Watching Wednesday, so don't forget to hit us up and let me know what you're watching on this Wednesday at Gary and Shannon on Twitter.
you ever have that awkward welcome to work? Hey everybody, we'd like to introduce our new actor pronouns are her and hers. Is this true?
I don't think we do a big pomp and circumstance here. It's just kind of like sometimes there's new people in the halls, and sometimes there's new people, Chris Little's pretty good about introducing people. He does a little tour.
Someone said to me on, well, I guess it was Monday, I don't even know your name.
Yeah, one of the salespeople, right?
And you were like, I don't even know your name.
And you were like, you sell my show. I'm Gary.
That's great.
But listen, there can be uncomfortable situations at work, especially when you're dealing with managers or bosses that have the best of intentions, but it goes the wrong way. Can you think of a time when your boss thought they had a really great idea when it came to personnel or team building or boosting morale, and it just kind of fell flat or went the other way and was a bad idea?
Someone got arrested.
Or someone got arrested?
Something like that.
Do you have a story about that?
No, but I can imagine that there's probably some.
Like, I'll give an example. There was this one time years ago when Chris Little decided that we were going to have some writing training. And it was a great intention, a great idea. And he's like, you know what, and we'll get a limo, and everyone will be picked up from the station, and we'll go out to Rancho Cucamonga, and there's a classroom out there we can use, and we kind of have this news writing class. And at the time, our newsroom was, was great, but it was a competitive newsroom. And not everybody was lovey-dovey, friendly, and we're all packed into this small limo space and drove out there from Burbank, and it was very quiet.
Yes. Yes. And
Sober.
There was never a reason given why we went out there. Like, we all had to meet here anyway.
Yeah, I just remember a lot of fake laughter, a lot of uncomfortable interaction.
Your knee is touching my face.
I can still see Eric Leonard's pained face the entire time. Anyway, best of intention, but it kind of went wrong.
The only one that I have comparable was when we, at a radio station up in Seattle, we took one of those duck boats, those World War II. We took a duck boat on Lake Union, and it was supposed to be a group of potential sponsors for the University of Washington football games. And have lunch like we were planning originally. We had to go through it and the water's splashing us.
Oh,
It was
God.
freezing cold. And the guy just kept making the stupid jokes the whole time we were on this hour-long tour of Lake Union.
It can be awkward when you've got to get personal at work. And there was a Reddit thread that BuzzFeed caught hold of. And this is the problem. They wrote, manager asked us to share something difficult about our childhoods for team bonding. What ensued was deeply uncomfortable, if you can imagine. Difficult about your childhood. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like trauma. Childhood trauma. And that is getting into something that most people don't even want to get into with their therapist, let alone their significant others, let alone people at work.
This Reddit user said, one coworker cried during the meeting and described experiencing childhood sexual abuse. Another shared that her mother died of cancer. They said it's one thing to gradually learn more about someone over time, but it's another thing to force trauma bonding. I don't even know the depth of someone's past experiences to work well with them. It's a workplace, not a family. Worst icebreaker ever.
This Reddit post has been upvoted more than 25,000 times. There are a couple thousand comments of people talking about this as a walking red flag of a work activity. No embarrassing moments, no past experience stories, none of that, according to some managers. One manager said, my new favorite icebreaker is forget fun facts, everyone share a boring fact about themselves. I thought that was kind of clever.
Like I have 10 fingers.
That's kind of a dad joke, boring fun fact. Like, I would say your boring fun fact would be,
I'm waiting for you to tell me what's so boring about me. Go on. It's going to be good.
would that be an uncomfortable icebreaker at work?
Tell me something boring about that person. See his socks. But we wanted to know if this has ever happened to you. So we'll take your calls on this. Icebreakers that managers thought would be a great idea turned out to be absolutely awful.
Just a bad idea the boss had about putting it all together.
Sometimes it's just an awful idea. Not around here. We have great relationships with people around here.
Boss throw you in a foxhole just to bring things together.
Turn off all of the lights.
Start here for a week and a half, then get out of the building. Gelling all that together, you know.
1-800-520-1534. 800-520-1534.
Wait, you don't think it's done? No. It is a ruse to have the pandemic hit and everybody stay home from this place except for us, so that we would become closer as a team. Was that like a thing? Was that scripted? I know the news. What? Air and camera team will have them be the only people that go into the building who've opened for 2 years. And they'll be closer because of it. I did not stay home. I was here the whole freaking time. But I didn't see you. I was here though, Shannon. So I know you. I know it wasn't just us, but it was just many more people. No, just a few of us.
We'll take your calls when we come back. Very terrible.
Denver Mark is here, and she always has been.
Well, this isn't the last matter. One person has been killed and another has been hurt during a car-to-car shooting in South LA. The LAPD two people allegedly stole a Mustang from a tow yard this morning. They say the tow truck driver followed the car and shot people inside, shooting them. A city bus was crashed into a daycare outside of Montreal, Quebec, killing 2 children and hurting 6 others.
A police spokeswoman for the city of Laval says the bus driver has been arrested and charged with careless driving and homicide. Now, we don't know the motive. A judge has dismissed the lawsuit by 5 LA County workers who sued their employer alleging the COVID-19 vaccine mandate for county workers is unconstitutional. Southland weather, KF5, sunny highs upper 50s to mid-70s. This report brought to you by Memorial Consumer. From the Southern California Toyota dealer shopping center, let's go play Super Bowl 101 in Hollywood. On the 101 northbound, this is right in Western Avenue, got a report of a brush fire. Straight knuckles on the right shoulder, got a little bit of film right now. There's some wide, really pretty slow. I heard say from San Marcos Boulevard, going to go down to the one downtown, and the Candy Central Avenue. That's right, car crash. It's been really, stop on it. It's from Vermont Avenue. Winchester, 205 North Line, Parkway, West Pass, 2 inches on the left shoulder, and Toledo, 605 North of John Street. I see a report that massive debris in the running for just about clear that by the way. It was slow from about Spring Street. Hey, I'm in the town. Get me there faster. I'm getting on it. Whether Sunday afternoon or 3 a.m. Whenever, we're with you at Memorial Clinic with high quality care virtually or in person with video visits, day and night, 24/7 telephone support and more. Visit choosememorialcare.org for more information. This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Mattress Firm's president, J.K. Alexander. Shop and save up to $500 on a simple individual mattress set. What? Get a $300 instant gift. Good for expensive accessories. Find your dream bed at Mattress Firm. And cozy up on your new bed because there's nothing better than staying in.
Well, we are new technicians for samples. He always does. When it comes to person itself on a mother's doorstep, Leland Smith here found a set of samples finest beauty in history. But the technician doesn't ask the mother's doorstep test, so you never miss a tear. Athletes have to look clean, professional, and have to be kind. And athletes treat people with respect. They should pass the background check on the drug test. When they do so, they'll be wearing a clean uniform and clean their needs. They'll wear shoe covers in your home and clean up after they leave. You're going to love this sort of testing technique. Because I flat out guarantee you, if I would send them to my mother's doorstep, I would never send them to you. Our number is 833-777-7777 or find us online at servicecampus.com.
Shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. One small personal grocery, one is really for busy families everywhere. Start your first day at ROTHSCHILD.com. Ralph's, everyone, is the cost protect people.
If you're making party plans for the big game, it's a great idea. USDA Choice Bonus by Safety, $79 a pound for your car. Rocks, fresh for everyone.
Every year we vow to get healthier, and yet we still drink 8% runs of tap water a day. What chemicals do you put in your body? Stop worrying. You get a stirring water, whole house filtration, conditioning, softening, and sterilizing. Right now, get the Purion whole house water system for $49 a month. And it comes with a free 7-state reverse osmosis alkaline purification system. Or free lifetime service. Call 844-80-WATER, 844-80-WATER, or TUR-water.com, PuritonWater.com. Welcome to the following program will be recorded. If I were attending USC, and my dad heard him do his disclosure in USC, my dad would have stopped in the car and driven 90 miles an hour towards USC. And then on the way, he was listening to the radio and he heard he was the science building. He would come to U-turn. Let's take a away from yourself. He's been very, very safe and assured that none of his kids have ever been in the science building. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on Day of Oz. Anytime on the air radio app.
Business people who are often viewed as trusted. This had been extended from the city's family to those advisors of government. So, for a long time, this third and Chinese external ventures, there was no need to compromise relations or to set out those who hardest of lands that was moved. It was in many ways an isolation policy. This allowed the Arabs and Persians to dominate maritime trade in much of southern Asia, the Spice Islands, India, Japan, and China. Plus, it was the Arab and Persian merchants, not the Chinese, who drove profit from the trade to and from these lands. Like any empire, external and internal forces could not be kept at bay forever.
Jerry James. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. President Biden exhorted Republicans in the State of the Union to work with him to finish the job rebuilding the economy and uniting the nation. He used his speech last night to reassure a country that is mostly pessimistic about the political divisions and then continued to try to. He declared that America's unbound and broken in the face of the pandemic and really the first speech in joint session since the Republicans control the House and this time. The death toll is close to 12,000 now due to the earthquakes that hit Turkey and Syria. Teams from more than 2 dozen countries have local emergency personnel already on the ground because the scale and scope of the destruction from the 7.8 earthquake and the powerful aftershocks including 7.5 so measured that some people are still waiting to see how to for the most part. And they put the survival window for those people who are trapped in the level closing matters.
Lawyers for Alec Baldwin are earning their probably $600 an hour salary. They're hoping to disqualify the special prosecutor from the shooting case on the 7th in Mexico. A new filing has been made where Baldwin's attorneys argue that Andrea Reed should not be overseeing the case, which was also elected to the Mexico House of Representatives in November. They claim this is unconstitutional because she's also a state lawmaker, which represents a separation of powers violation. Of course, he was originally charged with involuntary manslaughter in connection with that 2021 of Iraq's photographer.
The government may have misspent a roughly $191 billion in pandemic unemployment benefits, according to a top-federal watchdog. This new action, introduced by Inspector General of the Labor Department, Larry Turner, has galvanized the House Republicans. They're trying to find the roughly $5 trillion in emergency funds who were approved since the start of COVID. The Inspector General presented information in a hearing today by the chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, according to testimony that was shared with the Washington Post. $191 billion does not seem to be anywhere close to what the final number should be.
How about the TSA, gas TSA? We haven't done one of these in a while. Usually they're for the children, for the kids. The kids listen up. If you're on TikTok and you are into the craze of the death diving videos, do not partake. The death diving videos actually got a warning from the app TikTok. What is a death dive? Well, this is where kids risk the mother of all belly flops by throwing themselves into water from extreme height. The challenge of death diving has racked up millions of views since it became a craze online recently. It first started in Norway in the 1970s, and it's usually involving adrenaline junkies. 100% pure adrenaline, Reed. And they fling themselves into the water from huge heights. But now the trend has become popular with children.
I have not watched any of the
Maybe I'm just
it's my head. I'm really trying to do when you fall off your bike and get to the support you fall off your bike, you get hit in the head by football, or you get hit in football in general, or you just fall and you crack your head. I feel that every time we see stories like this. I don't know if that's a phantom PTSD that I'm having from head injuries, or
your brain activating and telling you to stay away from this activity.
maybe that's what it is. Maybe there is a certain sense of normal human fear.
This was not an uncommon thing during this period.
Well, you notice it's in the front of your head, not in the lizard brain in the back. That
Sometimes the person who made it to you because of this one, but in reality, it's usually done to fill a need. You may ask, why would anyone need a castrated
The
male?
check is slapping warning labels on the videos. Why not pull the why don't they
If you
pull
think about it,
the
the idea is simple. You take a boy, kill or separate him from his family, make him lonely, he has no future. He cannot have children, he has no home ties.
Twitter
His
page
life
is
is
doing
limited,
this.
but he
Why
has no
should we,
desire to do.
if TikTok has slapped the warning label on the videos, why can't they simply pull them off?
Make me feel
Yeah,
trusted by
I
family
don't know,
over
because
times
they're
needed
getting
to serve.
promoted.
And another
Despite the video being tagged with that warning and the actions in the video performed by professionals, many are being drawn to this. And there's a faction of kids that probably will do it just because there's a warning on it.
One of the adrenaline junkies who driven the entire phrase Norwegian guy.
In fact, in some places at times, women had such opportunities that self-castration was not unheard of. A young man like him
Millions of viewers as she throws herself from huge heights.
those units would at times be a lot of intense.
What is it? The jump or the boost that gets those hit?
They were seen not only as disfigured and abnormal, but as scheming and
She
untrustworthy.
says she has
Chinese
never
Emperor
felt
distrusted
more
eunuchs,
alive.
even placing a sign up in the palace that said,
At a great height.
eunuchs should not intervene in government affairs. Those that disobey
The
will be
recent
beheaded.
video racked over
So,
40
when the Chinese
million
invaded
views
Yemen in
as she
1381,
performed a dive
tens
on
of
an
thousands of men
80-foot
and
platform.
thousands of boys would become eunuchs.
Fears over her safety led her to later upload a further video of the jump
Many
from a
would die from
different angle,
infection, those
reassuring
that
her
survived
fans
would
that
be
she,
sent to various
as you
places to
said,
act as servants who fulfilled their
never
position
felt more
verbatim.
alive.
One of these boys was John Hahn. As noted, John Hahn was living
Professional
with a family called
technique
GD,
shows the
governed
first
in
the divers first breaking the surface tension of the water with their arms
The
and
prince was
feet,
11 years older than John Hahn,
which
the
is
two
dangerous
basically
to
grew up together.
attempt when you're
John
plummeting
Hahn
from a
became
massive
well
height.
educated, and he would become
He
an
says
indispensable
She
advisor
knows what
and friend
she's
to the prince.
doing, but other
To
people
note
are
that the
very
Emperor
concerned that the viral videos could lead to a tragic accident if young kids are to copy that stunt.
This can make for some
The
messy
report
situations when it comes for a new
Gold
emperor.
Stain
Yu Yuanjing and his successors
Scandinavia
were
even has
convinced
its
of
own
paranoia
Gold
and
Stain
suspicious of men who
Federation.
a threat to their power.
They have
And having
guidelines,
40+
they have
siblings bringing a
rankings,
self-distrust
they
and
have a
suspicion
world
to the family.
championship that they hold
Anyhow,
every
John Hahn would
August.
spend much of his young life in a
For
military
you
camp. As Judy
to
battled rebellious
officially
peoples
have
on the
success
foreign
in the
frontier,
Gold Stain
John Hahn would
Federation
fight beside the
competition,
prince and
judges
the
mark
guards who
dives
learned his
based
skills
on
of
3
leadership.
main criteria:
By
the
the
run-up,
1390s,
the
he would
flight,
play a significant
and the
role in
landing.
campaigns against the
And
Mongols.
this woman, as
Like
George
many eunuchs, who are often
was
described as
victorious
effeminate
about
and weak,
21
John Hahn
and
was said to
22
mentally
women's
and
world
physically
champions
keep commanding
and
place.
boasts a rank
He
in
was
the
described as having
33rd in
clearing
the
eyes
world.
and white teeth. So this
It
brings us
wasn't
to
a
1398, when
flop
John Hahn
on
was 27
TikTok.
years old, trusted advisor to the Prince of Yan, one of the most important and powerful men in the empire. In that
The
year, the
idea
Emperor
that you
Yu
had been
Yuanjing
run off
died
of
at
a
the age of
cliff to do
71.
this so that
His
your
eldest son
friends
died
would
7
see you
years
on
earlier,
TikTok, or
and
is
Yu
it so that
Yuanjing
your
passed
strangers
the
would
empire
see
on to
you?
his grandson, 21-year-old Zhu
I
Yunyan.
don't spend enough time on
It was said that
TikTok
the
for
Emperor had wanted
that
to name Judy. He
to
considered his niece
know
Abel,
what
his ninth
would be
offspring,
more
as his successor. But the
valuable.
Emperor's Confucian advisors were against such a move, as it might cause jealousy and
We
resentment
were,
with the other
we
sons
were
of
talking about
Mongols.
the worst things that you had to do.
The new emperor, Zhu Yunyan, was described as a bookish young man. He would
People
continue his father's
on
policies and discourage
Twitter
external
says the
influences
birthday of
from his trade.
freshman
His
welcoming
Confucian
group at
advisors were
Alpine
ruled sway
State
for.
School. We met as a small
Also,
group,
he
and
seemed to
first
have inherited his
question
father's
was to
paranoia.
describe our first
Within a year
successful
of taking the
experience.
throne, 5 years of powerful
Wow,
military
that's
He only left
terrible.
to confront the
I
younger
remember
emperor
there was
as the Prince of
some
Yan.
push for that when I was
Judy
working
was an
for the
extremely
California
ambitious, not
State
to mention
University
capable man.
system.
Really?
Many had felt
Not
that the emperor should
necessarily
pass
a
the role
push
to him.
for
But
like
he knew that it was only a
describing
matter of time
sexual
before his nephew,
experiences,
the
but
new emperor, would come after him. Thus, it did not take long for word to break out
the,
between Judy
the
and Judy
quicker,
and
the deeper you go, the quicker you go when it comes to finding out about somebody,
make a fantastic podcast.
the
But for our
more
purposes, know that Judy would capture the throne
connection
as
you'll
well
have with that
too,
person.
with the aid of the
And
court
then
eunuchs who were
encouraging
power that
those
severely limited
people,
over the past
especially like
decades by the Confucian
roommates
influence within the government.
who would live together for the
Judy did
first
not trust the
time,
Confucian advisors who fought against him,
encouraging
and he
them.
would give
Well,
unprecedented
sure, you
power to the
start to
court
speak
eunuchs.
for that. All
This would be done
comes out eventually. You don't have to do it in the
during the
first
Civil War.
48.
John Hahn, still known as Aha at that
Get a
time,
bunch of
would
girls
distinguish
getting
himself
together
as a
and
defensive pig in terms of
yeah,
rallying the captured
call
men.
911. They caught him at
It
McDonald's.
was here that Judy besought the new Serbian
And
of his trusted
for the
William.
most part, a lot of the guys that I was an RA for, they
It
knew
is said
each
that the
other
name was
going
given to
in.
him
You
during
didn't
the
have
defense of
them
Beiping,
sit in a
when
circle
he had
and talk
successfully
about
defended
sex
the city of
together.
Rosemar
No.
against
But
Imperial
what we
forces
did was
and had his force killed
we
during the
all
fight.
sat around on
The
one
reservoir was
guy's
called
bunk
Joe
bed and
Bob.
did our best
I
Tom
probably
Brady
mispronounced that
impression.
name, but the
Did you
Joe
have
in
Dennis
Joe
come in with a
Bob
cake for
basically was
everybody?
due to Aha and
Maybe
he
he's
was
just a
John Hahn.
baker or a
Got
good
that?
chef.
Okay, good.
That
You
was
know
the
how it
worst
is.
cake Dennis could ever bake.
As for Judy,
Which
it was
is what
customary for
made
the
it for
emperor
a
to
little
take
boy.
a long for
A little
evening
neighbor
for
boy.
the
Who
eunuchs.
otherwise would not have had a happy
Means lasting
birthday.
joy.
So
That brings us to
I am
1303.
nervous about
The
it.
new
We're
emperor
talking
wanted to
about
make a
it
big
Sunday,
splash.
but I piece
Thus,
of
he issued orders for
searching for
construction of the
information
nuclear
about
fission
Michael
plant,
Urban
training ships,
story.
warships, and support
If you
vessels,
watch the
radar
NFL Network for
command
5 minutes, you're going to see Michael Urban. He's probably top 3 biggest stars on the NFL Network. Huge personality. You know him from the Coach Boys, Cowboys,
Plus, there was this vision of the deployment
wide
of
receiver,
treasure
Bobby,
China had
successful,
after
huge
holding the war for
personality.
half a century.
He's been kicked off the Super Bowl broadcast because of what he called a 45-second encounter with a woman in the lobby when he got back to the hotel after having a couple pops. A couple of things. So this how we remember what was said. there was a quick interaction. He complained, and he said he was off the broadcast. I mean, there's a lot of shady behavior that goes on with people who work in these environments that are still on the air. So, what the hell? What?
45-second conversation.
Right.
Kicked off the bar.
I mean, that's just $1 million question.
More on that when we come back. Gary Shannon will continue. Deborah, Mark has an update on some big news stories, right?
We follow the news. News follow up. KSI. Los Angeles and Tony. There's ultra water bills out there on Dr. Mark Live and KFI 24-hour news room says that rent and nonprofit in Orange County with millions of dollars to pay off water bills that families must tap into the fund before shut off.
We won for the $4 million traffic for the needed the partnership of both these presidents regular stop says the problem is not enough people are lining up to take advantage of the Berkshire College low-income household water assistance program.
Such a conservation approach by interview Chris Fisher
He says that funding is not applied for by August 31st. The money will be returned to them. The water bill will pass through one subject for this connected.
Each week, Angie and I explore, and then we share these details about these animals that we know exist.
One person has been killed and two more are in critical condition after a two-car crash in the Lake Balboa area of the San Fernando Valley. The LA County Fire Department said the crash happened around 3:45 this morning off day. A white Corvette was speeding, ran a red light, and crashed into a Honda.
Unfortunately, the driver of the Honda was deceased at scene. The driver and the passenger for the Corvette were transported to the hospital.
Crash happened at the intersection of North Balboa and Victory Boulevard. San Bernardino County has reached a $500,000 settlement with a truck driver who said he was wrongfully arrested in Apple Valley. The arrest happened while the man was relationship with Brave man refused to show his ID to deputies and asked for a supervisor when deputies stopped him on suspicion of loitering and alleged he was arrested and retaliation charges filed on the man was dropped for lack of evidence. Hate crimes in LA have been consistently rising. The LAPD said 692 hate crimes were reported in LA in 2022, the highest it's been in over a decade. Black people reported the most hate crimes last year at 205. Latinos were the next highest, and 95 reported hate crimes. Jewish people reported 86, and there were 85 reports of hate crimes for gay men. Despite numbers rising, LAPD said there was a decrease in the number of reports for Asians were targeted. The Fed said these numbers could be higher because only half of hate crimes are reported. For that, President Biden has taken some shots at Republicans during his State of the Union from Republicans. And during his State of the Union speech, Biden criticized Republicans last night for not raising the country's debt ceiling without conditions. Actually, President Biden took some of those shots.
Some of my Republican friends want to take the economy out, and I get it. Unless I agree with their economic plan.
He said their plans include cutting Medicare and Social Security.
I'm not saying it's right.
So, as we talk about the trade front, the traditions, the actual fleet, and other shifts in that system,
Contact my office. I'll give you a copy. I'll give you a copy of the proposal.
Biden said he wants the wealthy to pay what he calls their fair share. He also protested the tax returns that corporations pay 4 times tax on stock buybacks. Brendan Say, the man who led the generation with Monterey Parkland Fever, was recognized by the president last night during the State of the Union address.
He thought he was doing his job. They showed us people inside. In that instant, found courage back to wrestle the city automatic pistol away from the gunman. We've already killed 11 people in Mountain View.
They got a bipartisan ovation. Biden used the moment to call for reinstating the ban on assault. A man from Libya accused of being involved in making a bomb to destroy the Pan Am flight flying over Scotland. He pleaded not guilty to the 1988 bomb killed 270 people, most of them from the U.S.
China 103 was 30 years later to the big off in London when it flew up over Scotland. A bomb built out of the Pacific quarter and stored in the soup station.
I tell you
have persistent cases up to life in prison if convicted. He is the third person charged in the terror attack, but the first will appear in the court in the U.S. The KFI Finance Report is sponsored by ShadowbackEye.com. The Dow is down 191, S&P 500 down 43, NASDAQ down 193, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.62.
For a limited time, get $1,500 off LASIK from ShadowbackEye.com.
Top line weather from KFI sunny, high low to mid 70s for Metro LA, upper 60s and 70s for the San Fernando and San Gabriel Valley, upper 50s to mid 60s in the Emerald Valley, low down to 70s for Inland Orange County, low 70s in the Inland Empire, and 80s tomorrow. Right now, 69 in Tustin, the 3 in Mission Viejo, is 71 in Van Nuys, 67 in Chatsworth. We're going back to the 10 in downtown LA. This is Jonathan Kennedy for the Central Access. Different vehicles from the middle lane, several cars and blocking it. This is the right from Normandy Alley. Sherman Oaks, one on the west side of Van Nuys, that hit one clear into the right shoulder. Headed from Philmar, 5 north to the TK connector. And Wooden Palace reported in the middle lane. Also in South LA, one just had to fall into bumper in the second lane from your left. Heading over to the Inland Empire, we can slow down in Riverside. Police operations rolling on southbound 315. Going to be from about Center Street down to Orange Central, and we've got a really slow ride on the southbound side. Also in Temecula Valley, 15 northbound after Temecula Valley Road. That will crash in Santa Barbara area. KFI in the sky helps put you there faster. I'm hitting on that. This hour of various fitness goals brought to you by ROTHSCHILD Technology.
Well, fuel system for $0 down for $59.99.
Destination city
It is no secret that cities add chlorine to your water. Once it gets to your house, you don't want it in your body or drying out your skin and hair. This is the solution to Light Source water system. Light Source filters all the water in your home, using the heart space to feel chlorine and giving you soft skin and hair from every tap. No salt, no maintenance. Get yours today by calling 800-803-2696 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source pays
over 3 other ships. It will stretch out for miles. Once at sea, it's like whenever we were in cargoes, constantly printed by burning incense sticks. Also from the Hawaiian to the later Republic, maps of the waters, and landmarks and features close to bridges. These charts will also detail the depth of the water, dangerous spots, and shows birds and
Standing for together and to the here, and the board service.
Listen to Favorite Goat on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
My friend had his home stolen. The crime is home title theft. It's real. It's horrendous, but it's real and it's everywhere. And luckily, this was just a demo, but I saw how criminals all around the world target American homeowners, and that's why I protect my home with home title lock, and you need to as well. And if you can simply forge your signature on a legal document saying that you sold your home to them, homeowners insurance and common identity theft programs do not protect you, but home title lock does. So protect yourself. Just go to their website, hometitlelock.com/SeanSean. Verify your home title is still safely in your name, and just register your address for a free no obligation home title report for your files. That is a $100 value, absolutely free. That's hometitlelock.com/Sean, hometitlelock.com/Sean, SEAN. This is Dick with a Hot. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
for access to the information of the city. At this time, the regional center operates in fact, one of the main city states in Sumatra, was told by pilots by a man named James. One of many clubs in the area that mentioned spice trade because of the city's position at the entrance of the Strait of Malacca. The government assessed the situation in the area by passing out names for the time being. Many visit the cities of Delhi, Rabbi, and Seminary, Sumatra. They visit the Cuban, temporary attraction was items for the town of
Everywhere. Funny Radio.
Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we'll dive into what you're watching Wednesday. You alerted me to a new show that's right at my alley. I'm caught up with The Bachelor. You know him pretty well. This is Victor's friend. Kind of reason watching it. And he's not easy at all. He's not douchey. He's like a good kid.
That's what Sri Lanka today. The island
Are you
was
a friend of
religious
Victor?
and
Yeah. Why is it
He's
surprising?
been with us to the U.N. residents. So
Couple messages on the top. Come on, Gary. You just show your age right there.
Flash. You know that it's booming it makes it worse. Grandpa. Well, what's better than conservative level? Yeah, freaking jobs or conservative house. I will veto it.
Time for what happens.
Survivors is just that urgent as you can imagine. This was the 7.8 magnitude earthquake that hit Turkey and Syria early Monday. The clock is ticking as the temperatures are freezing and there are thousands of buildings that have been toppled. The rubble, the extent of the rubble is just incredible. It's reminiscent of 9/11 when it comes to the rebar and the destruction.
6,000 were buildings they said around the point. So the survivors for those people who may be trapped under the rubble is obviously closing with without water and food if they've only got a few days. Now, as we've seen in disasters like this before, the stories of rescues will stretch on for a week, 10 days. We'll have some pretty miraculous rescues sometime next week. But if 6,000 of the buildings went down and the death toll is currently at almost 12,000, you can imagine that it's going to be possibly over 20,000 before it's all done.
If you're waiting on your dealer to bring you your cocaine, you may be waiting a while. More than 3 tons of cocaine was found floating in a remote part of the Pacific. $316 million worth of cocaine.
Police say they built a financial blow to everyone from the South American producers to the drugs to the distributors to what was that nation's largest ever drug seizure.
Also, don't do cocaine. Liquid stuff in it now. Fentanyl, stuff that'll kill you right away. It's terrible. Don't touch it.
Well, that's another life lesson we learned today.
I'm full of life lessons. Yeah.
Alex Baldwin's lawyer has filed a motion trying to disqualify the special prosecutor who was part of the team who brought the involuntary manslaughter charges against him. They argued that Andrea Reed's role as a special prosecutor actually violates the Constitution of the state of New Mexico. She's also an elected member of the state House of Representatives. So, according to the lawyer, she's not constitutionally permitted to serve simultaneously as a legislator and a special prosecutor.
The IRS is telling millions of taxpayers who receive Social Security tax refunds or payments to delay filing their 2022 taxes because there aren't really rules to figure out how that should be done.
I just assumed my son asked me this. Well, I counted as incorrect, and you're right. But apparently, I'm wrong.
But they just don't know yet. They just don't know yet. Okay, can you get something? Can we get like 4 people in a conference room together to make a decision on this instead of saying, hey guys, don't file your taxes yet? The IRS says they're still evaluating whether the tax refunds, like California's middle-class tax refunds, are taxable for federal income tax purposes.
Okay, better solution. If it's taking you this long to figure it out, it doesn't count as taxable income.
Are you yelling?
Sorry, why am I yelling? Probably because my decision.
Sure, so we really don't talk about your tip tax.
Celia Cruz, the first Afro Latino to appear on the U.S. border. Even singer, known as the Queen of Pop.
Other honorees include Patsy Sakamoto, the first woman of color to serve in Congress, Dr. Mary Edwards Walker, a Civil War surgeon and suffragist, Polly Murray, a civil rights activist and lawyer, and a voting rights activist from the Yankton Sioux Nation, Victoria Shaw.
All women, according to Director Vincent Gibson, all women being honored have lived remarkable and multifaceted lives, and have made a significant impact on our nation in their own unique way. Lowriders do that.
I can't say lowrider without changing the song. I'm doing it in my head.
A proposal to appeal a ban on low-riding cruising, which the repeal a ban on low-riding cruising in California, introduced the state capital. Assembly Bill 436 would make it legal in cities across the state. The current law was in place in 1988, or put in place. After the anti-cruising ordinance 436 would repeal sections of the vehicle code to make cruising possible, prohibiting local authorities from stopping drivers from cruising and driving cars that have been modified to be a certain states.
Hey, you ever been on Pirates of the Caribbean and you're like getting out of that boat or you're just finishing the ride and the water is rising on that little turn there, the water is rising and you're like, is this water going to get in the boat? You never felt this way?
So,
I feel it every time I'm on this ride.
are you offending or are you?
Usually when you're ending,
Oh, I think I know what you're
when you're going around that bend.
Yes. It's fun with everybody.
Yes. And you're kind of like, and you also have to beware of whiplash or any sort of back injury because the next car is standing into the back of that.
So usually that's a very, to me, it's a very memorable sound. The song of those boats colliding together.
The sounds of that ride, very distinct. But weekend riders had to escape one of those sinking boats. The boat's been stranded for an hour. There was video posted on social media. People saying it was a hot mess, James wrote on TikTok. He said, honestly, sorry, is that not going to be good? He said, honestly, we thought we were going to swim our way out of it. Well, firefighters showed up, and they used a portable staircase that's actually gangplank, so they literally had to walk the plank. It was during that load-unload area.
Hey, Gary, let's tell you this from a younger person. Wait, hold on a second. Let's stop with the so you're the old guy. No, Harry, actually, I'm on your side. Funny enough, if you make fun of TikTok, younger age or not, we all call it TikTok. So I'm coming to you. Every younger person, be honest.
So you tell the guy,
40-year-old trying to correct you, am I right, David?
you take this guy on the WhatsApp and you let him know.
No, like a grandpa, brother.
All right, coming up next, we asked you, has your boss had a bad idea? We've gotten responses.
Yeah.
We'll get into it.
No, like a grandpa, brother.
Gary and Shannon will continue to 5 a.m. to 41 everywhere on iHeartRadio. Never mind, man, a woman and her pet cat have been killed in a fire from Mar Vista. Firefighters say they put out that fire this morning about 30 minutes. The house did not have any smoke detectors. Cruising in California could soon be legal. We heard Gary and Shannon talking about that a few minutes ago. Senator David Alvarez has introduced a bill that will repeal several sections of the state's vehicle code regarding cruising activities. And the Church of England is talking about whether to use gender-neutral language when referring to God instead of using fully masculine pronouns like he or our father. We're going to go to the 605 next.
If you have ever been injured in an accident, whether it's a car accident, motorcycle, truck, even dog fight, call attorneys for help with injured accident victims for 18 years and winning.
We're talking about Pete James accident attorneys. Pete James has now settled $188 million just this year alone for injured clients. And the best part is, every time they settle a case, they donate to those communities.
They settled 80,000 people in that last year alone. Most people don't know what to do when you're in that.
You may not be able to use your car, the usually may not allow you to go to work or take part in your normal everyday activities.
If it happens to you, just call Pete James. Speak to someone who cares.
You have nothing to lose, but the compassion you need to help with medical treatment. And money.
Oh, and justice. Let's not forget justice. You deserve that. If you've ever been hurt in an accident, call Pete James. Awarded best attorneys in America. 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200. Or go to sweetjames.com.
We are going to an accident on the 605 instead of a plane. Going to 605 south of Boston, a report of a restaurant cleared the right shoulder and in the back at that Winter Boulevard. Brand new accident here. This is blocking the carpool lane. You're going to stay on bridge, almost all the way down to the 105. In Linwood, 710 north to the 105 to the west connector. The metal bridge in the left lane. Downtown LA and the 5 South to the 60 East connector. For more debris and right line of that transition. As you go downtown LA and the Famous East to Light and Central, that earlier record cleared while running Captain Reopen. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Ryan.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Need weekend plans? Check out what's happening at your local Lowe's. Weekending at Lowe's gives you and your family the opportunity to make them your weekend destination with free events, workshops, and more. Visit Lowe's.com/events for this month's whole lineup.
The Home Israeli Foundation has been at the forefront of explanatory value research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support. HomeIsraeliFoundation.org.
Are you looking for a way to protect your portfolio against the uncertainty of the stock market? Invest in commercial real estate with over $1.5 billion in assets. First National Realty Partners offers investors access to institutional quality real estate featuring national brand tenants such as Walmart, Kroger, Sprouts, Publix, and many others. FNRP is one of the largest syndicators of grocery-anchored real estate in the U.S. Investors choose the specific deals to invest in and receive consistent quarterly cash distributions. To learn about their investor partner opportunity, call the Investor Relations team now, 888-301-9010, 888-301-9010, or get started at FNRCradio.com. That's FNRCradio.com. Cash refill their current and upcoming deals and see what returns investors are earning. Call 888-301-9010 or FNRCRADIO.com. That's a subject to receipt for the loss of your security only available to verify accredited investments. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any recommendations made about investments cannot be reflected by NC strategy. Call Pacific Coast Termite for a free home inspection. Call 800-PACIFIC, PacificCoastTermite.com.
On the Exorcist Files podcast, a leading exorcist and demonologist shares stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martins has encountered evil in nearly every way imaginable. Hollywood portrayed the exorcist with levitation, vomiting, spitting at the priest. All of that has not been new to me. I have seen that firsthand. Listen to the Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Why would anybody tip 18% or to go for it? It should just default.
No, because you think they want it if the drive-thru. The bringing in the drive-thru is not preparing low calorie discounts. There, instead of taking your money and handing you as if you want some kind, live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Radio app. It's actually big game this Sunday, featuring Philadelphia, Kansas City, with coverage beginning at 11. Kickoff at 3:30 on your home of the big game, and 5:30 LA Sports MGM Rewards unlocks the best of Las Vegas. Visit MGMRewards.com for details.
Reminder that we have up on the website our guarantees, so big bowl of picks where we're going through it. Today is round 2, deciding between the winners of the first round. We have 4 matches up there. The snack food / chips you're going to choose for the best snack to have during is the review. If you're going to go on the website, you can actually find a way to get there by going on our Twitter account. Go to Gary and Ken on Twitter or at Instagram, Twitter. Speaking of football, though, not too long ago on the NFL Network, the doctor for the league said the guarantee that DeMar Hamlin will play for football.
They can't guarantee that that's a family member or DeMar guarantee. So earlier we were talking about this Reddit thread that Ed Team picked out about the worst icebreaker ever. A boss has a really bad idea of how to bring people together. We got your responses and we'll get to them after your chance to $1,000.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website, Bills. That's Bills, B-I-L-L-S. Enter it now at AFIAS640.com/sound. Powered by Blue Team's Accident Attorneys. And ever an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorney with 3 James.
500 5200, that's 800 500 5200, or sweetgames.com. The word goes on the website, MIA640.com/cash, and then we're going to notify via email. Here was one from the boss.
Hey, my mom told me that the debate is on, so
That's great. Yeah, so the idea that this boss had was to have everyone share their childhood trauma, to bring everyone closer together, communicating. And what happened was trauma takedown. It was terrible, where some people were talking about being abused as kids, so it was a big mess. It's a terrible idea on its face. You should trauma share, trauma down, right? Not with a
And when it's appropriate, not when the boss tells you to.
sure.
This is a time and place for the trauma share. For example, well, the idea that the bad thing is boss have done in the past.
the worst idea with boss is like the office or a party at his house. Okay, that's fine, you want to get everybody has fun, but then there's those few that get a little bit too much to drink for that real person comes out. Let's say an office, you're amongst those people.
Exactly. When I was working at Economics, had a boss who invited everybody to his house one time to celebrate that we had good ratings.
Did you even make a picture in the house? I've heard about it.
I've seen it. I don't remember if that was the kind that I saw.
I only heard about it because of urban legend. I got there.
Yeah, that's the real thing. And the boss was not a nice person. And whenever we all decided we would go, but then thought the best way to like get back at him was just like,
Of course you did.
I never did. I remember.
No, but I know the crowd.
Yeah.
I know that would be it. What was the idea?
Little things.
Right.
Freeze foods. Or
A bathtub.
a bathtub, or like a picture break. You know, a picture
Right.
to take a break, or something like that. It was all silly little.
That's great. Did people do that?
Allegedly, yeah. I don't know if anybody actually put together the movies like that, but that was one of the things that boss invited everybody to their homes. And this was early in everyone's radio career, so we're all 19, 20, and the oldest person in the whole group was 24.
Yeah.
So we were,
I remember when you hit 24 at that place, you said they aged out of the system.
oh my gosh, they gave you handicap parking.
I remember being 24 and being like, feeling like my life was over because I was not out of there yet. I think I just turned 24. Or, no, I was a month away from turning 24 when I left. All right, Katie wrote to us, I worked at a restaurant years ago. The manager decided that in order to make us better at upselling wine, we should do a wine tasting class. Didn't take long for him to completely lose control of the group, turn into a big drunken party. Restaurant was half of us had to work that evening. Just a restaurant full of drunk servers. We never got to wine taste at work again.
Have you ever done, I did this, had to be in the summertime, I did a wine tasting with my friends. Sommelier comes in, brings a hand-selected group of wines, and everybody sits around and tastes the wine. And here's what he's talking about. He's very, what he's talking about, very smart sounding wine guy. And kind of takes you through the different white wine and tells where it's from and why it's different, and this is the special one I chose, and all this sort of thing. I was sitting between my wife and our friend Lisa, and we had a bet going because it was a pretty rowdy crowd when it started. A couple people had already been, tasting their own. So and it was for the most part, that half of the table was a younger crowd, and we had a bet as to what time he was going to lose it. Like, throw it in and say, fine, you guys go on pit, that's going to be awesome.
I did a number of wine tastings, and it's usually after the first 2 pours, it starts to go a little sideways.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's measured, right? It's not like you're slowly drinking the wine. It's also a good way to realize that it'll hit you slow. You don't need to have 17 glasses right away. Like, it'll catch up with you. And it usually catches up on like the third part. Like you do a white, maybe a rosé, and then you get to a red, and then the second red, that's when you start asking stupid questions and get loud and giggly and annoying as hell.
And the first 2 pours, the sommelier is like,
coming from us.
Totally.
If you could tell that the law
Right.
and the kids grown and the ditch. And by the third one, they're like, it's
Right.
purple.
And by the last one, they're just throwing it at you. Get the hell out of here.
Good afternoon, Gary and Travis. As a bodybuilding exercise, our boss took us to the local bowling alley, and we supplied unending beer. Needless to say, at the very end of the season, he was looking at us and screaming, never, ever, ever again will I take you guys
So it
out.
sounds like managers just avoid the alcohol.
Yeah, alcohol's never a good idea. When you're with bosses, right? I mean, when you're with me at my home, and you feel comfortable enough to rip out the spice drawer, that's something.
How can I without your spice drawer? You're the one who had a spice drawer in the kitchen. That was your
Yeah, but you opened the drawer. Like, you opened the kitchen drawer.
I was looking
For what?
love.
You're looking for love?
Let's watching Wednesday and we come back to Gary again. Denver Market Live and KFI 24-hour news.
A lawsuit claims Santa Ana has prevented a religious charity from feeding the homeless amid arbitrary claims nonprofit to crack crime. Lawyer Ed Connor says the city declined a permit for Micah's Way, claiming unauthorized food distribution.
And as we said to this is, why don't we do a study? Let's find out if there really are any problems associated with any of that activity in Market Way. Most cities are usually do that.
The lawsuit claims Micah's Way has religious beliefs to help and feed the hungry, which are protected by federal law. Santa Ana says the lawsuit filed last week is under review and declined to further comment. President Biden is in Wisconsin speaking at a Labor International Union of North America Training Center. Biden's visit to the forest is the first in a series of trips he is expected to make following his State of the Union address last night.
You know, people send us to claimants. Fighting for the sake of fighting gets us nowhere. We're getting things done.
Biden touched on last night's speech, saying if the previous Congress could work together, then there's no reason we can't get things done as well. In this Congress, Biden won the state of Wisconsin by slim margins during the presidential election in 2020. China says it was smeared in President Biden's State of the Union address. China's foreign ministry spokesperson says it is opposed to defining the entire China-U.S. relationship in terms of competition. Biden mentioned China in his address to the country last night at 7 times, focused mainly on how the U.S. is increasingly prepared to compete with Beijing. Biden says he made it clear that he seeks competition with China, not country. The Michael Jackson estate is in the process of selling half of its interest in the singer's music catalog. Variety says the deal ranges from $809 million to $900 million. It says Sony and a possible financial partner are negotiating to acquire 50% of the estate's interest in Jackson's publishing, recorded music, and other assets. The package would be the biggest deal to date in the music catalog market. We're going to go to the 710 next. Well, I think that you and I have been talking about TRILLIONAIRE for
6 years. I did a bunch of research. It was 6 years ago. Solar Max was clearly the best option. They're going to build a custom solar system for you, just like they did for me. And they're going to use the most innovative technology. Better thing is, you're going to get people using better, higher quality panels than I have. Inverters, battery systems, they're all top in the industry, hands down.
well, now is actually the best time to get solar because you get more electrical production in the spring.
Cooler temperatures, a lot of sunshine. Give Solar Max a call right now and get a 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month. The most powerful solar panels on the market.
Plus, you want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
That's right. All Solar Max start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system. $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Now, pound 250 from the show and say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250 SolarMax to go to solarmax.com.
They're getting available. Who tracks the SOPs and mics on the future for you?
Southland weather, KFI study highs in the low east 70s for Metro LA, upper 60s and 70s for the San Fernando and San Gabriel valleys.
Upper 50s, 60s in the Emerald Valley, lows upper 70s in inland Orange County, low 70s in the high up in Williston, some 80s tomorrow. Right now, 72 in Mojave, 65 in Laguna Niguel. There's stuff on the 710 in Long Beach. It's down at 710 Northbound, watching for this week. On the boulevard, wooden pallets, they're lying in the middle lane. And people are there, 605 southbound. Before you get to Washington Boulevard, this is at that wreck in carpool lane. It is not coming away from Beverly Boulevard. In downtown LA, find Southbound 4th Street, and we're clear into the shoulder. It's from right. 101 Westbound Van Nuys, that hit and line so on the shoulder. And that's up north, 405 north of Rancho. A large chunk of metal is lying in the middle of the there. Either faster times in harmony. I heard Hollywood Stockholm. The gold jersey leaderboard continues to get everything everywhere. Everyone appropriately in the race for best picture. The best actor is still up to that, with even between Austin Butler and Brendan Fraser. Meanwhile, Variety took David Colin Farrell with the popular advantage at the upcoming Factor on February 19th. In fact, the screenplay category, historically the films have been the Golden Globe and actors. So history repeats itself. That honor goes to the Banshees of Inisherin. And lastly, a big congrats to Viola Davis, who achieved the coveted EGOT status after her recent Grammy win for the narration of a memoir, Finding Me. I'm just EGOT! Davis is the 18th EGOT winner in Hollywood history. I'm Ellen Kay. This is iHeart Hollywood Spotlight.
You're working with your health today. Know that your financial well-being needs the same care and attention. It's time to get a complimentary wealth checkup from Edelman Financial. We're their #1 rated independent financial advisory firm 5 years running. And you can be confident you're getting integrated wealth management advice, including tax planning, estate planning, insurance, and more. From an experienced and trusted investment advisory firm. Take advantage of a complimentary wealth checkup with a plan that will put your needs first. No sales pressure, no obligation, but trusted guidance to help get your investment goals back in the focus. When it comes to your financial well-being, you can count on the top-rated independent financial advisory firm in the nation. Visit Edelman Financial at EFEWealthPlanners.com. That's EFEWealthPlanners.com. They're integrating what it means to be September 2019 to 2022. Compensation agency
You heard the saying, see wives come through it, right? If you do something that seems a little bit like an change, it can think of cost and big time in this is William, the founder, third champion, Army City and Ministers. We see this all the time. People putting out 10 after grants, but they don't want to take the time to spend the money to get it done. And it only takes about 90 minutes and costs just $88. It's just pennies compared to a huge problems and expenses that can rack up if you don't get your first turned on. You'll also save money in energy bills and your system will last longer. Don't be too wise and town doers. I'll say this for specific concerns today. Our number is 833-777-7777, or find us online at servicechampions.com. Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking for extra work. So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here is an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is a really unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate quickly. With other hiring sites, the job posting is flooded with thousands of resumes who just don't cut it. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications in their JobGet app, letting them know you're ready to talk. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 minutes. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates within minutes, and you go to jobget.com/handle. That's jobget.com/handle. This really works. Visit jobget.com/handle.
Is there an accident? Visit supercomputerplayer.com.
Vacations, stocks, and I gas prices that you're sitting at home like a loser. Maybe it's time you were a winner. CFI wants to give you a cash refill with $1,000 every weekly hour from 6 a.m. through 7 7 p.m. Looking for the keyword, then enter it at KFIAM640.com/dash. No texting, just winning. Wishing to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Claim your cash refill on KFI AM 640 for stimulating jobs.
Some of the other islands in the region, Korea, the Philippines, and even Thailand, which is not far from Australia. That leads to speculation that the flag portion of the Norwegian story is legit.
Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Question that's
There's some fallout from yesterday's State of the Union address last night, I should say, from President Biden. According to a poll from CNN, 72% of people who watched it approved of the State of the Union address, including 43% of Republicans who watched it, so they approved the address.
Is that your quintessential Portland, Oregon story?
Please tell me it has something to do with me speaking.
No, not yet.
Maryland?
No.
Okay, but you still say Portland, I'm listening.
A herd of city goats, well known in Portland,
You got me.
they were temporarily set free this morning in what appeared to be an act of protest against the planned sweep of a nearby homeless encampment. The fence of the goat's enclosure has been cut, allowing them to get out. The co-owner of the non-profit found a note denouncing the planned sweep that was signed by some anarchists. The encampment is near a site where the city is planning to build a tiny home village.
I have relatives in Portland, and that strikes me as something that they would
Yeah. I've been to Portland once, and I think I saw this happen in real time. But the last time I was there, the only time I was there, I was at a wedding, and they had minors and alpacas at the wedding. You know, you have a couple pops, and suddenly you find yourself possibly alone at a wedding.
sticking back.
Mm-hmm.
A quick note about the State of the Union address for those of you who were following such things. There is a designated survivor to the point they even made a super subtle TV show. Designated survivor. Somebody in the line of succession to the presidency who does not attend in the event that something nefarious should happen, as did happen to the president in Super Sutherland, I think was Secretary of Housing and Human Services. There was a designated survivor last night who was not in the Capitol when the president gave his speech. It was the Secretary of the Department of Labor named, you know,
The gentleman.
you're right.
Yes.
Yes.
And we were talking about him before. It's not a, what is it?
Marty Walsh.
Yeah, see, I always go wrong on this one.
Marty Walsh. So he is the 11th in the line of the presidential succession. He's actually going to step down to take over as head of the National Hockey League Players Association.
Of course, Marty Walsh has that. But it's all right. It's time to wait to watch on Wednesday.
The following program is brought to you in living color.
Americans love capitalism. They wing their kids out.
USA tells you much better than all the those live television shows. Well, let's get to the big one that is going to be this weekend. You can catch the game Sunday featuring Philadelphia City coverage begins at 11 and kickoff at 2:30 on your home division. The radio AM 570 on the sports sponsored by the Ford F-150 with combined toughness and intelligence front drive one local Southern California Ford dealership.
Well, you told me about the show this morning that I am going to get into today. Because she said it was brought to you by the people that created Friday Night Lights and Parenthood, the Tortilla Race.
It's on Apple TV Plus, and it is called Here at Work.
It's about a little boy who survived a plane crash. He's the only survivor. And about the fallout. How does he continue his life? How do you take care of him? How does he deal with the loss of his parents? And how do the other families that were affected by the plane crash, how do they move forward? The music in the trailer alone is very reminiscent of Friday Night Lights.
And it's everybody that sort of surrounds a grief counseling group.
Right, so carrying pillars in it.
Got a drinking problem.
Well, it would be called a problem. She's drinking champagne in the kitchen. That's not like drinking juice and sugar.
Out of like a juice box. So she didn't even have it in sleep. Anyway, that looks incredible. We saw the trailer for it last night or the night before, and both my wife, you see the beginning where it says from the producers of Friday Night Lights and character.
Wait a minute, is this why you don't give me a food at your house and you have me drink my champagne out of a tumbler? You won't trust me in it? Like Tammy Taylor? It's not that
Tired. It's not that entirely.
your face is, well,
There are times where you get worried out to the backyard, and I don't want you to look. Like, if you drop a champagne food on the table in the backyard, it would be a mess. I'd rather you do it on
you mean you're worried that I would cut myself.
or something. It's more of a
A safety issue.
But in the meantime, we have also been watching TRILLIONAIRE on Apple. What's that about? So, Jason Siegel is a therapist, psychotherapist, who gets frustrated. He's dealing with his own grief. I don't know why grief is such a thing lately, but he's dealing with his own grief of losing his wife, and he's tired of hearing these people just complain about their problems. So he tells a couple of them to either ask or get off the pot. And that's kind of that's while he's trying to repair his relationship with his daughter. There's some good, funny moments in it, but it's just dark enough because the undercurrent in it is green. It reminded me of Afterlife with Ricky Gervais. In that the overwhelming story, the overriding story is somebody who loses his wife unexpectedly. And I mean, for Afterlife, it was more expected she had sick, but a year after her death, still trying to deal with it and put the pieces of his life back together. And some of the people in his life are telling him, okay, now's the time. Now you gotta stop wallowing in your sorrow. And you have a girl that you have to raise, a teenager that counts on you. Jason Siegel is teenage. And the most interesting thing to me is that Harrison Ford plays one of the other doctors in the practice. And it's really fun.
Yeah.
Very, very dry, but very, very dry.
All right, we would know what you watch Wednesday also because it's good to read book as well. I thought it must be a book for you and come back.
Very interesting continues. Deborah Mark has an update report.
The IRS has people in California, Colorado, and other states that issued tax rebates last year to hold off on filing their taxes. The agency is trying to figure out if those rebates are taxable income. Federal and NFL officials are confident in the safety and security of the Super Bowl this Sunday in Arizona. The NFL security office has said there are not discovered or known threats in the game at this time. Police in New Zealand have found more than 3 tons of cocaine floating in the Pacific Ocean. Officials say it was dropped there by an international drug cartel. Southland weather is going to find sunny highs of the 50s to mid-70s. This is brought to you by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation for the Southern California Toyota Dealer Shopping Center. Let's go place before the attack on 605 and Chico Rivera. From 605 southbound to Georgia to Washington Boulevard, the carpool lane is blocked. It is stopped on the way from Rose Hills Road. It says they slow down to the 5 and 605 south road is Telegraph Road. Then crash clear into the right shoulder. And the time showed a 101 northbound at Barham Boulevard, but what only figured out with an accident really hit the brakes on Vine Street. If you're on the southbound side of the from San Marcos Boulevard down to about the 110. Also in Santana, you can walk down to 57 South Connector. That's all on that connector road. You will find the sign of getting there faster on the harmony.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. This report is sponsored by iHeartAdvertising.com. Is it really hard to find new customers? As the #1 audio company in America, we can help you grow your business at a fraction of the cost. Get started today by visiting iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital will have the best solution to help you. So appraisal, credit report fees will apply. I think 2 mortgages with HMS Capital clearly understand. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. We think together. Wins are easier to so we help you prevent breakdowns by performing state critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on call mini drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain section. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaning service is just $80. So nice on $30. Get air conditioning or plumbing. ViralRabbi.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can even content growth to potential customers more cost-effectively. Across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We love figuring out iHeartMedia to work for you. From your cell dial, #260 and say keyword great results. That's #250 and say great results. Apparently, the school administrators at this particular school district have never listened to these teachers, and now they get one that gets shot. And it's the big principal at the community stage. She doesn't have the common sense that if you've got 4 people saying she has a gun, you don't get the kid, darn it again. Presumably, this woman has a triple-digit IQ, right? Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app on Wednesday, February 8th. Reminded our show starts at 9 now. So if you ever miss any part of our show, you can always listen on demand. Or go to KFIAM640.com/Jerry and Shannon, or listen on the iHeart app live on demand whenever you want. I was just watching the trailer for Shrinking on Apple TV that they were talking about, and he plays that role so good. It reminded me of this role in Forgetting Sarah Marshall, where he's like dealing with grief, but it was funny in doing so, in a way. Yeah, and it's like I said, it's based in grief, but there are some really, really funny parts of it, so they do a good job. The Terminal list is coming back. If you watch any of that with Chris Pratt and Taylor Swift, actually, the Chris Pratt name, he plays Jack, plays the character in Jack Parr's movie. He's going to go on to another season. They're actually going to do a prequel series with Taylor Swift. Which is great. It was a really well done. Something coming to your television this fall, The Mandalorian, season 3. Are you excited about that, or are you one of the more old-school Star Wars people? The first season was, I thought, very well done. But it's just like you said, Daisy Jones and the Six was a very popular book 4 years ago. I feel like everyone was reading it at the time. It's a great book. It's a lot of fun, and it's getting Prime Video treatment that's coming to you in March. Very Jackal season 2, March the 34th. 34th in March. There is an app handle. There's 24 days. It's on the 24th, I should say. Succession is coming back to the 4th season at the end of March as well. So if you want to catch up on all the fall shows, you should be ready for spring.
And then we share these details about these aliens that we really don't even know exist.
You make it sound like that's a bad thing.
Yeah, I'm sure it's great. I've never watched Harry Nathan.
Last few weeks with Harry Nathan, it was really great.
Really?
It was really great.
Like I should go back and watch it.
Well, listen, I could say it so many times,
Yeah.
and you would go,
I go,
no, the new Harry Nathan.
oh,
The old black and white Harry
that's what I
Nathan.
thought you were referring to.
It was David Byrne.
Yeah.
No.
Or whoever. That's why I did that.
It was just 2 years, 3 years.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I never watched it.
It was really well done.
I saw your show that you much years ago.
LA in the 20s or 30s, I think, is what is when it is set. They do some fantastic stuff with the visual stuff.
Have you seen You People yet?
I haven't.
It's really good. Jonah Hill does a really great job. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
What's funny is that there's some discussion about whether or not Jonah Hill and Lauren London actually fit. I guess Andy Schultz podcast, the Brilliant Idiots last week, he shared that the film's romantically don't even fit while discussing the movie with Charlemagne and Nadia. And after joking that Jonah Hill and Lauren London don't even appear to make a great couple, he said they didn't actually fit when they filmed the movie's final sequence.
In an interview with Marcos Cesar, the one that admitted she was apprehensive about taking on the movie over concerns the character's relationship would not be believable when she was first approached by the director. She said to him, why do two people really like each other? They're from two totally different worlds. If you see them, you would never think that they would meet or hang out or whatever the case is. And I completely agree. When I saw the casting, and when I saw those two together for some scene, but they have good chemistry.
Well, she basically said that she was surprised that she and Jonah Hill, if they personally got along so well, because they come from very different places. But she said they had a lot more in common than she would. One of the other shows that I've been watching, trying to catch up on, catch up on, is Seven on Apple TV. With Adam Scott, where he plays sort of a worker in a very nondescript place. We're not even quite sure what he's doing, but he's gone through the severance procedure where he doesn't remember working. So once he goes into the building, he doesn't remember his outside life. When he leaves the building, he doesn't remember his inside life. There's only a couple episodes into it. Ben Stiller was one of the main producers on the show, and I guess he directed most, if not all, of the episodes. It was gorgeous. Beautifully done, beautifully shot, mid-century modern furniture and offices, and crazy amount of production that went into it in terms of making everything, especially on the inside, where they work, making it pristine. And then it's confusing.
Okay, I have a book that I think you'll enjoy. Everyone will enjoy. It's been recommended to me like 3 times. My husband got it for me for Christmas. I was on vacation last week. Husband and wife couple next to me saw the book, and they said, "Wait, I want to tell you, we really felt for that book. We don't love that book." It's very rare for a husband and wife to agree on a book. I think in a lot of cases, it doesn't come around. But this is a book called Lessons in Chemistry by Bonnie Garment. And it's about a woman in the 50s and 60s who is a scientist. As you can imagine, there are hurdles that come to the woman in the 50s and 60s being a scientist. She's also a mom, and it is so well written, and the characters are instantly lovable and interesting and smart. The writing is great, it moves along. I read it in like a day and a half, and I cannot recommend it more. Great life lesson from her. Using chemistry.
You know it's going to be a joke?
No.
It's also going to be on Apple TV Plus later this year.
Oh, it's kind of,
Starring Brie Larson.
and it kind of leaves the door, I could see it pineapple. It kind of leaves the door open for a sequel as well at the end of this book.
Female scientist in the 60s uses the cooking show she hired to host educate housewives on scientific topics.
She's making dinner, but she's using science, and it's really great, and it sounds like a book that's just for women, and it's a book for women, but men are enjoying it as well. My husband's reading it right now, he's loved it as well. So,
The
listening to it? I don't know. I think she's made her way through it. Basically one of the executive producers.
I never tried listening to a book before.
I'm not a good
I'm not either. What? You do know I'm not a good listener.
No, I don't. I mean, I suppose if I've listened to Tom Clancy books like on long drives and things like that.
That's how I would do it. But I also like physical books. There's a thing about physical books I love. I also like to go back and forth.
Because you forgot what you read.
Sometimes, I'm reading a couple books at a time, and I'm like, hey, now what's going on with this one? All right, I go back to chapter 3 like that, and I think that would be difficult.
Reading is not deleterious to your intellect.
Look at you embracing my new idea.
Johnny Tencho is up next to see tomorrow. ViralRabbi on the front. Look, this is terrible. Gary and Shannon. It makes me mildly nauseous. If you already know what you want us to say, you're probably in the wrong place. KOST HD2.
Now, Pandora,
Everywhere on the Anchor Radio app.
I'm Dr. Mark, live from KFI, 24-hour newsroom, having produced to ban the LGBTQ pride flag from flying at City Hall. We all deserve freedom to speak. Even the DA for a social purpose.
This is protected because it unnecessarily was the wrong message. The millions of tourists which the city depends on.
Isn't America deciding to taking the
That burn says only the American, state, city, county, and armed forces flags should be flown. It's fear about getting rid of the flag. He said during the 14th vote last night, government flags should represent everybody.
Nephews, enemies, or associates, I love them dearly, the trees in my family, don't recognize them as any gift.
They're going to get you more than charging to if I do.
And it was brought to you by the County Dental Implant Center. Cruising in California is moving illegal again. Assemblyman David Alvarez has introduced a bill that would repeal several sections of the state's vehicle code regarding cruising activities to pass the law banning roadside alcohol for kids. Alvarez is cruising is an expression of art and a cultural identity for many. The current law prohibiting road riding has been in place since 1988. LeBron James has become the NBA's all-time scoring leader. LeBron, one-on-one against King of Gordon, back it in. First, shoot! The 14th turnaround fadeaway shot called on ESPN. LeBron James claimed the record last night, breaking Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's all-time NBA scoring record held since 1984.
I would never, ever, in a million years, think that we were better than what it is tonight. So,
James entered the game with 38,350 points, leading 36 to overtake Abdul-Jabbar. Tonight at Crypto.com Arena with 38 points. The Lakers did lose to the Oklahoma Thunder. 133 to Oklahoma City Thunder, 133 to 130. Basketball stars have reacted to LeBron James' new record. Shaquille O'Neal says he knew James was going to quit. This was a phenomenal team. Charles Barkley says never think it's going to get broken again. James Worthy, who played during the Showtime era with Magic Johnson and Abdul-Jabbar, says James has continuously elevated his game, knowing he has a mental capacity to do. President Biden is speaking at a labor international union of North America in Detroit, Wisconsin. His speech Tuesday follows his state union address where he spoke to lawmakers on Capitol Hill last night.
a lot of Republicans, their dream is to cut close to Medicare. Well, let me just say this. It's your dream, but I'm not my veto for make it a movement.
And the good news is there are a lot of good Republicans who decided like they agreed to take the Medicare tax off the table last night. Biden says the bottom line is that these benefits belong to American workers. A man connected to an unusual string of crimes that the Dallas Zoo has admitted to treating 2 monkeys from their enclosure. He also told police that he loved them and that if he was released from jail, he would feel more. The man arrested last week was charged with 6 counts of animal cruelty after he was discovered asking questions about animals at an aquarium in Dallas. He found the stolen monkeys just before he was arrested. They are recovering after this.
The Data 5 Financial Report is sponsored by SaddlebackPod.com. The Dow is down 207, S&P 500 down 46, NASDAQ down 203, and the average price of the gallon of regular gas in California is $4.62.
For a limited time, get up to $1,800 off LASIK from SaddlebackPod.com.
Topline weather today, a 570, highs low mid-70s for Metro LA, or 60 to 70s for the San Fernando and San Gabriel Valley, upper 50s to mid-60s in the Antelope Valley, low to upper 70s for Inland Orange County, low 70s in New Fire, and we're getting some 80s tomorrow. Right now, it is 66 in Trilby, 74 in One Park, 72 in the Gore Hills, and 74 in Sherman Oaks. We have a crash on the 101 in the Coringa Pass. On the 101 northbound right of Barn Boulevard on the left lane, it's blocked. A little bit of stop and go action coming away from Pine Street. It's probably people are down. Get your front southbound before you get to Washington Boulevard. Carpool lane still blocked on the left lane there. It is going to be heavy coming away from Rose Hill Road and be on the right bridge down to the 5. And traffic, it's the front south telegraph road that has crash on the right shoulder. In Anaheim, 67 north right of Lincoln Avenue got a crash on the shoulder. Something new in West Virginia, county eastern lighted hold. Looks like got a rough blocking the right lane. In the Freetown Freetown to Irwindale Avenue got a crash clear into the right shoulder. In Ontario, and West on 4th Street, they got a large clear in the middle lane. KFI and Sky are getting you there faster. I'm getting on it.
AT&T DirecTV just removed news tracks from 13 million homes. AT&T owns DirecTV, and this is the second conservative channel they removed in a year. Meanwhile, DirecTV is still keeping what they call 22 liberal news channels on. So if you're angry at the censorship, Newsmax wants you to speak up. Newsmax is the 4th highest rated cable news channel. DirecTV isn't taking off the other liberal channels. Ron DeSantis says Newsmax is targeted and it's wrong. Newsmax says AT&T and DirecTV censorship is unacceptable. If you care about censorship, seriously consider canceling your DirecTV and AT&T service. And if you're a DirecTV or an AT&T customer, call 877 Newsmax and they'll connect you. If you contact your congressman and complain about censorship, call 377 Newsmax. They'll connect you too. Millions are joining Newsmax's fight. Show your support. Call 877 Newsmax now. Contact and get some service because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have CPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancreatitis, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats CPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosis and colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful foreign birth. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and only the food. Do not take action or this may cause bowel irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's PREONinfo.com.
Part of the job, now pound 529 on your cell. How long, that's all.
More stimulating talk. Johnny Penn Show, John Cobalt, and you text and post, get on 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yeah, we're on from 1 to 4 every day. If you miss it, or you miss part of it, you can go to the iHeartRadio app and listen to the podcast. Tony Keller there. Also, right off the bat, we can tell you that the voice line is ready. Take your call. Our opening for this week is Friday during the 3 o'clock hour. So use the iHeartRadio app to connect to the voice line. There's a microphone icon. You can leave a message directly there. Or, of course, the toll-free number for you, 1-877-VOICE-56, 1-877-664-7886. How about the Bronx? Is that exciting? That was exciting. They lost. Well, I knew they were going to lose. I didn't watch the game to see them win. I watched it to see them break the record. You know, the Thunder was super lights out there when I was watching. 3-pointers just fly everywhere. Yeah, it's like, I thought they were kind of an average team. They went to game of 133 points. The team that didn't even make the playoffs. Like an all-star game. What's going on? But what's exciting to watch is
And then, of course, there's the other thing that happened Biden stated in London. I did not watch it. My son is comic. I always on it. Were you and Clarence together? Yeah, we were together. We were watching the enjoyed the game, even though the Lakers lost. Yeah, it's something happening there. Or the Supreme Court justices. Oh, it did turn out to be four. Yeah. But that was, it was the person that took it away, they said, well, blew up. Maybe it's some obscure capital person or Secretary of Labor. Who is Pete as the answer? He's leaving the job to become the head of the National Hockey League players. That's it. Very interesting. Yeah, Marty Ball. I've never heard of him. I didn't know he was Secretary of Labor, and he's leaving anyway. I know he picked up the not a joke thing. I swapped it. It is a tradition of American philosophy that originated in China. It's a great show. I think I barely stayed. Now, there was one person who stood out, and I was want to say we'll play a Mario coming up. There's one person who stood out, probably above all else in terms of appearance, was old Bernie Sanders. Old Bernie was the only one wearing a mask. And last night seemed to be a big deal. Bernie, it's not 2020 anymore. It's not even 2021 if you want to be polite about it or careful. Yeah, and it was noticed by many people who come to Twitter and comment on it. Some were supportive. Some people went on Twitter and used their real name to applaud Bernie for wearing a mask. I'm in the match for the former Sanders Gallup 2016 presidential election, Stephanie Orleo. What a great image of leadership. The reality of COVID is still happening. No reason why voting for most talking Democrat is why Stephanie must be a fun part of it. It's crazy. Bernie Sanders for wearing a mask 3 years ago. Trump has been wearing a mask. That Saturday night Stephanie, that on a big side. But that's just one idea to point it out. That's that small thing of supporting the U.S. population. General, that's in this category, right? Because the Bernie Sanders kind of belief system, ideology, where it also locks over the COVID, where what are you people doing? It's still a pandemic. People are dying. And they wear the mask. People, nobody died. We didn't see the study of 78 studies that said mask wearing doesn't have any real effect. Yeah, we just talked about that yesterday. They're very comprehensive studies that it probably has little effect on flu, COVID, or germophobia, or any type of those things. But to me, security blanket, that's why I think people wear the mask, whether they read the research or not, whether they care or not. You say yes, versus they don't for their security blanket. Right? It's still a little safe, right? You think there's students down there, very good. But he doesn't want an alien to those 81-year-old bodies. What else what condition there is? And old Joe did not disappoint. We'll kick off the audio with Joe. Of course, when he finally gets up there and begins speaking in the House of Representatives, he has to acknowledge the president, including, of course, the man that leads the Democrats, Chuck Schumer from New York, and this is what happened. Congratulations, Chuck Schumer, another sermon, minority leader. I think you. This time you have a slightly bigger majority, than a new majority. Sometime my favorite. He came around. It was 50-50 with me and Jim. Actually, it was the majority leader because the vice president was right. But now that's 51-49. Neither majority leader was the most. He became the minority leader. The thing is, that clip is a good idea of how his mind works. It's kind of like after setting something that looks perfect and trained, and that made him it's like this. You know it's wrong, and then you'll figure out why it was. Congratulations, Chuck Schumer, another servant, minority leader. I think you.
this time we have a slightly early majority this year. The majority. That's what we know. When you get picked over, when you figure that out on your own, I don't know. Because you started out with a lot of confidence, right? It was strong, and then you couldn't quite remember who it was or what his title was, and then you realized you got it wrong, but you couldn't figure out how to correct it, and then he ended up calling him Mr. Leader. Old Joe, like many Democratic presidents before him, was thinking about that. The popular thing now is to go after these unhealthy California talk about all the time. We're proposing a billionaires. Not even a crystal clear. I said at the very beginning, you must think among our president, nobody earns less than $400,000 will pay an additional penny in tax. Nobody, not one penny. But let's face the job. There's more to do. We actually want work, not just wealth. That's my proposal. You can reward work, not just wealth. Where do you think the wealth comes from? The wealth comes from work. What kind of buggy-headed fool is this? You can't get wealth without somebody doing the work. And once they do the work, they get the wealth. It's their money, not yours. Some people think this is a particular reason don't have to be paid. Well, don't block your way out of that. Yeah. So it's a trillionaire minimum tax is what he's doing. He didn't tell anywhere it was the right time. But anyway, it's only going to use him to see what new ideas they come up with. Just want to get back and forth. Yes, reward work, not just wealth. That's my proposal. It's going to be a minimum tax. You know, there's 1,000 billionaires in America. That's about 600 at the beginning. No billionaire should be paying a lower tax rate than the state teacher and pastor. I mean, think about it. These dudes, so let's go back to the old thing. A lot of it is because they have holdings that are being sold. But they're not taxed. It's just like California wants to get the wealth. When you have stocks and you haven't sold the stock, you haven't earned the profit yet. It's one thing to have profit after you've invested your stock in. But if you haven't done it, it's only theoretical money which could disappear at any day, any moment. You can have some kind of stock market crash where that particular stock will fall apart. So there is no wealth until you cash it in. I mean, this is beyond communism. Rather than even grab what you have, they're grabbing what you might have someday. There's people who invest in building up America, get stronger and higher more people to create more jobs. And the way each decade goes up, there's 1,000 billionaires, used to be 600. Well, that's a good thing. Imagine how many employees from 400 billionaires. How many employees they have, how many jobs they create, the companies they work for, or investments, how much in taxes the corporation pays, how much in taxes do all the employees pay. If each 1,000 billionaires didn't get up in the morning for, maybe 50 years and do all this work, none of it would exist. Go to a country where they don't have billionaires. There don't think people working as hard as you do in America. They just do less. They just think of you. But that's how you create wealth. All right, let me come back to another key word for a chance to win some money. You can make a billionaire, but you'll be $1,000 interest if you get it right. But if you lay around doing nothing, then you don't make any money from then we'll play some of the controversy. The audience is going to hoop and cheer. Live on something subject. Johnny Craig, KFI, and 640 live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app. Gather Mark live for 24-hour KFI.
LA City Council is looking into a shortage of bus drivers in the city and how it is affecting transit service. And they proposed bill would give people in the state a chance to reinstate voting rights to felonies in prison as a death penalty. And that 728 earthquake in Turkey and Syria earlier this week trying to post 12,000. We're going to go to 10 next.
It's very important to diversify your financial portfolio. Yeah, the S&P is down 20% from last year, and this year not looking too good. No one wants to face that we might have a recession, but most economists say one recession is coming. The thing, gold and precious metals, is what we're talking about, though, for a hedge against inflation and stock market volatility. Legacy precious metals, the company John Wright from. As legacy precious metals, they reject this notion that your financial future should be left to chance. Yeah, don't do that. Their number one goal is to get people to see to protecting their wealth and securing your financial future. So take action. Protect your retirement account by rolling it into a gold-backed IRA and have the metal shipped directly to your door. Don't leave your retirement to call Legacy Precious Metals today. 866-691-2173. 866-691-2173. Or get their free investor's guide online. BuyLegacyGold.com. BuyLegacyGold.com.
From the Southern California Toyota dealers, Shopping Center, Let's Go Place. We're going to the class on the phone in downtown LA. From the 10, you can right before this for 110 right at Hoover Street. Looks like we got a grand open in the 2 right lane. You've already got slow lines on and off all the way from 405. Cooper Rivera, 601 South 94, Washington, Carpool Lane, still blocked with an accident. It is shot from Rose Hills Road. Diamond Bar, 60 West on 457. That crash going in the right lane and both Virginia 10 minutes on the whole. That's that crash going in the wrong lane. They will find the sign of City there faster, lines in harmony.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. These weekend plans? Check out what's happening at your local Lowe's. Weekending at Lowe's gives you and your family the opportunity to make them your weekend destination with free events, workshops, and more. Visit Lowe's.com/events for this month's full lineup. Southern California Edison wants you to know that downed wires are dangerous. Never vote for trusted downed wires or anything in contact with them. Stay away and call 911. Stay alert. Stay safe. Learn more at SPE.com/stay. Every year you vow to get healthier, and yet you're still drinking 8 to 10 glasses of tap water again. What chemicals do you put in your body? Stop worrying, and get Puritan Water, whole house filtration, conditioning, softening, anti-scaling system. Right now, get the Puritan whole house water system for just $49 a month. And it comes with a free 6-stage reverse osmosis alkaline purification system, plus free lifetime services. Call 844-80-WATER, 844-80-WATER, or PUR-water.com, PuritanWater.com. Yes, 5 balloons coming over the United States airspace, and no one has said anything to the president or the secretary of defense. It's just a balloon. It's a Chinese balloon. Don't handle it's a happy balloon. See the happy face on it? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We get more money now. Now, you're supposed to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Hey, that's pay, E-A-Y. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Weekend Accident Attorneys. If you've ever been accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys this weekend. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200. Or weekend.com. It's the worst of it. Yes, Chris. Take the word pay. Pay is KFIAM640.com/cash. Don't pads, making it if you will get an email. Water source. For me, it was the fact that they could take the course and I guess no big deal. Just I know such a confirmation for Trillionaire. Chris Fisher he's such a rock star. Well, it started a few big news pieces back where every now and then somebody in the crowd.
Yeah, each week Angie and I explore and share these details about these animals that you probably don't even know exist. Chris and I reuse those facts, educators, and guide the scientific research, bring it back to you, fun, education. Yes, we do, and you can find all these podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, it happened again. It happened more than once.
The answer is that it's not like anything.
But one thing I found really today, when you look at certain websites, you know what kids are going to have. Right? The most over the top of some guy in USA today, people are unbelievable. They fight you. You told the room. Put the Republicans in their place. They were feisty and outspoken and on track. And whatever agent was for breakfast, you should all learn what it was. He was really close. Why didn't that little child be the secret? Because what they say on the side is the mentality of people and get emotionally invested in politics, especially CRT. This is what that's what this is doing.
we're all like inside of it. So it's not he's not holding people. He's fighting, inspiring back to these Republicans. He's challenging them right there live. We're the biggest. Yeah, that's what I'm going to vote on. By the way, 310 million people did watch it. So that's how many watched it? 23 million. And it was on all the channels in there, right? Yeah. And 3/4 of them were over 55. 3/4 of them. So I was telling somebody yesterday, it's tradition for older people. Yes. Remember a day when the world would stop and the president would speak, and it was only 3 channels on the TV, so you could watch it. But now people, a lot of them realize it's just pure politics and drugs. It's all about winning and not about anything. So yeah, the big old gas bag is going to prattle on with a bunch of lies and nonsense. I want to watch that. So in this clip, yes, there is some yelling out, and of course both parties have their own crazy. This Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene from Georgia, who decided to tweet out when Biden was talking about instead of making the wealthy pay their fair share, some Republicans want Medicare and Social Security sunset. I'm not saying it's majority. I'll give you a copy of the proposal. I'm glad to see you. No, I am just conversion. You know, I mean, the Congress doesn't keep the programs where they are. Go where other Republicans say. I'm not saying it's the majority of you. I don't think it's even significant. It's proposed by individuals. I'm not politely not many of them, but it's being proposed by some of you. The idea is we're not going to be moved into being threatened to the call on the dead if we don't respond. We're going to get back away from trying to make it sound all Republicans want to take their military trust and get. No, I didn't really say that. I think it's they're proposing it. It's what I am supporting trying to figure out what to let me back on. But they're not seeing opponents in the UK. Yeah, I think they do. They scream out and say that it's going to be like the most sophisticated government. I think it's called question where they never tolerate and question the prime minister. And they get really raucous. Yeah, it's crazy. It's going on for an hour. I don't know what's coming. Everybody was spending there screaming at him. That's why we told the church the next one is the most entertaining, including the next one, which of course is near what we talked about a lot. The U.S.-Mexico border problem and too many migrants in the country. If we don't pass my complex immigration reform, at least pass my plan to provide the equipment and officers to secure the border. Pathway to citizenship for dreamers, those on temporary status, farm workers, essential workers. They're in the people's house. So I agree to protect all the people's first. Congress must restore the right to the border. Let me go for some good things. Well, if you don't pass my energy plan, then at least pass the workforce security. All you have to do is enforce the law. Trump did. Just go back to that. Go back to the laws that are on the books. You don't have to do anything else special. Now, this is really a big problem. It's the drugs. The migrants are a problem, but the drugs are making their way into the country. Huge amounts of drugs like fentanyl. It's taking more and more deaths. This is what happened in white water. Fentanyl is killing more than 70,000 Americans a year. We got it.
extra travel time equipped with clinicians and carriers may depart to
People in cars with a prescription with you? Yes, yes.
So, for a full account, visit salespeople
But you're making a good point.
which is
The reason that there's no fentanyl overdose deaths is because the borders were wide open and it's been in so many years that it's easy to get all the drugs into the country crazy now. Period. It's impossible. It's his executive policy that he ordered. He reversed everything Trump did, and here's what he did. He gets tens of thousands of people who died, and he doesn't want to take responsibility. So he does, what Romney did. I don't know if he said anything further about what to do other than just mentioning overdose deaths and fentanyl. Was there some sort of point he was going to make about policy or something over the I know, but you know what, a year from now, there's going to be another 70,000 people dead. These people just be checklist of things that they have to go in, there's somebody else waiting for them. It is, yeah. The Wall Street Journal said in an opinion piece today, they said, well, if things are going so well, as Biden said to his speech last night, how come the polls show that Americans are down? They're not liking the economy, they're not liking your leadership, they're not liking anything. There's only 7% of the country who say they would be enthusiastic to fight. 7%. So, there's one more quote. We don't have audio of it, but listen to this. You forgot the name of the Ukrainian ambassador for the U.S. Was it Disney? She was sitting there and he introduced her from the podium. Tonight, we're once again joined by Ukraine's ambassador to the United States. She represents not just her nation, but the courage of her people. Ambassador, our ambassador is here. We are united in support of your country. Will you stand so we can all take a look at you? We're going to stand with you as long as it takes. That's not in the phone country? It's not script. It apparently is not in the script. Yeah, the name, even if you think it's not in the script. Her name is Oksana Makarova. Yeah? Oh, okay. Some of these family people tonight who want to get joined by Ukraine as ambassador to the United States. She represents not only just her nation, but the courage of her people. Ambassador is here. You know we're in the honor of supporting your country. Can you stay so we can all take a look at you? So I can see what you're looking at. There was a part there that was supposed to put the name in and you realized it. Ambassador, that's what you do. Whoever you are, she would be able to promote it. No, I'm Oksana. What was his name? No, it's Mark the Roman. Son of the Russian theater. Son of Bayou. Son of Bayou. Son of Makarova. One of the times they play by AM 640. Live to be ready on radio and double Mark Rogers, 24-hour Tampa Newsroom.
And then for her bill, the people in the state and the reinstate vote rights felons in prison. Senator Isaac Ryan introduced the bill in California Monday, saying democracy thrives when everyone has a chance to have their voice heard. Two-thirds of each chamber of the state legislature must vote yes for the bill to appear on the ballot as an opposition. California is one of 21 states that only lose the right to vote while incarcerated is automatically reinstated to them upon release. And here's the thought to by the county justice in misdemeanor charges have been filed against the man who's firing blanks inside the synagogue in San Francisco. San Francisco's DA said the act is another deplorable example where the Jewish community has been targeted for who they are and what they believe. He says there's no doubt that anti-Semitism is real. Video shows the guy firing blank rounds inside a synagogue used to allegedly drop a gun into the theater after no injuries were reported. People in Northern California have kickboxing for a new trend. The trend has encouraged teens in San Mateo County to use 40 guns that shoot hydrated gel balls at strangers. San Mateo County Sheriff Sergeant Rabbi says this trend can be dangerous and teens don't know if the person is shooting is also armed or if they will retaliate. The sheriff's office is asking for the talk to the kids so they are not involved in the trend. Ukraine's President Zelensky has made a slight visit to the UK to speak to hundreds of lawmakers and parliamentary staff at the Westminster Hall. During today, the Speaker of the House of Commons and Air Force Commons inscribed with the words, "Freedom, give us peace, to protect it."
I have come here and stand before you on behalf of the brave, on behalf of our warriors
1 hour in the trenches under enemy artillery fire.
So from the first second of Russia's war in Ukraine, Great Britain extended its helping hand. Nations need the help in the world have not yet come to understand how to react. We're going to go to the 10. Next.
You have a lousy, boring vision every day of your life. You wake up and you can't see what's going on. And you've got the control fingers, Saddleback Eye Center. They've got some laser-like LASIK exam. Dr. Mayer's laser measures your eyes over 1,000 times and gives a perfect blueprint of your vision. And then he does the procedure, which only takes 10 minutes, and he's okay. It doesn't hurt, no discomfort, you walk out of there, you're crystal clear. 20/20 or better in most cases, and I know, because I went through it, and I now have 20/20 vision. This works if you're nearsighted, farsighted, you have astigmatism, or you need reading glasses. And I will give you a free laser-like LASIK exam if you're one of the first 14 KFI followers. Again, this Dr. Mayer does it quickly, and there's no pain, and you see beautifully for the rest of your life. For the free laser-like LASIK exam, you're one of the first 14 callers. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
Top-line weather for KFI, sunny, highs, low mid-70s for Metro LA, upper 60s and 70s for the San Fernando San Gabriel Valley, upper 50s to mid-60s in the Antelope Valley, low to upper 70s for Orange County, low 70s in the Inland Empire, even warmer tomorrow, mid-60s and 80s. Right now, 70 in Laguna Woods and 68 in Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going to the 10 to Monterey Park. I'm not Jim Griffin, right from the Huntsville Field Valley, that first up class. It looks like the right lane traffic lane block, as well as the two left lanes of the main line. It was going to be close on the way from Walnut Grove Avenue. People were there at 6 o'clock that month for Washington. Definitely a traffic surge. You're still going to be getting breaks up on the 60. In LA, on 5 south and before the 14, it looks like we still have that 12 victory blocking the right lane. West Covina, 174 via Verde. That track really into the right shoulder. And advantage line, 61 from Grand Avenue, set blocking the right lane. They're finding the side of getting you there faster. I'm Glenn Barnett.
And we ran the radio app from 1 till 4 now, 1 till 4, after 4, you can listen on the podcast. So you're on your own after 4. Yeah, so figure it out. Go to the radio app and find the John and argument. How hard is that? It's not hard. So if you can play it, you can find the channel. It's like it's too much trouble to do a podcast. No, it's not. Okay? It's too much trouble. That's your father or father all this story said. It's too much trouble. What do you say? I think they both did. It's too much trouble. My dad didn't apologize. Another time, I think it was a father, but I'm waiting for that day. I'm waiting for the day where I work out like that. Oh, it's too much trouble. Just roll back. We're going to tell you the voice line is waiting for you. The iHeartRadio app is one way to do that. Use the microphone icon or call the toll-free number 877 Woodgate 627 664 7886. We'll play those calls. Running 3 o'clock hour now on Friday. Coming up after 4 o'clock, we're going to do an update on Mayor Bassett and the homeless. Yes. What are we up to? Okay, hang on. There are allegedly 41,000 homeless people in the city of LA. I think that's a pretty good count on the same place. He's got 247 of them out. 247, only the first couple of months, but and again, that number we have to count because that doesn't mean they're permanently housed, they're taken care of, and they're alive back to the right. Yes, the problem when I see those numbers, oh, they can house.
You put a little check mark next to it. We don't know that. Maybe we can follow up and see where they are in like a month. No, because one time, who was it? Ron Davis. He did a study of Garcetti's claims of housing delivery. And it turned out it was wildly exaggerated because a lot of those people had already studied it out of the system. They're back out on the streets. The word they use is permanently. And that didn't turn out to be the case. They just fund right out of it. They just put them in motel rooms. If it doesn't work out in motel room because they don't like the rules, or if they get kicked out, then, we're going to count that back to homelessness. But that's not how they do it. They might house the same kind of hotel 5 times in a month. They only have 5 people. But taking her numbers at face value, she's only getting 4 bedrooms a day off the streets. Well, 4. So 1 every 6 hours. And TRILLIONAIRE did a drive-by. Karen got that in the homeless will play their report. Coming up every 2 o'clock an hour. Well, we started with this story on Monday. We made an update. This concerns another Los Angeles city politician. The new city council member, Hugo Soto Martinez. We've already found the country. This is a quick it's gone into the year. 2 months before they get back to their office. Yeah, he's a socialist Democrat, or AKA a communist, and he was in the news because somebody at LAPD took a screenshot of information displayed on the city's computer, called their computer-assisted dispatch system, which they're using a laptop inside the LAPD squad car, to show details of a request for LAPD to check on a broken down car in Echo Park. Echo Park, of course, is sort of Martinez's council district. A white lens. Well, whoever took that screenshot eventually passed it on to the media. Fox got a hold of it. Fox 11 got a hold of it. Did stories on it. Later on, it was clarified that it's not sort of Martinez's car. Of course, he's got it on the right. Now, at the time, of course, Fox 11 ran a story saying the car's owner is David Smith. So this whiny little staffer was all on Twitter because his car broke down and he was afraid it would be vandalized or stolen. So we called the LAPD asking for them to guard his car. You not know who you work for. This guy was from the police people that we probably have in politics. So like Nick around. He's going to file the police guy. Yeah, he hates the police. He doesn't need that. I'm ignorant of the boss's office things that didn't call LAPD. That's the car that broke down. Yeah, David Mills, MII. This is a little bit. My target, like it's stolen, like it's vandalized. Did you watch it for me tonight? And bring his gun too. Somebody was there holding the phone. Yeah. This is coming from down exactly how they explain that. The update is that LAPD now investigating. They want to find out who took the screenshot and given it to the media. That's confidential information. That's the problem. That somebody in the police department leaked it. Not that you have this racist thing who wants to destroy the police department. I'm calling for help from the LAPD. So the car broke down and you didn't want to leave it outside overnight. Hey, look. Whoever did this. So they care more about political ideology than public safety. Oh, really? Are they all outraged? No. If they're all outraged, well, the answer is he must be outraged. This guy is a phony. He's got a staff of the gas and really CDL, where, of course, he's going to use the funding and eliminate. They're phonies. He's just playing this issue with whatever activist church that he's friends with. I know it's just going to phony. That's what he's doing. But when you actually have trouble, of course you're going to call the police. There is virtually nobody who would call the police if you had some crazy guy with a machete in your house. All right? Don't leave a guy who doesn't call the police. All right, even Paul Pelosi called the police.
That's right. Because everybody wants to believe. Everybody. Including Hugo and donors like you. There was 3 days. Here, speaking of 3 days, Council member Marquis Harris had some thoughts when he chimed in. And using the word, so much like this is a lie. He said that whoever did this, whoever leaked this, is weaponized for second propaganda. Yeah, that's pretty good for you. A call for help is weaponized. Oh, yeah, I can see some love to say that. Oh, well, I heard that Daddy, our JGO contest for Daddy yesterday, and she was saying that the Twitter executives are getting roasted for all their suppression. And, oh, yeah. And she goes, I can't believe that the video is being weaponized. But, oh, my gosh, did everybody get the same memo? Every other story that's being weaponized. And I saw a story on one of the former Twitter executives got down by Elon Musk. She was asked, are you a doctor? Oh, why would you, I want you to censoring information from people with like degrees in state. Yeah, people with PhDs. Yes. And you were determining that their information may be false? Are you stopping some kind of swarm? So she did know. I thought I watched that clip. It was really good. But Eric, if you can find it, it's Nancy Mace, South Carolina Republican. Really sharp. Yeah. So she asked this idiot Twitter woman executive, are you a doctor? So how did you censor yourself? A Harvard doctor and a Stanford doctor? What is this? And then she came out of that kind of terror. I've been on it before. Yeah, it's stuck out the first year or two. Yeah, it was apparently a gift to win the direction where when people were panicking over COVID. What time we're living in? Just figure it out. So I just heard a guy who's governor suppression of speech and facts and medical advice. It's astonishing what he's doing. So, and obviously the police union jumped on this story because they don't want to be defunded and abolished. And they don't like people with Soto Martinez. And so they jumped on the story to point out their hypocrisy. If not him, one of the staffers was looking for police officers. How does that jive with the policy of the police? I'm guessing the LAPD is not going to accept that. Yeah, so it's that conservative investigation. So it's just to shut up old Hugo. Because he had this communist phony with an eye. And it's time to conversation. We have more coming up. Johnny Flynn, KFI, AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. There's everybody live in 24-hour KFI radio.
One person has been killed and others been injured during a car-to-car shooting in South LA. LAPD stole a luxury, stole a Mustang from the tow yard this morning. They said the tow truck's driver followed the car and shot it inside, shooting out. A city bus crashed before a daycare center outside Montreal, children and hurting 6 others. They say that the bus driver has been arrested and charged with careless driving and homicide. A judge has dismissed the lawsuit by 5 LA County workers who sued their employer, alleging that the COVID-19 vaccine mandate for county workers is unconstitutional. We're going to the 57 next.
Never heard of an accident that happened. Has it ever heard of a car, motorcycle, trucking accident, a dog fight? One friend to call, Weekend's accident series, 800 500 5200. Well, for the last 15 years, it's been changed from tens of thousands of injured accident victims get the medical treatment they need. Well, over $1 billion for the claims of $188 million settled in 2022. Being hurt after an accident has a big impact on your life. The last thing you need is to take it out alone. Sweet James has been awarded Best Attorneys in America. Personal injury is all they do. That's it. It's easy to speak to you, but it's important. How for the insurance companies to hold them accountable. It's driven by their purpose to help you when you've done the most. So if you're hurt in an accident, call for a free consultation 24/7, 800 500 5200, 800 500 5200, sweetjames.com.
Southland weather from KFI sunny, highs in the 50s, mid-70s. This is brought to you by Dell Technologies. We're going to crash on the 57th and Diamond Bar. On the 57 northbound right grand after the rain out, it's getting risky over the right shoulder, but that 57 northbound is going to be far from Diamond Bar Boulevard. 60 eastbound is in the rest from your down. Alhambra, 10 westbound. This is before you get to Garfield Valley. Got that turn block into the express lane, and this is welcome. You've got that traffic from San Gabriel Boulevard. Also in San Gabriel, 605 North at Telegraph Road. Round crash, going to the right lane. Even an earlier accident, 605 South at Woodward Boulevard, the field is
everywhere to lift this up. They don't come when you say that, They charge you more after the job than what they quoted you up front. And they don't fix the problem right the first time. Nice time for that kind of aggravation. And service captains are always the difference. They do their time, right when you say we're dealing. They give you a firm price in writing before we start. All of our plumbing services are backed by our Happy Money promise. It's simple. If you're not happy, we don't pay. For us, it's all about respect for you, our customers. Call Service Captain right now for all of your plumbing needs. Our number is 833-777-7777 or find us online at servicecaptains.com.
Termites in Southern California are here year-round. They'll happily eat your house, and they don't stop when they infect your home. Call Pacific Coast Termites for free inspections before the termites start doing their damage. Certain restrictions apply to vast majority of people get that inspection. And you're probably stuck in your house anyway, so choose a company that can treat your home while you're there. No tension, there's no double bagging your food, no tech sitting. The technicians are up to date on the latest safety precautions. Maintain a safe distance when you inspect your home, and of course wearing protective gear on the inside. Mention they apply with 10% off the no tension termite treatment 2-year guarantee. Call 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com, 800 Pacific.
Coast Termite, Coast Termite.
Friendly, ways.
Hey, football fans, it's gonna be a wild weekend. Stop by Peter Brothers and tackle everyone's favorite cravings with market platters, wings, ready-to grill meat, and fresh chips and dip. Oh, and don't forget the drinks. Peter Brothers Market, fresh, affordable, community first.
The day I turned 16, I was waiting at the DMV at 7 a.m.
And for the first time, I will admit that I
Was unaware of the elevated tracks that go along the camera, and I hit him going a little too fast until I got here. Instant failure.
But Tim Conway Jr.
It was like slow motion, like Dukes of Hazzard.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And listen to this. Catch the big game this Sunday featuring Philadelphia and Kansas City. The coverage beginning at 11. Take off at 3:30 on your home of the big game. AM 570 LA Sports. Brought to you by Ford F-150. Which provides toughness and intelligence. Just drive in one of your local Southern California Ford dealerships today. A big game.
Well, yeah.
Oh, yes. You don't want to appropriate the name. Right. It's a name you have to say. It's just a big game. There's actually some sports called something like that. So they'll call it a championship. It's a big game. And you have to find something else.
He found your audio.
Oh, the audio? Okay. The former citizen. This is Nancy Mace, Congresswoman, South Carolina Republican, and he zeroed in on one of these weasel Twitter executives, another woman. What's her name? Vagina? I forgot her name. Giant Gap.
Really close to a bad word.
Yeah, so listen to this, because Vagina Gaddy was the one who was squashing contrarian information from Harvard and Stanford doctors who ended up being right.
Where did you go next? I did not go next. I'm sorry, did not go next. I feel that. Why do you think you or anyone else would have the medical expertise essential a doctor's expert opinion?
Our policies regarding COVID were designed to protect individuals. We were saying,
You guys, censored Harvard-educated doctors, Stanford-educated doctors, doctors that are educated in the best places in the world, and you silence those voices. My next question is, the U.S. government, I have another title to show you, Daddy. I have another tweet where someone was following his whole 18,000 followers. This person put a chart from the CDC on Twitter with the CDC's own data, so it's accurate by your standards, and you all labeled this as misleading. You're not a doctor, right, Miss Daddy?
no.
Okay. What makes you think you or anyone else at Twitter have the medical expertise to censor actual
with CDC data. I'm not familiar with you, which is very familiar. Yeah, I'm sure you know.
That is just beautiful. This is what the Republicans gathering in the House and having hearings. 100 people up there. All year. Censorship, yeah. All year. But you have the release of all those inside documents, right? This kind of stuff that they do there on Twitter. They censor. But this is the look on that so executive space I'm going about. And Musk knows, right? He goes, oh, yeah, yeah. And she's making millions of dollars telling the Stanford doctor and the Harvard doctor, you know what you're talking about in COVID. We're blocking you. You see, I said he did pay off like 90% of the Twitter, 80%. 80% they left for a lot of them, they were asked for, and some of them did. But he's running the whole thing over there. Imagine a company losing 80% of its employees and still functioning. You're part of it, no? Yeah. I don't know. So on Twitter, so I don't hear much about people that tweets. I haven't heard of this class. So you want to have a lot of people doing this kind of crap. Yeah. They're out there coming up thousands of people going through the whole world's tweets and deciding which ones are politically appropriate. That's right. Thousands of medical experts deciding what the COVID advice ought to be. Well, for the second time this week, he turned to Bill Gates. Bill Gates is back on the news. Oh, by the way, there's a breaking news story on Bill Gates. Did you see it? He's got a hot new girlfriend. Oh yeah? How old? 6. That's all I've heard is the widow of the orange. It was worth $500 million at the time of his death. Did you say 60 or 16? No, she's 60. She was married to the former CEO of Oracle, President Mark Purdy, died in 2019, but apparently the two were big tennis fans and they showed up together on gigs in the States. But in this piece of audio, it is Gates once again being questioned if you're such a big believer in climate change, and you're an advocate for serious changes in people's behaviors, why do you still fly around in a private jet? Listen to this response to this.
What do you take the charge? Because you are a climate change campaign, but you also travel around the world with a private jet. You're a hypocrite.
Well, I fly the gold standard of unrefined ones to do record capture that far exceed my family's carbon footprint. And I spend billions of dollars on climate innovation. So, you know, if I stay at home and not continue to learn about farming away. Anyway, I mean, I'm comfortable with the idea that not only am I not part of the problem, but I come for the offense, but I'm also doing the billions that my personal interest group has been that I'm part of the solution. Okay, I'm part of the solution.
Yeah, well, this is, I mean, we talked about fly marks, and this is the big thing they're talking about, that they just suck the carbon. I think the air is stored underground. That's the premise. Yeah, but it's still, but he's lucky enough to be able to buy his money for fly marks to offset his carbon. He's still stealing. He's still stealing, right? Because he could fly commercial, or he could take a boat to Africa, probably it's actually solar-powered boat to Africa, and make his way to Kenya. Just like the old explorers used to do, right? They didn't have commercial jets or private jets. They had boats. According to the World Wildlife Fund, air travel is currently the most carbon-intensive activity an individual can make. No, people are tons and tons of carbon dioxide into the air, and it doesn't matter if he pays for the capture of it, that's still extra carbon in the air. He should pay for the capture and not add any new stuff. He was just a big stick in his grip. But this is a huge step up from the ones that like Schwarzenegger was in the forest, offset the carbon, it's really sucked in carbon, and therefore, because I sponsor the forest, I can fly around the world. I think carbon capture might be real technology.
Yes, it is real technology, but that doesn't excuse him from flying a private jet. That's just a being an ego thing. Schwarzenegger had a woman on a bicycle.
Yeah, it was her fault, wasn't it?
Yeah,
well, her fault. She made a left turn in front of him.
yeah.
It was his fault. Of course, if you decide, hey, let's just post it. All right, more coming up. Oh, we'll check in on Mayor Bath City and the homeless. Johnny 10 KFI and 640 live everywhere. I heart radio. And get more classes right for our KFI newsroom.
If it doesn't affect you, we're not interested. KOSG HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Echo Radio app.
For a homeless plan, get remarks live from the KFI 24 hours in LA County has approved the largest ever one-year spending plan to tackle homelessness. Board of Supervisors unanimously agreed to a $609.7 million budget to address homelessness for the next fiscal year. That's the largest investment the county has made to date. LA Mayor Bath says it is a humanitarian crisis that takes the life of 5 people every day. The funding was approved yesterday, less than 2 months after Bath declared a state of emergency on homelessness last December, with no stop and change starts. The county says its initiative plan will focus on moving people out of encampment, helping with permanent housing, and providing the homeless with mental health resources. To that, in KFI News, the Turkish Cultural Center in Irvine is working to gather donations for people impacted by the catastrophic earthquake.
In a Victoria Cultural Center is collecting coats, blankets, and other items to keep displaced people warm in the blistering cold temperatures. The center's Akira Kahadashi said he personally knows more than a dozen families from Southern California who lost loved ones in the quake. The long family longer, as I said, was looking for their uncle and their his voice under the rubble. It took my solution. The center says Monday is the deadline for people to drop items on. The center is also helping to coordinate cash donations with a nonprofit organization. Well, trolling KFI News.
The LGBTQ flag will no longer be flown at Huntington City Hall. Captain Pat Burns says he loves family members who are gay, but the motion is not happening area of the pride flag.
A flag that has representative governments right to utilize to get over this divisive idling.
Councilman Dan Helmut didn't agree.
That people are having conversations between them and
The council voted 4-3 yesterday to only fly the American state, county, city, and armed forces flag. The LA City Council has voted for a report to get their clear guidance for the design, construction, and maintenance of pedestrian walkways. Councilman Bob Newmanfield filed a motion last September stating a lack of guidance to gradual range of informal dirt use trails to fully developed rubberized tracks. Newmanfield is maintaining and upgrading informal facilities such as dirt trails which promote community health. A new $3 million helicopter has taken flight in Huntington Beach to provide air support for multiple cities.
You just started with a moment of silence for Nick Bella, an officer who died when the helicopter went down.
ATS Lamar says none of the killed this month last year. Neither C-530F, the first of 3 new helicopters.
We have contracts also with Newport Beach, with Irvine, and with Costa Mesa.
There's no circuit that people feel safer when they see HC-1 in the air.
Air Support Bureau is a critical part of our police department. Not only does it keep our residents safe, but also our officers.
The other 2 helicopters are expected in the next few months. In Huntington Beach, 4 big cars take care of like this.
City bus has crashed into a daycare center near Montreal, killing 2 kids and hurting 6 others. The driver has been arrested and charged with homicide and careless driving.
I think everybody who's listening today should hold their kid a little tighter. It's a sad day.
Representative for Quebec Laval Region should have received the detect hazard experience the kids are going through. The neighbor says after the crash, the driver got out of the bus, ripped his clothes off, and started screaming. Officers did not yet have a motive. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg is in Washington, D.C., meeting with Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. Stoltenberg says he does not see any signs that Russia is preparing for peace in Ukraine, but instead Moscow is preparing for new military offensive.
So we want to continue to provide Ukraine with the weapons it needs to take territory and that they serve them in the demonstration.
Stoltenberg says since Russia invaded Ukraine almost a year ago, NATO allies have provided Ukraine around $120 billion in military, humanitarian, and financial assistance. And the survey says pizza is the most popular food to be during the Super Bowl. Hot.com. 50% of those surveys said pizza is the fan favorite. Second, on the list for game day lunch is chicken wings, followed by nachos and fries.
SaddlebackEye.com. The Dow goes down 208. S&P 500 down 46. NASDAQ down 203. And the average price for gallons regular gas in California is $4.62.
For a limited time, get up to $1,800 off LASIK from SaddlebackEye.com.
Southland weather, TKFI, sunny and warmer tomorrow. High around 80 for Metro LA. Mid-70s, low 80s from San Fernando and San Gabriel Valley. Upper mid-60s in the Antelope Valley. Upper 70s, low 80s for Inland and County. North over 70s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 73 in Tustin and 64 in Data Beach, 71 in Montana, and 76 in Van Nuys. We're going to a crash on the 10th in Alabama. Again, westbound running for the Garfield Avenue, that rat has a backside lane. And if you are going to block, they cleared it, and everything is going to reopen, but you shouldn't be really lunch in the rain from the road control line. Now, this time, heading eastbound, coming out to Holland New Avenue. We have really a full car that's through that as well. It's going to be heavy coming in from the 710. On the 5 of Fairmount Boulevard, you've got going to do a break right now to Holton Lane and Philipano in the middle lane. And you've already got the slow right coming away from the 10 down to the 605. Then westbound, 405 Wilshire Boulevard. Takes up some debris across those lanes. And you're going to be tapping this thing. Looks like all the way from Boston. KFI in the sky, and I'll get you there faster. I'm getting on there.
Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, like knee pain or shoulder pain, pain in your hips or back?
Hey, it's Jerry and Shannon, and you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next generation pain management has arrived. Here it is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is the all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, putting them directly into your achy joints, restoring and repairing your damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro athletes have been doing it for years now. You can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're clear with regenerative solutions that can get you moving into a completely free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations: Glendale, Mission Diego, and Orange. Call 213-9972. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen a social security number? Nope. Oh no. He's been stolen. LifeLock by North makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code VINS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24 for stimulating talk. Alright, got a kid show. Sean Cobell, Ken Champa. And Bonnie, she's 45 everywhere on the iPod radio app. So you want us from 1 to 4 every day? Then after 4 o'clock, you can hear us on the podcast on the iPod radio app. Sean and Ken on demand. Yeah, and you can use the iPod radio app to connect to the voice line. It's there. It's waiting. They're opening. Get in there. Try it. Play that. That's using the microphone icon on the iPod radio app or call the toll-free number 1-877-186-7886. Well, it's time to check in on Mayor Beth Eddy. She had a big event yesterday. Somebody from the Biden administration came to town. A guy that the agency council on homelessness, like that type of stuff. So what does he do all day? He's supposed to be the go-between between like HUD and other agencies to coordinate homeless help, I guess. Interagency council. He came and he courted her. And agency 7 for the Josh Pastor put together this pretty happy story for Karen Bass. Let's listen. Nearly 30,000 people live on the streets of Los Angeles, more than any other city. No, I want to talk number. It's a very exciting time because people are very thankful to be leaving the street. Well, Citrus Mayor Karen Bass is stepping up efforts to house the homeless through her Inside Safe program. What that she wants. Inside Safe has moved 247 unhoused into temporary shelter at motels, and last week, 40 of
those in motels were placed into permanent housing. The city has over 41,000 homeless, so there's a long way to go. And on Tuesday, staff acknowledged some of the challenges, including complaints about the conditions of one of the motels.
We did have a problem recently with one of the motels. It is challenging. We've been fortunate in the sense that we've been able to find motels, but we need so many more rooms than that. The other thing that's challenging is that not in every county district are there motels. So we don't want to shoot people from one end of the community to the next. We want people to live by where they're
Ron Paul the timeout. You don't want to shut people from one side of the community to the other community too. Because they're unconsciously there for long there, like the tennis, they don't have a house. By definition, they don't have a community. They don't live inside a house to be part of the community. They're allowed to the community from the street. They're not supposed to be getting around the state. They got the community 2,000 miles behind them. This is such a load of steaming horse manure. This is another wrong thing. This crowd believes that just because you cross down that corner, you are now a member of this community, and we're going to house you there. And the word challenging. No, I don't want it. It's challenging. Well, you didn't know there weren't enough empty motel rooms in the city to house 40,000 plus homeless? You didn't know that? Well, it's so challenging. They don't have enough room. And some hotels lining up to turn themselves over for homeless housing. They're not doing this. You think you do that unless you were just renting out to drug addicts and prostitutes. And why would you rent out your room in the paper? All right? You want basement? You got to go in there and clean it up every day. You want to go in and provide room service or vagrants? I just want to slam my head against the wall. Let's continue this report.
So we don't want to shoot people from one end of the community to the next. We want to keep them nearby where they were. 187 to Western and South Los Angeles. Homeless encampment occupied vacant higher block. Under their back is inside safe. On the sidewalk, still trying to stop.
6 homeless encampments have been cleared so far. I see it that way. We're located at Western Kuwait on the 101 freeway in Hollywood, 2 in Venice, 1 in Mar Vista, and another in South Los Angeles at 99 in Flower, which was cleared Tuesday, and all 30 people living in the encampment accepted housing. I believe right down in my core that if we solve this here in Los Angeles, and if we can solve it here, we can solve it anywhere. Mayor Bass says the key to being successful at this mission is by aligning all forms of government. Jeff Olivette from the Biden administration toured Skid Row, a temporary shelter, and a substance abuse treatment center while in Los Angeles on Tuesday. We have to address the crisis of unsheltered homelessness. Inside Space is a great example of how to do that. But we've got to also attend to the permanent housing and supportive services that help end homelessness. If we only do those 2 things, and we don't prevent homelessness from happening in the first place, we will have failed. You can't predict homelessness from happening if a guy's brain is wrecked with schizophrenia or bipolar, or he's whacked out on fentanyl, or meth, or cocaine, or he's a drunk. You can't predict. What you have to do is not let him stop these cities. And you're not accepting, all right? You're not tolerating, you're not accepting. Tell people you have to find another way to deal with your problem. That means moving somewhere, or you can afford a place to live, or getting the help you need for your
Like what one of the best commodities in the year 3000, the next president. What kind of interesting
That's exactly why we get more homeless. We have tolerated it. Some meth addict stumbles into Texas, and I've got to give her an apartment. Are you out of your mind? And I looked up. 247 people have allegedly been taken off the streets by Bassett. That is 4 again since he took office. And the others there were only 40 were allegedly placed into permanent housing for hotels. Okay, so that's not even 1 a day. Not even 1 a day. Do you know what the staff just at the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority? Just that one agency? Over 700 staff. Over 700 people working there. And they're not even the only agency, and that doesn't count all the nonprofits. There are thousands and thousands of people spending billions of dollars, and we're getting 4 people off the streets a day, and there's probably more than that in the front row and first bus that comes in from Texas. And it's
be doing it, which it probably isn't. They are thieves. They are nothing but thieves. In fact, that is just a front for a big criminal operation. The LA County Board of Supervisors also announced yesterday they have authorized the largest ever annual budget allocation for the county's homeless, $610 million. There you go. What does that mean? That's right. It's an 11% increase from the previous year. We get 4 people a day off. Housing needs 22,000 housing units along with more than $60 million in rental subsidies to help people house newly homeless people. Okay. You don't want homeless people? You don't follow them. Oh, by the way,
It's not gonna work forever, so ask the questions that you want. But please post that video everywhere. We have very interesting things.
There's a photo I got yesterday of the next door out. Dead body. I think Diane Reeves is not everywhere in LA, but that's getting the attention. Yeah, because there's been a cluster of life.
Any other questions that we have for it?
When we come back, we'll play you CNN. Took a look at the backstage inside face story of the motels. We'll see what they have in their report. CNN, national broadcast. You catch the money in that show. Johnny 10 Camp I AM 640 live everywhere at iHeartRadio. Really challenging. Never more like the 24-hour camp I loser.
A man and a woman found their path in the fire tonight. The firefighters put out the fire this morning in about 30 minutes. The house did not have smoke detector. Cruising in California could soon be legal again. And Assembly minutes introduced a bill that would repeal several sections of the state's vehicle code regarding cruising activities. And the Church of England is discussing whether to use gender neutral language when referring to God instead of using solely masculine pronouns like he or our father. We're going to go to the 605 next.
You heard this week that interest rates jacked up another quarter point by the Federal Reserve. They're going up, payments are going up, and credit is harder to get. What are you going to do? You have a lot of that. It's an ugly thing to look at. Everyone can see. You're not in terrible shape. You need a one-day smile transformation. You need new teeth in a day. Honey Dental can do it. And you're thinking, how am I going to afford it? Well, Honey Dental knows what's going on in the world, and they have very favorable, very competitive terms for a payment plan that will be beat. You have to lock in the payment plan, and then you can get your beautiful natural looking smile transformation. New teeth in a day. You call Honey Dental now. 888-640-SMILE. 888-640-SMILE.
In the Southern California Toyota dealer in traffic never left frustration for going to a crash on the 605 in Norwalk. It's on the 605 northbound Lucky Boy Explorer and Saturday is brand new accident blocking the left lane. It's stopped going away from the 105 and just past the Hillgrass Road. We can never crash over on the right lane. Southbound 605, you're going to go off the brake light is on. It looks like we were all the way down to the 5. Monterey Park on the turn westbound before the new avenue. That earlier crash in Soundtrack Lane is clearing, but now into Gaza. Right at San Gabriel Boulevard, getting another crash. This is blocking the left lane, and on the flip side, Sound, we've got slow rides on the way from 710. 305 eastbound, that's sitting there faster. I'm getting on it. This report is sponsored by MGM Rewards. Having the time of your life is more rewarding than ever when you visit any MGM Rewards destination nationwide. Dine, stay, earn on all of it. Details at MGMRewards.com. Subject to any redemption limitations applicable to certain purposes and services.
Is it getting hard to find new customers? As the #1 audio company in America, we can help you grow your business at a fraction of the cost. Get started today by visiting iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. It takes years, maybe a lifetime to build trust. Once one is a precious stone. I'm Michael Keeper, managing partner for Jacoby & Myers. What farmers have earned your trust since 1972, and there's nothing we value more. Jacoby & Myers, the name you trust. Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking for extra work. So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is a new, unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate quickly. With other hiring sites, your job posting is flooded with thousands of resumes who just don't cut it. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications in their JobGet app, letting them know you're ready to talk. And This really works. Visit jobget.com/Canva.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
For a better you in 2023, start with better water. Hey, it's Team Sharp and Light Source. These whole house water systems that will help you be a better you. Clean and healthy water is essential for looking and feeling the best you. And unfiltered chlorinated water just doesn't cut it. Light Source removes the bad stuff, keeps the good, and needs no more chlorine showers or baths. Feel great, look great, get Light Source water. Call 800-803-2696 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, take and feel the difference.
We have the American Medical Association, American Psychiatric Association, American Academy of Pediatrics, all saying that this is not harmful to these kids. Let's ignore that and have a bunch of conservative Republican legislators, well, they know better than anybody else. They'll handle the they graduate at the top of their class in middle school. They have 5, 6 to 9 a.m. on JFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We're giving away more money. Now, you're supposed to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keyword on our website, GRAND. That's GRAND, G-R-A-N-D. Enter it now at AFI-AM640.com/cash. Powered by Blue James Active and Attorneys. If you've ever been active and winning is everything, call the winning attorneys at Blue James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or BlueJames.com. GRAND. Enter GRAND at AFI-AM640.com/cash. Don't text. If you win, you get an email, check your junk spam folder too. Listen to KFI for the winning keyword from the 6 a.m. hour of Hangel all the way to 6 p.m. hour of Conway every weekday. Here on KFI, you can win with us again at 3:20. You're very good at that. You got it all right below. I was broadcast.
Thanks very
All right, now we're going to see how another movie covers the homeless crisis in LA, which is on far too long. Now has Mayor Vaccine in charge. The one thing you listen to this show for is that we're going to guarantee for the truth. And ABC 7 did a largely positive story on her housing 247 people in 2 months with about $40,750. Population. Or again, somebody on the Channel 7 guy, let's name Josh Haskell. Once you do the math, do some division. 4 people a day. And now they got 700 people alone working at Lost. This could be just throwing some political fits, but at least she's out there. She's putting on a brave face and talking about it. She's going to these campus, bringing in people that might dump money. She's doing it. And it's like I said, she's doing it. She's zero. Ever since he did one of those the program that was homeless and kid like each. No, homeless and kid like each district. The Bridge Housing. The Bridge Housing. Yeah. He was out there a lot during that. It was like 5 years ago or something, but then he just disappeared. That's why the gift baskets was the first. No, they were for the homeless. The gift baskets were for the homeless too. Yeah, and you're supposed to welcome the homeless to your neighborhood. When they come to the Bridge Housing, you're going to come down with a gift basket and give them toiletries. Right, that was the idea. What were you giving the Bridge Housing? Just to thank them for this. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you for your service. Oh, as if they were military. They've done their time. Now they're out there. They're part of the world like you are. You should give them for it. So people like to think that it's a thing. Our gratitude should be thanking them for serving. I know. Sometimes I think the service is people for making something or not. Either of you is my favorite. Good luck with that. It's fun to pull out the something out every once in a while. So here is CNN and reporter named Nick Spratt. They did a story on LA homeless. Nearly 30,000 people live on the streets of Los Angeles, more than any other city in America. Among them, Liverpool. I've been raised a couple of times all year. I know the Gary Plains City, I've had a nice Plains City, I've been vandalized. This is bad for the unhoused and for the housed. We live amongst